Misunderstood villain. Heroines Mourn my death by GoldenStache. There was nothing special about my life, except for how I died. I went out in the dumbest, most ridiculous way possible. Even a dog's death would have made for a better sight. But hey, that wasn't even the weird part. Not by a long shot. For whatever reason, my soul had gotten ripped out and shoved into the body of some villain in a faraway land. Yep, you heard that right. A clichéd tilde copyright D villain. And I've got 10 days before he's publicly executed. This guy, well, he used to be a beggar. One that grew into a Magi, then a seeker, then a professor, and then a Sultan. The one ruler of the entire world. Now, I'm stuck facing the people I used to love, ready to pay for all the evil I've done. Fate seemed hell-bent on ending me no matter where I went, but just as I was about to give up, a script appeared before my mind's eye. Would you like to witness your real history, your path? Would you like to make it past your promised day? Would you like to become a true king? If so, repeat after me. A broken bar. It gave me one word: ancient, powerful, and clear. H. Many paths came together. Then, a projection appeared and it began to display my memories. All untainted paths lead to the one truth. Dramatic, right? Cool, interesting maybe? It sounded like the kind of thing someone would say right before something really awful happened to you. And sure enough, it totally did. There he was, the villain, wrapped in glowing chains, sitting on a throne, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Across from him stood the hero, flanked by not one, not two, but 4 heroines. To top it all off, floating between them was a giant projection, a highlight reel of all his evil, broadcasting his memories like it was prime-time entertainment. But now a broken bar. Where do I, the narrator, come in all of this? You see that villain? It's me. I became him, taking over body and all. Certainly not my average Monday, that's for sure. So you're probably wondering how I ended up here, right? No, doesn't matter. Let me tell you. It all started when a broken bar. A man of obvious strength stood among the passing and going of a busy path, wearing a high-spec augmented suit. He wasn't moving, just staring up at the darkening sky, golden eyes fixed on the 10 moons high above. Judging by the irritated grumbles of people weaving around him, this wasn't exactly out of the ordinary. Seemed like stopping dead to moon gaze was his daily routine. He was a thorn in their otherwise monotonous commute, and every word they sent his way they saw as justified. Who did this retarded bastard think he was a main character or something? Honestly, he just appeared like he lacked a few chromosomes. But, unfortunately for them, none of their curses reached his ears. The man was simply too immersed in his thoughts. Just what am I doing? He sighed, a long, drawn-out sound, before shutting those thoughts down and starting to move, blending into the flow of people. The last time he let himself spiral, things certainly hadn't ended well. Shivering slightly, he shook his head and took a deep breath, calming himself. Yeah. Never again. With that, the man returned to his previous countenance, calm and steady. The sea of people guided him to a long queue, where those dressed like him had lined up. He went past them and approached what appeared to be an automaton, standing in the middle of the pathway. Without saying a word, he took out his terminal, a hand-sized mobile device, and hovered it over the automaton's plain face. A moment passed and beep. Its eyes lit up in green, as did its mouth, forming a smile. The sight was creepy, but it didn't bother the man at all. In fact, he seemed to find it quite comical. Sir Malik, 100 valor have been deposited in your account. If there are any mistakes, be sure to reach out. He nodded at its words but didn't move, noticing that it had more to say. Thank you for your service, Sir Malik. We're pleased to inform you that your clearance level has increased. You are now eligible to participate in S-rank grades. Malik furrowed his brows, reacting quite negatively to the news of his promotion. Can I reject it? Number. I figured as much. Keep this off the record for me, yeah? Keep what? Fuck you, that's what. Thanks bud, have a nice day now. With a light tap on the automaton's shoulder, he moved past it, following the crowd as if nothing had happened. It appeared that he had been expecting the news for a while now, yet it still didn't sit right with him. It wasn't that he wanted to stay in this hellhole, it was the alternative that made him pause. The reasoning wasn't hard to piece together, even though he didn't know how they operated exactly. Whatever horrors he faced here would be incomparable to the ones in S-rank grades. A promotion? No, this was nothing short of a death sentence. And Malik wasn't keen on letting it play out. With another weary sigh, one of many that died, he trudged onward, his footsteps leading him to yet another queue. This one was beside multiple others, each leading to rows of massive, highly reinforced buses with human-sized tires. Once another beep resounded, the queue began to clear as everyone entered their respective bus. Malik climbed aboard, making his way to the back. He settled into a seat that was far more comfortable than the sorry excuse for a bed he had back at the dorms. It wasn't just the cushioning, though that certainly helped. It was the location. The back. He had been a backbencher since birth, and for whatever reason, he always felt relaxed there, nostalgic. Besides, it was the safest place to be if a workmate of his decided to be a little spicy. Beep. With that all-familiar sound interrupting his thoughts, their bus driver announced in a robotic voice, "Destination, Dormitory A10, ETA 7 hours, 7 minutes, and 7 seconds. Enjoy the ride." Just as it stopped speaking, Malik looked outside, quietly observing the scenery as the bus began to move. Those next to him weren't so sentimental. Most had taken out their terminals and began to mindlessly scroll, taking in data no more important than the grime beneath their feet, utter slop meant to be forgotten. The rest? Loud, obnoxious chatter filled the air, voices rising and falling as they bragged about their most recent dance with monsters and how they defeated them with minimal effort. One of them cooked up a story where he killed 3 monsters with a pen. Yes, a fucking pen. Typical, exaggerated. None of it mattered and none of them seemed to care. Malik, meanwhile, was lamenting his situation and what his next steps had to be. I've got nothing to show for myself. Nothing for them, either. Maybe. Just maybe, this is my chance to become a celestial. That final word carried a weight that made his chest tighten. He knew people many much younger than him who had already ascended above mortality, becoming celestials. Some had struck it rich in some unknown ruin, while others were propped up by a strong backing, all thanks to their good looks, no doubt, a pretty face to display in advertisements to attract investors. Their lives were the dream of many. But Malik, he was nearing 30, still stuck in the starting position, unable to take the next step. Too bad my handsome mug sends those bastards running. His lips curled into the wry grin. I could have even been a model for them. Chuckling quietly at his dumb joke, he glanced at those beside him, then back at the wasteland. Malik was just like the rest of the dregs, a tiny cog in an otherwise unfathomable machine. He recognized that, though he wasn't bitter about it. Okay, maybe a little. But he'd come to terms with his place in the world. He was satisfied. Sure, he wasn't rich, nor was he powerful, but at least he was contributing to something good. The protection of his people, no matter how small his part in it might be. Slowly nodding his head, he appeared to have come to a decision, one that he kept within. Time ticked by, and soon the bus came to a smooth stop, exactly on time. Arrived at dormitory A10. After a beep, the front and back doors hissed open. Malik waited his turn, letting everyone leave first. He didn't see the need to rush. The dorm wasn't going anywhere. Why they pushed each other around when it was all the same in the end was beyond him. But he just shrugged his shoulders and summed it up in one phrase: human nature. When mostly everyone had gotten out, Malik finally stood, stretching lazily before hopping off. The pavement below lit up with a flashing green trail, guiding him forward. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, following the path past the bus stop. While walking, his gaze wandered up to the buildings surrounding him, piercing the clouds in the sky. Stark, uninspiring blocks of reinforced concrete and steel, their identical designs blending into one monotonous backdrop. Watch out! But just as he was about to look away, a man's shout yanked his attention. He was on a hoverboard barreling straight toward him, threatening to crush his head. Malik's eyes widened, and he stepped back with all his strength. His body flew for a moment, just barely dodging the man. But before he could even feel relief, His heart sank. That desperate step of his had sent him right into oncoming traffic. If it were a cruiser or even some kind of sports car, he could have easily cleared it, but this... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It was a truck so massive that it took 2 whole lanes of the road. Damn it. Using the momentum from his last step, he pushed off the ground hard, throwing himself into a backflip high up in the air. The top of his head barely missed scraping against the truck's roof as it roared by, leaving only the rush of displaced air in its wake. Clusy broken bar too close. But, again, his relief was short-lived. Twisting his body and looking down, he saw exactly where he was going to land, or rather, on whom. There was no time to avoid it, no time to even yell a warning. All he could do was brace for impact, raising his arms. Thud. The collision sent the poor guy flying like a rag doll, hitting the ground and rolling to a stop before a dumpster filled with trash. Malik landed a little more gracefully, but not by much, stumbling to his feet. Sheet a broken bar. He glanced at the dazed figure sprawled out ahead of him. Guess I'm buying him lunch after this. Malik was about to check up on him, but just as he began to crouch down, movement caught his eye, a glint of steel nearing his head. Oh come on. It didn't take a genius to piece it together. That poor guy had been someone's target, and Malik, in all his unlucky glory, had just taken his place. This is what I get for being stingy. Malik would have chuckled at the absurdity of what was happening, but he had no time to. He needed to figure out what to do in those fractions before the strike reached him. Only one thing came to mind. Throwing himself forward, he dropped to the ground. That was the right move, but it wasn't fast enough. A moment before he could escape the dagger's trajectory, it had reached him, easily going through his augmented suit's force shield, as it had almost no energy, and grazed the back of his neck, deep, drawing blood. Yuga! In incredible pain, he rolled to his back, blood gushing and dripping as he barely stopped himself from groaning. Fuck me. Clutching the wound, Malik fumbled for the emergency pills in his pocket. But of course, fate wasn't done with him yet. Before he even had a chance to pull them out, he was interrupted once more. A scream from above made him freeze. His head tilted up, neck throbbing, to see a guy hurtling through the air face first, flailing like a deranged skydiver. Malik blinked. Seriously? The guy was plummeting straight toward him. You've got to be kidding. Am I dreaming? He chuckled in disbelief, wondering what he did to anger the world so much. Giving up, he locked eyes with the screaming idiot, whose face twisted in terror as the ground rushed up to meet him. They were blank. We're both having a bad day, huh? Splat. In a realm heavy with divinity, where void was commonplace, 3 beings stood in silence. The first was a figure of pure white, featureless, save for his eyes so deeper black than the darkness surrounding them. They drew in everything, commanding death. Beside him, the embodiment of shadow took form, her presence a swirling mass of endless depth. Her rubies of red held a stillness that felt eternal, as if they saw the unseen. It wouldn't be far from the truth. After all, darkness hid everything, and the night saw all. Before them, shrouded in a shifting blue fog, was another figure. Nothing but her eyes were revealed, 2 clocks of a deep blue. Their faces were devoid of hands or numbers, yet if looked at long enough, one would imagine a ticking hand. Together, they gazed into a window through space suspended in the void below. It showed the scattered remains of Malik and the Nameless, his head crushed beyond recognition. Are you sure about him? The man of pure white held his chin, seemingly pondering his decision. I am. People with his mindset are rare. Are you sure it's not because of his name? The fog-covered lady teased, and the 2 before her shared a laugh. Maybe. He smiled, his lips widening to a degree beyond normal, maniacal almost. But you can't deny he fits the job. Ruby Eyes nodded her head, though she wasn't seen, her body no different from the void around them. He does, but his mental strength is a broken bar lacking. I'm sure we'll see him struggle much more than the other candidates. The lady's eyes narrowed. Right. Dealing with my blessing is tough, you know. The original one went insane. I doubt this one wouldn't. The shadows turned to the man of white. I'm sure you've already thought of this. He pointed at Malik. Just watch him. Her blessing is a non-issue to guys like him. As if summoned by his words, another figure materialized from the dark, joining their space. Unlike the Lady of Blue, this being was entirely shrouded in fog with tendrils of purple swirling as though alive. To an outsider, it might seem as though his fog shielded others from his presence, but the truth was the exact opposite. It was to protect him from seeing them. For if he did, death would be the least of his worries. Glancing at the man of white, he asked, "Should I begin?" He nodded. "Please do." Snap. With a single flick of his fingers, a reverberation passed through the void. Then, under their collective gazes, Malik's soul began to move, leaving what remained of its body behind. It was on a journey not to where reapers usually took souls like it, the Nether's river, but beyond, far deeper in the vast expanse of the universe. And there, where its destination was, 4 souls could be seen, waiting, specks of white on an otherwise bleak planet. "Good luck. I'm sure you'll need it." Malik's first thought when his soul stirred was pretty simple. "Oh, our broken bar, I'm actually dead." He expected a rush of panic, regret, or maybe even some deep, emotional reflection about all the things he didn't do. But nope, none of that. If anything, he felt a broken bar curious. He wanted to know what had happened next. Was it reincarnation, unity with God, a day of judgment, a heaven, a hell, devoured by a demon, or just a plain boring spiritual realm? Most people would probably cry about the stuff they didn't get to do. Like, "Oh no, I never dove ruin whatever," or, "I never told Stacy from sector management I loved her." His thoughts paused. "Kinda wish that I did actually." Wait. Malik realized that he had just contradicted himself. "I'm a hypocrite, so what? Sue me." "But yeah." He shook his metaphorical head and continued, "Screw Stacy. What's happening next sounds way more interesting." It was hard to describe the sensation of floating through the universe as a soul. He couldn't see anything, couldn't feel anything tangible. It was like being blind in the deepest part of an ocean, the pressure so immense he should have been crushed 1,000 times over. Or, better yet, it was like being a sperm cell inside a vagina the size of a galaxy, swimming aimlessly, hoping for an egg to inhabit. That's probably not the metaphor anyone else would have gone for, but hey, it works. Time was weird here. It stretched and bent, and Malik wasn't sure if minutes had passed or centuries. He didn't feel bored, though. If anything, he felt a broken bar aware. Yes, hyper-aware of the vast nothingness around him. It was like being on the edge of something monumental, except the edge never ended. But eventually, like all good things, that awareness began to fade, replaced by a kind of dullness. His thoughts slowed, his curiosity dimmed, and for a moment, he wondered if he was just becoming part of the void itself. To combat that, he began to cook up theories, busy his mind. And the main one sounded quite feasible. Maybe this is on purpose. Like, a way to prep me for whatever's next. Or most likely it's some bored god screwing with me for fun. Malik leaned more towards the latter, but he could easily bet that either of them was true. He would have kept spiraling down that rabbit hole of existential dread. But change began to occur. It was subtle at first, a flicker of sensation in the void. Then, without warning, everything rushed back. Light, sound, feeling of it all hit him like that truck almost did. And suddenly, Malik wasn't floating anymore. He was in something. His fingers twitched. His lungs sucked in a sharp breath. Oh! His eyes snapped open. "I've got a body again." But before he could even think of celebrating, his fate of being interrupted continued. Zafar, announce that this villain is defeated." Malik blinked. What? Malik's vision was still adjusting to the fancy hall he found himself in, confused as to what the hell had just happened. But even then, when he didn't know right from left, he heard the man's voice loud and clear. Zafar, announce that this villain is defeated." He was a villain? Since when? And who the fuck was he to? "I know him." Malik joined the trend and cut his own thoughts off as information. No. Memories about this twink of a man resurfaced. Zafar al-Nadir, a figure he could only describe as obnoxiously heroic. A goody two-shoes, an ignorant hypocrite, a naive and incredibly lucky bastard that had all his shit handed to him. The very antithesis of Malik. Truly, a fitting hero of this story. His looks weren't too bad either. Unlike a certain someone, he was lean, dressed in layers of vibrant fabric with golden embroidery, mimicking a people of old. A curved blade, far too fancy for proper combat, was strapped to his hip. His face was decently handsome, eyes a soft brown, his hair white, reaching his neck. He held his head high, looking down at Malik, his smile annoyingly perfect. This guy's definitely the main character of whatever mess I'm in. Zafar was the head of a grand coalition, a patchwork of different guilds united for one single purpose, to kill the villain. And judging by the state of Malik's boudoir, or what he guessed was his boudoir, Zafar had succeeded. But Zafar wasn't the only one of importance. He wasn't the only character in this play, and that was to be expected after all. What was a hero without his heroines? Standing beside him, fuming with resentment, was Huda, his own fucking sister. Her pink eyes twitched repeatedly as she barely stopped her tears from flowing. She was just that angry, giving Malik a look that would kill him a million times over if it could. Huda was a petite girl, her hair crimson, long enough to reach her waist. It blended quite nicely with the royal pink dress she wore. Why? As Malik took in her appearance, his stomach twisted. Memories bubbled up again, like a half-forgotten dream, unbidden and painful. She wasn't just some noble. She was the head of a family of sultans, al-Saif, rulers of sand and sun, wielders of an unfathomable number of Magi. And now, she stood against him, against her own brother. The next figure had a presence that was impossible to ignore. She was the only one sitting, and her throne wasn't even on the ground. It was high up, near the hall's ceiling, looking over everything. Noor Al-Ayan, the reincarnated princess. Unlike the others, she carried herself with an air of detached amusement, like this entire scene was a play staged for her entertainment. It was a mask, sure, but the others couldn't even manage that. She wore a bedler, a fitted top, a hip belt, and a full-length skirt. It was wildly out of place among the shared aesthetic. Her dark hair was pulled into a tight ponytail, her eyes hidden by a veil that covered her face. Malik remembered her too. She was once a student of his, now the owner of the most famous company on the planet, an empire that dwarfed kingdoms in influence and wealth. A system came with her reincarnation, or a gift from whatever cosmic dice roll had landed her here, made her untouchable, unstoppable. Well, at least to anyone except Malik. The fourth figure made him feel an unplaceable emotion. Roya al-Rai, the broker of secrets. A regressor, and also an ex-student. She didn't shine like the others, didn't radiate power or royalty. Instead, she was quiet, almost unassuming, her blonde hair typical, her white robes making her out to be like any other person there. But her blue eyes, a broken bar, they were sharper than anyone else's. Malik remembered them vividly. After all, she was the one who brought everything together, the one who ensured his chains were unbreakable, a holy relic, one of the 10 Commandments. Roya wasn't just an information broker, she was the information broker. Her guild spanned the entire planet, her web of spies and informants unrivaled. Nothing happened on Famabla without Roya knowing about it. And now, she stood against him too. Finally, there was Safira al-Hayat, a transmigrator. If Roya's presence was a quiet storm, Safira's was a gentle breeze. She stood with an air of kindness, motherly almost, her soft features and flowing green dress almost at odds with the cruelty of the world they lived in. Her long ginger hair shimmered, making Malik remember the countless people who had called her the Fairy of Devil's Moor. Unlike the others, she wasn't only his student, she was his sole disciple. That thought hit Malik harder than he expected. She had once looked up to him, trusted him, even admired him. But now she stood with the others holding a blade above his neck, her green eyes filled not with anger but with pity. "I don't need your pity." Malik clenched his fists, or at least, he tried to, but couldn't. His body was chained, knees dug into the ground, his arms spread out like a sacrificial lamb. The chains covered him from head to toe, originating from a broken fabric of space. He tried to move, struggle, and push against them, but his body felt dead, as if he had zero control over it. Malik could only breathe, blink, and look like a man on his deathbed. But then, just as he was about to pause his thoughtless attempts at escape, like a ghost rising from the grave, a man appeared. Malik's eyes immediately tracked him, but none of the others before him did, quickly making him realize that only he could see him. The man had an appearance similar to Malik's, though taller, much more handsome and scar-free. He had ear-length golden hair with flicks of red and a tail-like end that reached his lower back. His eyes were a bright gold, not the beautiful kind of gold, but the kind that made your very soul shiver. Though Malik wasn't as affected by them, likely due to the man's current state, appearing like a faded photograph, his body translucent. "You're in my body." Malik blinked, unsure how to respond. "You are broken bar, yeah, I kinda noticed that." The man chuckled, his voice weary. "I've been hanging on for a while, but I'm done. Now this is your problem to deal with." "Wait, what?" Malik stared at him. "You're just a broken bar handing your body over? No fight? No big plot twist? Like, here you go, buddy, enjoy the mess." The man shrugged, his form already starting to dissolve. "I've had enough. I just want a rest." "But don't worry, a broken bar." He paused, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You'll remember everything when I'm gone." Before Malik could protest, the man's body shimmered, breaking apart into tiny specks of light. Some of those lights drifted toward him, sinking into his chest. What he didn't notice, though, was a few stray on his pink and black slipping into him too. And sure enough, the floodgates opened. Memories surged through him, images, emotions, knowledge, all crashing into his mind like a tidal wave. He saw everything the man had experienced, everything he had done, everything that had led to this moment. And then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. Malik was no longer just himself. He was someone else too, a villain. A man contradictory to himself. He looked back at the 5 who stood before him, the ones who killed the original owner of this body. Slowly, something dark and visceral bubbled up inside him. Rage. Unforgiving, unrelenting rage. His gaze bore into them, his body trembling. He wanted to scream, to shout, to curse them all. "I won't forgive you." But unfortunately, his roar was heard only within his mind. Malik wanted to end their lives right at that very moment, but, again, he was trapped, powerless. Yet his eyes did show helplessness, not even close. Just how can I get out of this? And then, as if answering his very thoughts, a voice resounded. It was deep, dangerous, alluring. "Would you like to witness your real history, your path?" Malik's breath hitched. The voice's power was intoxicating, impossible to resist. "Would you like to make it past your promised day?" I do. "Would you like to become a true king?" "I do." "If so, repeat after me, a broken bar." Faraway diaresis H. Basoro H. Many paths came together. The world paused. Nothing could move, absolutely nothing. Not Malik, not Zafir, not Huda, not Noor, not Roya, not Safira. Not even the planet's sun. A star so massive that it baked Devil Moore's surface like an oven would a candle was paused, its heat unfelt. Then, all of a sudden, Malik began to shift, not his body, but his soul, moving bit by bit as if he were a stone statue coming back to life. Tick-tock. The sound of a clock resounded, and Malik's soul had finally gotten out of its confines, leaving his body a hollow husk. Fuck just happened? He looked around, quickly realizing that he was now floating a small distance above his body, just where a king's throne was placed. Malik tried to fly away, thinking of inhabiting a less controversial body, but noticed that even now, in his soul form, he was trapped. 2 ethereal chains bound him to his body, locked around his feet. My soul looks like his now. Only then, when he looked down on his body, did he notice an obvious difference. He was no longer a floating speck of light, but an actual humanoid with an appearance similar to that of the original Malik. Nice. I'm a handsome bastard at least. With those thoughts, he began to experiment, and soon, came to a few conclusions. Though he was now free to fly about, he couldn't get far as the chains attached to him had a limit to about 10 meters, give or take. And honestly, he wasn't in the mood to find out what kind of cosmic pain train would hit if he yanked on it too hard. Still, the chain wasn't what really interested him. The whole time freeze thing was way more interesting and freaky. Everything around him was stuck in place, frozen mid-motion, like someone had hit the pause button on the universe, leaving him the only one moving. And then there was the whole out-of-body thing. It was wild. Floating there, untethered except for the chain, Malik felt like he'd accidentally wandered into some bizarre VR game. He could see himself from the outside, like he was in third-person mode, but it was still him. Trippy, like I'm some kinda god or something. A broken bar. That thought made him pause. However long ago, he wasn't even a celestial, but now, he said things like that with a straight face. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, but then he shook his head quickly. Nope, not going there. That was how bad ideas snowballed into worse ones. Focus. Malik looked around again, waiting for something or anything to happen, and a broken bar. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Maybe I shoulda. He decided on what to do, or rather say, mid-thought. Faraway diaresis h ding tilde. A somehow familiar sound resounded in his mind, and a script appeared once more. Embodiment system has been bound. Malik, you are hereby pronounced as a blessed Magi of the Lady of Time. Blessed Magi. Lady of Time? Malik didn't know what any of that meant, though that didn't stop him from guessing. The first was easy. He had been blessed by whoever brought his soul here, and that likely gave him the system in some way or another. Magi sounded like what people called celestials in this land now. Whether it was just a faraway planet or a whole different universe, he didn't yet know. The last was obviously the perpetrator, at least the one that didn't mind her name being known, as the one truly in charge was likely hidden behind the scenes, up at here, stringing this play along. As if it had been waiting for his thoughts to settle, the script continued to write just as he reached a conclusion. Your life is now in your hands. The more you embody Malik, the stronger you become, reaching the heights you once flew. Wait, we've got the same ear. Malik. The script had joined the trend as well. They'll see your truth. They'll see everything you've done for them. They'll see how you've become a villain, the death you've endured. Many of them will cry, beg, and scream. Some might laugh it off, and a few others would act indifferent, cringe at your sacrifice, but you. I need you to remain strong. Don't run away from it. Don't falter like he did. His face turned serious, almost blank, and he looked up, straightening his legs and bowing deeply. Lady of Time, thank you for this second chance. Whatever you're after, I promise I won't disappoint. We'll see. The script grumbled and then disappeared as if it had never existed. And just like that, everything clicked. Malik didn't need to overthink it anymore. No need to strategize or dissect this so-called system of his, or whatever other fancy name it went by. It was simple now, painfully simple. All he had to do was embody the memories of the original Malik, live through them, survive them, and somehow claw his way back out with his sanity still intact. His survival beyond the promised hour the day after his scheduled executioner hinged entirely on this. And while it sounded straightforward when one said it like that, anyone with half a brain would know it was anything but. Figures. I wasn't wrong in my assumptions too. Are right. A devil swallowed me whole, and now I'm stuck in hell. He smiled. Faraway diaresis h. The world had returned to truth. And soon, a sultan's life would be on display for all to see. The world's protagonist, the hero, surrounded by beauties on each side, continued to smugly look down at the villain. Zafar could feel Malik's life force continuously becoming weaker, and he loved that feeling. It felt as if he'd just repeatedly hit the jackpot at a casino, the house always in his favor. Though it was unfortunate that they couldn't see his face, as it was wrapped in chains. His enjoyment was unaffected. With his current power, Malik had no chance of escaping. Their victory was assured. Now, they only had to wait for 10 days, watch as the villain, who had tormented their lives, died a dog's death. But still, most of them didn't let their guard down. The man before them was unlike any other, an uncontested sultan for many hundreds of years. He was bound to have a trick or two up his sleeve, hidden behind the 1,000 he had already displayed. As long as his head wasn't on a spike, most of them wouldn't be at ease. Malik was just that terrifying. His palace, his very execution ground, showed that in spades. It was the most sacred place, coveted by all infammables, a place of worship, of peace. Yet now, not a single surface was clean of blood. It could be seen everywhere, even dripping in some areas where dead bodies lay in the tens of thousands. A one-sided massacre had taken place, and all that was done by one man, alone. Right, he had killed tens of thousands of Magi by himself. Such a feat was simply unheard of. No sultan in history had even come close to it, and many among them were warmongers, so it certainly wasn't due to their different mentalities, just a lack of strength. The people weren't told what rank he was, but they could guess quite easily. Malik was a Class 3 of the 3rd sub-rank. He was one breakthrough away from becoming a Class 2. A Maladiasis K, a literal angel. Such a thing many could not yet fathom. How they had defeated him, even with one of the 10 commandments, was beyond them. It was a miracle. No one but that shameless Zafar would claim otherwise. You saw how I moved? The villain couldn't even track my sword. The women beside him had already left, each now in their own group, forcing his bunch of yes-men to replace them. Ah. No doubt he was astonished by you, Lord. I believe the same. Bastard was too distracted by your magnificence that the trap worked perfectly. He didn't know what hit him. Their words flowed one after the other as if it was choreographed, and that might as well have been the truth judging by their flinching brows. I'm telling you, only I deserve the villain's crown. None the wiser, Zafar continued to gloat, hoping for one of the heroines to bite the bait, join him to converse, yet none did, all too busy doing actual work. While the bastard tried to show himself as popular when Malik was awake, the girls didn't really like him, at least not in that way. Huda was the closest one to him, as he found her the easiest to woo, but even she was a hard nut to crack. Her obsession with her brother took over most of her life, even when she tried to act like it didn't. What do you think, Huda? Does your brother's crown fit me? Disengaging from a conversation with a woman who looked very similar to her, she turned to Zafar, glaring. Those words certainly weren't the most sensitive, and unfortunately for everyone around him, it appeared as if it had been the norm, as his yes-men looked away, pretending to have heard nothing. You wish to be Sultan? Zafar quirked a brow, somehow surprised that his words were taken in such a way. No. Well, he glanced at those in the hall, his goons, his yes-men, people of his coalition, and they nodded at him, conveying what was needed. Actually, I am. There's no better than me besides, I'm the only Ga. Quiet. Noor, who remained seated on her throne, shut Zafar down at once, the pressure emanating from her bending his men's bodies. Though the girl didn't seem like she had a horse in this race, arguably after Roya, she wanted Malik dead the most. She even took the help of Zafar, a man that she hated like no other but had to get along with to keep things flowing. But now, as the deed was finally done, she didn't need to keep up appearances. Zafar had fulfilled his purpose. Maintaining relations further would only harm her, making her lose a brain cell or two each time they talked. What? He looked at her in surprise, not expecting that treatment from her at all. Though she was always cold to him, keeping him at a distance, she had never been so rude. But before he could confront her about that, a change had occurred. A flashing light of white appeared above Malik, coalescing randomly. Everyone without exception looked at it in horror, immediately expecting the worst. How? Even gods can be bound to its chains. Roya was the one most terrified, as she knew full well the capability of such a holy relic. There were only 9 others like it in the whole universe, reaching a rank that was quite literally named Broken Grade. That showed just how impossible it was to escape its shackles, but here she was, being proven wrong while unable to do anything about it. Is this really happening? Impossible. Even if he had become a Maladiasis K, there's no getting out of it. No, he's Shaitan's Sultan. That blasphemous being had come to help him escape. Should we attack? I say we kill him before Shaitan gets here. Men screamed like little children in a playground, repeating the same question but hesitating to take a single step. No one was brave enough. Well, no one except the main characters. Roya dashed in front of them before they could even move, stopping them in their tracks. Don't forget the floor, you imbeciles, they stuttered, stepping back as her sharp words rang in their ears. Oh yeah, sorry, Lady Roya. My apologies, Lady Roya. That went on for a while, as they finally calmed back down, turning to face Malik once more. And it was good that they did, as beneath their astonished and fearful gazes, he, Malik, the Shaitan's Sultan, the world's villain, had begun to move. His arms, which were stretched on either side of his shoulders, had lowered, reaching his thighs, tensioning the chains even further. Then, his right leg went up, allowing him to put his foot on the ground. He was no longer on his knees, making it the first time for many to notice his hulking size. Standing up, he moved forward, slowly, very slowly. His destination? The throne. His throne. The chains rattled and pulled against him, but they were powerless to stop his advance. It was as if he was no longer within their grasp, casually walking against their might. Each step echoed louder than the last, hammering into the crowd's ears like a countdown. After what felt like forever but was only a minute, he stopped in front of his rightful place. Without so much as a glance at the crowd, he turned and lowered himself into it like he'd been sitting there his whole life, which he was. One arm draped lazily over the armrest, the other resting on his knee. His back leaned into the plush cushions, but his posture, still all command and no compromise. Then his chin tilted up just enough as if to tell everyone a few words, "I own this place." They couldn't see his face, but they knew that he was looking down at them. They could feel his golden eyes trained on them, judging them, dismissing them. It was infuriating, insulting, just revolting. And they especially hated how much they couldn't look away, as if their minds subconsciously acknowledged that to be the truth. Just then, at the same point where the thousands in the hall looked, the light above him finally condensed, exploding into a blinding flash, flooding the hall and forcing them to shield their eyes. Many wanted to scream, thinking that they were under attack, but they held it in, believing in the holy relic, in Roya. And they were right in doing that, as this wasn't an attack, far from it. Once the light subsided, a new addition to the hall could be seen. Between Malik and them, a holographic-like screen had materialized, displaying a seemingly familiar face. It was a young, malnourished Malik, around 12 years of age. He wore tattered robes, sitting on the ground, beside a busy street, repeatedly asking a question that they all could hear as if the screen spoke to their minds directly. "Could you spare some change?" There was no doubting it. They now, for whatever reason, were watching Malik's memories. And it turned out, the man they had all feared was a beggar. Malik was indeed a beggar. Everyone could see and hear that. None doubted its legitimacy. They couldn't, no matter how contradictory Malik appeared to be. This projection before them was the work of the holy relic itself. Otherwise, the sheer strength it emanated wouldn't make any modicum of sense. They all felt like they were standing before God. It was a power just that absolute. All hail. Many hundreds kneeled, their heads crashing to the ground as they prostrated. All hail. Those two words shook the palace, echoing with each following roar. All hail. All hail. All hail. Most remained standing, less religious, and more doubtful. They looked at those prostrating with disdain, as the scene made it appear that they were praying to Malik, the very villain they swore to kill. The 5 main characters showed no such emotion, however. Their eyes remained on the screen, simply transfixed by what they were seeing. That Malik, a man who'd choose death before even asking someone for a favor, a man prouder than anyone had any right to be. He was begging for change. Just what? They were speechless. But Noor had gotten out of that state quite quickly, and a certain thought began to form. Malik is evil, that's undeniable, but still, his memories, they could be useful. It's not every day you see a sultan's life. A few others had stumbled upon similar thoughts as well, and their interest in the long movie they were about to watch increased tenfold. Some of the dumber ones weren't interested, deeming his memories a compilation of genocide and manslaughter. The rest of the main characters, however, were a bit more emotional. Huda, as obsessed as she was, wanted to know why. Why did Malik betray her? She had to know. And sure enough, Malik was eager to let her find out. Inside the projection, "Please, a few coins would do. I haven't eaten in days." Malik repeated under the shade of a large building, its green-colored onion-like dome shielding him from the blistering heat of the sun-like star they called Shams. His back was on its stucco walls, which looked smooth and sandy like they were made from sun-dried clay or limestone. "Just one would do, kind sirs, please." People walked by in the streets before him without even giving him a single glance. Carriages filled with food, barrels of alcohol, and commonly used items went past, pulled by domesticated monsters in the shape of camels, revealing their high levels of wealth. Yet none of their owners stopped, their minds ignoring his cries as if it were the passing of wind. Malik sighed and leaned his head back on the wall, eyes staring up at the blue sky where 12 moons could barely be seen. Another spot it is. Pushing himself up, he grabbed a wooden stick that sat near him and began to walk, stumbling after each step, his bony legs unable to carry him. Outside the projection, the crowd was speechless. This was the villain's life when he was young. Where was the evil? Many claimed him to be a devil spawn, but he just looked like a pitiful child with a mind way beyond his years. He seriously can't be the Sultan, can he? It's just. No one wanted to say the quiet part out loud, but it was obvious to everyone here. Pitiful. If they ignored what Malik had done later on, now, they could clearly feel that one emotion. But not all felt that way. Those more aggrieved felt regret. If they only knew who he was and who he would become back then, they would have quickly ended his life. It was better for all. His suffering would cease and millions of people would remain among the living. Roy was of that mindset. After regressing, she searched far and wide for Malik but found nothing of his origin. Who would have known that he lived in that god-forsaken district, just beside the center of their planet? The abyssal hole that devoured all. Alfora? She was sure that if she did, his district wouldn't have existed by the end of the day. Inside the projection, Malik stuck to the shaded areas so as to not lose whatever water he had left in him and made his way further into the district. The more he walked, the worse the buildings had gotten. Many leaned into each other like drunkards after a long night. Some had balconies held up by beams that looked ready to snap, their wooden railings decorated with colorful but faded fabrics fluttering lazily. Others had their walls painted in garish patterns that might have been beautiful once but now looked like someone had thrown a fight with a paintbrush. This district was called Zawaya, known as the mixing pot of all that was illegal on Famabla. Smugglers, outlaws, and slave traders are just anyone who wanted to get rich off less than legal means. Malik seemed used to the place, its layout memorized, his routes allowing him to reach Sukalkamis with no issues. It was a market plaza where many stalls sat on either side of the road, vendors hollering over each other to sell their wares. Get your spices here, fresh from the southern dunes. The stall nearest to him was a mess of clay jars and woven baskets, all filled to the brim with colorful powders, reds, yellows, and greens that almost glowed under the sunlight. The vendor was waving a handful of dried herbs like they were gold. And opposite that stall was the reason why he had come here. It was a kebab shop. God, the smell, sweet, tangy, and spicy scents from grilled skewers and bubbling pots mixed with the sharp stink of rotting herbs, flour, and whatever the guy 2 stalls down was selling out of those suspicious wooden barrels. The heat made it worse, turning the air into a sticky soup that clung to your skin, but still, he quite liked it. At least it was better than nothing. Malik was just so damn hungry. He felt full from the smell alone. It satiated his senses for a long moment, allowing him to hold on for a bit more. He could have asked them for a piece or even leftovers thrown in the trash, but he didn't dare get close to the vendors. They would beat him to death's door if they saw him. It wasn't because he stole from them, he never did, never, but because it was bad for business. And they weren't wrong. Malik was thin, too thin, his rib cage showing, and his face, it was sunken and pale, unlike most around him, which had darker skin tones, making him feel alien. Yeah. His appearance certainly wasn't going to bring any customers. It might even drive them out, but he knew better than to let that happen. Malik remained quiet and just stared at those coming and going, his eyes doing the talking, the begging. He was tiptoeing around the unspoken rules, doing all that he could to survive. Thankfully, it had worked. As a man eating a freshly baked flatbread from the kebab stall threw it his way like he was throwing garbage in a trash can, Malik didn't care about that, not one bit. He caught the half-eaten bread with both hands and repeatedly bowed to the man. Thank you so much, kind sir. Outside the projection, the villain seems to have been shrewd since young. Yeah, it's no wonder he reached such heights. That was the common consensus among those watching. They couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the young boy in front of them. Maybe that's where his resentment started. Others began to theorize, deeming themselves smart enough to predict the story while most stayed quiet, still in disbelief. This before them was their Sultan, a man who ruled over the entire planet, and he was now bowing his head for a piece of bread. Huda was most affected by this as she knew well what was coming next. Inside the projection, the man didn't even look at Malik and kept walking, but again, Malik didn't mind, continuing to bow his head. Once the man was out of sight, Malik straightened his back, patted his torn robes, sighed, and pushed himself up. He then walked to the alleyway to his left, wanting to eat his meal in peace. But just as he turned the corner, he noticed two figures covered by a small pile of sand further ahead. Malik blinked. Dead? No, they weren't. He could see them groan and twitch, like a fish's last moments out of water. Malik stayed still for a moment, then glanced behind him, then back at the two little ones. A decision seemed to have formed as he put away the food. Sorry. With one final glance, Malik began to walk away. Outside the projection, I knew it. Huda felt a huge wave of relief watching as her brother left them for dead. She always wondered if something she did had changed him, or if their brother's death had broken his heart. It ate her up inside, as she wanted something to blame. Anything but herself. And this in front of her was an out, one that she latched onto with all that she was. Malik was never kind. He just pretended to be. All their life together was a lie. She wasn't wrong to kill him, right? The others weren't going through the same mental gymnastics that she had. Rather, they only saw his decision as something natural, expected. It was a beast-eat-beast world out there, especially for those less fortunate. His survival was in question every second that he breathed. Adding two kids to the equation would prove too difficult for him to solve. They would die, and he would too, so if they were in his place, they would have done the same. The fact that he was hesitating had already surprised them enough. But then, what happened next had shut them up and made them feel shame. Inside the projection, the pitiful boy stopped just as he was about to exit the alleyway. He tried to move but couldn't. His weak fists clutched in a protest against himself. His rational side demanded his body to leave, but his heart couldn't bear leaving those two kids to die. After a trembling sigh escaped him, his trembling had stopped, and he calmly looked back. I'm too kind for my own good. Outside the projection, everyone without exception glanced at Huda and her early celebration. Usually, that would have made her embarrassed, but their thoughts about her were the last thing on her mind at that moment. She made herself believe that Malik had never loved them, that he cared for them only to benefit later on, their lives an investment, but now she couldn't deny the obvious truth. No. She couldn't have survived without his help, and yes, he had saved them knowing that death would be the likely result. At least at first, her brother truly cared her. Just why? Inside the projection, Malik walked up to the two and kneeled next to the sprawled figures. One was a 6-year-old girl, and the other was a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Both had pink hair, and their faces were just like his, pale, a sight that he wasn't used to. But that was where the similarities ended. Their cheeks were chubby, their bodies with a healthy amount of fat, and their clothes were brand new. He didn't know where they had come from, but those two weren't beggars, that was for sure. Outside the projection, Lady Huda, you knew the villain since young? Is that why you call him brother? And who is that other boy? I'm sure he's as popular as you are. Please explain, Lady Huda. It seemed that many people still didn't make the connection. What dumbasses, she muttered, only for her family to hear, then roared, the villain is my brother no longer. Now enough questions. That had shut them up, as no one wanted to talk back against the head of Al-Saif. Or that would have been the case if Layla, Malik's ex-wife, wasn't there. Can you really say that with all your heart? Huda's body stuttered as she looked to the side, eyes landing on a dark-skinned woman with golden irises, like a cat's, and long purple hair that flowed along her slender back. She wore an all-black morning dress that hid all her undoubtedly bountiful curves. Layla, now you want to speak? After everything's said and done, the woman let out a sad chuckle. Like his disciple, Lady Saphira, today I've only come as an observer. Though he betrayed me, annihilated my family, he was once my husband. I won't fight him. Vina, please. Layla cut her off with a raised palm and said, I've given you an answer. Give me mine. Huda showed a face of obvious struggle as she tried to think up what to say. You. What do you even mean by that? Shaking her head in disappointment, Layla looked away, her eyes returning to the screen. Nothing, Lady Huda, just nothing. Inside the projection, Malik had checked their breathing and quickly realized that death had nearly embraced them. They needed water, fast. Malik shoved his right hand into his robes and took out a gourd. He looked at it for a few moments, unconsciously gulped, then uncapped it. Picking up the girl's head with his left, he parted her lips with his right, angled her neck, and began to slowly pour the water on her tongue. She, though out of it, managed to gulp down the water, desperately. Once he paused, her lips spasming for more, begging, but he gave them none. It was her brother's turn. The boy reacted much the same, but again, Malik couldn't afford to spoil them, capping the gourd and securing it beneath his robes in the strap that bound his pants. He had to ration it. Those two had drunk an entire month's worth, leaving barely any water to last them until next week. All right, now food. Malik set his makeshift cane aside, and picked up the two, leaving them leaning on the wall to his right. With the gentlest of motions, he broke apart the now cold bread and began to feed it to them, piece by little piece, like a mother bird and its little chicks. It was a beautiful scene, one that showed his first sacrifice for them. His kindness. The two stayed still, only their mouths moving, munching away at the carbs entering their bodies. Not long after, when barely any of the bread was left, Malik had some for himself, a piece no bigger than his palm. That was going to be his only meal for that day, yet he didn't seem to have any complaints. Just then, while he was dusting his hand off the flour, the boy's eyelids fluttered open, revealing two bright pinks. You. Who are you? What do you want with us? Well, that wasn't a nice way of saying thank you, was it? Malik chuckled, knowing better than to say his thoughts out loud. You can relax, kid. I'm risking my life by saving you. The boy rubbed his eyes and leaned forward, looking around in confusion. Where are we? Joining the wall beside him, Malik leaned back and simply answered, there's a way. A district, a den of bastards. The boy offered no reaction to those words, showing that he had no idea where the hell he was, because if he knew, he would have long since begun to panic. You don't belong here. You and your sister's clothes are too fancy. How the fuck did you end up here? Where are your guards? And what are your parents even thinking? Stunned by the barrage of questions, the boy clammed up and looked down. Yeah. Malik tapped his shoulder, saving the boy from his self-induced stroke. It's fine, don't worry about it. You don't need to answer. The boy looked at him with a fearful gaze. Really? Yes, really. Now wake your sister up. We have to get to shelter before sundown. Okay. Malik stood up and limped to his stick while the boy shook his sister like an alcoholic before a coin pusher in an arcade. The poor girl woke up in a daze, flinching slightly as her brother spoke. Sis, wake up. A kind man is helping us. Please wake up before he changes his mind. He was right to worry, but the man they were dealing with wasn't going to abandon them. Malik wasn't one to leave something half complete. He saved their lives, and that made him responsible for them. Outside the projection, shame wasn't enough to cover it. Everyone who believed he would leave them behind, or at least supported that decision, had their heads lowered like the boy of a few seconds earlier. Not only because the two had turned out to be of the Al-Saif family, with the younger of the two now standing alongside them, but also because a boy hundreds of years younger than them had chosen a harder path, one that they, in all their respective might and intellect, were too afraid to take. Or perhaps it would be accurate to call it risk-averse, as even the bravest of them, who stood in the front to fight Shaitan's Sultan, picked the safer option. It was logical, it should have been the right thing to do, but still, they were embarrassed, having lost face. Some of them that picked neither thought that Malik would have just helped them out and dipped, perhaps coming in contact again later when terms were more favorable. But no, they were proven wrong. Malik, for no incentive at all, and at the detriment of his own life, had taken those two in. Huda, who had now realized that, was more focused on her brother. She barely remembered him, it was just so long ago, but she was sure that he was important to Malik. How, or why, she was soon to know. Inside the projection, Mommy, Daddy. Where are you? The little girl cried repeatedly while on her brother's back, wasting the hard-earned water that Malik had given her. But he didn't seem to mind as he walked in front of them, from one shade to another, a building to the next, deeper and deeper into the district, until they reached a massive cliff that stretched beyond what they could see from left to right, revealing an unfathomably big abyss, the Alfora. It was why the planet was known as faraway. This hole was the maw of the devil. One might think that humans would stay as far away as they could from it, but funnily enough, the more desperate one was, the closer they'd be to it, even directly above it. And that was literal, as many abandoned buildings atop a wooden floor could be seen leaning into the maw as if slowly being devoured. "All right, Tilda." Malik pointed at the furthest of the buildings and smirked. "We're almost home. Kids, just don't look down," the girl shrieked, cowering behind her brother's back, and the boy didn't seem to listen. As if on purpose, his head snapped down just as they stepped before the creaking wood. His eyes and his legs trembled, almost causing him to drop his sister. Malik sighed, turned around, and held out his hands. "What's your name?" Yeah, holy shit. Okay, enough, I get it. Your parents told you not to say it, correct? He slowly nodded. "All right, fuck me, I won't ask again, but I need to call you something, so for now, how about Scaredy Cat? No? Then, let's see. Chicken? The boy offered no reply, trembling with his eyes half closed. Tough, weakling, wimp, was. His brows twitched as he finally snapped and went forth, wanting to kick Malik's shins. But before he could, Malik tapped his knee with his stick, making him stumble. "Hey, look at that, Tilda." "You're already on it." Chicken looked down, only now realizing what he had just done. I am. He, I did it." Malik's smile widened, and he ruffled the boy's hair. "Well done, kid, now let's go." The girl looked at their interactions with a bewildered gaze, and as the two walked further in, her lips slowly formed a cute little smile, her tears drying up. Outside the projection, to everyone spectating, those three already began looking like a sweet orphaned family, one that tried their best even when the times were hard, even when death was knocking on their door. It was unexpected and surprisingly beautiful. None of them could have guessed that his memories would show such things. Those who expected just death and slaughter felt revolted almost. They couldn't believe it, their emotions all over the place. Neither could Huda. That smile made her cringe. She hated it so much. And she wasn't the only one. Saphira stared at the projection with eyes filled with envy. He could treat people like that? Then what about me? I was his only disciple. He should have been nicer to me. Her jealousy was hidden, but those who noticed her look of hostility towards Huda would have easily picked up on it. Fortunately for her, no one did, as they were all fighting their own inner battles, grappling with what they were seeing. "Everyone, don't forget, we're watching the villain's memories." The hero's voice boomed through the king's hall, snapping everyone's attention upward. In the blink of an eye, he'd flown up to the ceiling, hovering like some kind of smug bird. He's ended clans, kingdoms, villages, and entire family lineages. He deserves no empathy. Arms spread wide, he spun around slowly, making sure every last person was looking at him. "Don't be shaken." What he was doing was crystal clear. There wasn't a more obvious way of spelling it out. Zafar planned to control the crowd early to gain favor in their hearts while also painting everything as black and white. Usually, such an attempt would have been laughed at, but as they weren't in the best of mental states, many thousands in the hall that nodded at his words. Seeing his plan working, Zafar smiled in delight, though only for a moment, as a man's entrance had ruined his parade. "Lady Roya, we have urgent news." Roya calmly turned to him and nodded, signaling that he could say it out loud. Many hundreds of projections have been seen throughout the planet. They're all displaying the Sultan's memories. Unsurprisingly, not many reacted to the news, deeming it as something natural. After all, if it wasn't stated enough, one of the 10 commandments was used. Only those who remained on their knees, prostrating every other minute, began to celebrate, smugly thinking that this had proven them to be correct. God, the one and only true Sultan, had his hands in this mess, and they, the lucky ones, had the blessing of being in the presence of his powers. Whatever role he wished for them, they would fulfill. He was law, and law was he. All hail, All hail, all hail, all hail, all hail. Inside the projection. During the time it took to get those fanatics to quiet down, Malik and the little ones had already gotten inside the crumbling building, finding themselves in a rusty room, where 2 bunk beds took most of the space, leaving only a meter or so of distance between the door and the beds. Sighing in relief that no one else was there, Malik pointed at the cleaner bed, silently asking them to sit there, then sat on the one opposite it, which looked much worse for wear. Chicken did as he was told, but the girl had other plans. Dropping down from her brother's back, she wobbled over to Malik and asked, "Do you know where Mommy and Daddy are?" He shook his head. "Nope, no idea." But Malik leaned forward and lowered his head until it reached the same level as hers. "Do you want me to find them for you?" "Yes." Her little smile matched Malik's, and they shared a quick chuckle. "Then consider it done. Your big brother is the strongest you know." Tilda. Giggles that alleviated all his tension resounded once more, and he barely stopped himself from picking her up and squishing her chubby cheeks. "Big brother is the strongest." "Yeah, I am." Those two acted as if they were their own little world, celebrating what ironically would become the truth. But all of a sudden, her face turned quizzical, as if she had just realized something was missing. "What's your name, big brother?" Her large round eyes were locked on his golden ones. "I want to know too, big brother." Chicken naturally joined in as well, losing most of the nervousness he showed when he first interacted with him. "Malik." He glanced at them both. "My name is Malik. My guardian named that." "Are they gone too?" Raising a brow, he looked back down at the girl, picking her up and sitting her beside him. "You're a smart girl, aren't you, Tilda?" She giggled once more, still feeling ticklish from her armpits being touched. Malik softly patted her head and closed his eyes. "Yeah. He's gone far, far away." Outside the projection, everyone could see Malik's trembling brows, realizing the true meaning of his words, but instead of feeling any negative emotion, most of them celebrated. "Ha ha ha. So even the villain can make faces like that, huh? That's what you get." "Not so strong now." They would have gone on and on if they could, but "Shut up." "Quiet." "Stand down." "Please lower your voice." Each of the 4 heroines spoke at once, shutting down those men and women. Not even Saphira, Devil Moore's fairy, the gentlest, could keep quiet about them. Only Layla, his ex-wife, could, though barely at that, because she knew that if she let herself go, all of them would be dead in a few breaths. Though she hated Malik to the bone, she wasn't going to allow nobodies to insult him. Zafar, going along with the precedent the woman had already sent, went back on his previous words and admonished them. "We are meant to be the righteous ones, so how are?" But no one listened, their interest in what was occurring in the projection peaking to new heights. Inside the projection. "So you want me to give you a name too?" "Yes, yes." The little girl bounced on the bed, somehow still filled with energy. Malik nodded at her, then locked eyes with the boy. "To be honest with you, I wouldn't have saved you if not for her." Chicken's eyes widened, not understanding why his big brother would reveal something like that. "Trust me, if you were 2 guys, I'd have dipped, leaving you to rot, so be thankful to her, all right?" Before he could reply, Malik asked the question that he knew was on his mind. "Why am I saying it?" "Well," he ruffled the little girl's hair. "It's the context for why I'll name you Huda. My right path." Outside the projection. Boom. As if an explosion had occurred, everyone's minds were blown, even the lady herself, who seemingly had forgotten the origin of her name. This confirmed those who still doubted the projection. Huda al-Saif was the little sister of Malik, a beggar. I'm sure nothing major happened to the al-Saif family around that time, so how did they end up like this and for this long? Internal feud maybe. Yeah, typical assassinations most likely. People began to make guesses as to why they were there, while others, more specifically, the ones next to Huda, began to comfort her, knowing the internal plight that she was likely going through. You can look at them as different people. I'm sure your brother back then would have liked that. Exactly, it's obvious he cares for you even though you just met. No one would take issue if you kept your name unchanged. Yeah, even if it wasn't Master Cyrus that named you, I'm sure the elders wouldn't complain. Zafar, the opportunist weasel that he was, join the train as well. He was the first to notice Huda's hesitation, knowing how bad it would appear to the public if one of the 5 leaders of the coalition had defected. They're right, and while saving you from death deserves great respect, leaving your brother to die, stealing holy relics from your parents' treasury, killing your uncle, the Sultan himself, and massacring half of those under your family's rule are not blood debts that could be settled, not even in multiple lifetimes. She sighed, hesitation draining from her face as she looked back at the projection with hateful eyes. I get it. Don't worry, a hateful mob isn't easy to dissuade. Zafar looked away and clicked his tongue, not liking how even she, the one who was supposed to be most naive, picked up on what he was doing. I'll kill him myself if I have to. Inside the projection. So, now that we've made friends and all, how about telling me which family you're from? I need to know if you ever want to find your parents and go back home. Chicken looked at his big brother for a while, then answered, we're from El-Safe. Malik tilted his head. Who? The boy repeatedly opened and closed his mouth, not knowing what to say. Outside the projection, he wasn't the only one. Those watching were in disbelief as well. Just what kind of life had he lived that he didn't know the family of sultans? A family so great that more than 80% of sultans had come from their lineage. And he, Malik, the one who obliterated their rule, ending their streak, didn't even know of them? That was an insult that angered Huda like no other. Malik. Inside the projection. We are very rich. Huda answered in her brother's stead, and though simple, it was enough for Malik to comprehend what happened to them, or at least form a few guesses. Then it's safe to assume that your home is very far from here? She nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's very far and very big. Malik held back a sigh and brought her head closer to him, becking it with his dry lips. We're family now, all right? So you need to listen to me at all times. I will. She giggled, squirming around in his embrace. Malik softly picked her up, using most of his strength, then sat her down with her brother. Stepping back, he looked at them for a moment, and his smile slowly vanished. He was already imagining the suffering those two would go through in the upcoming days. If he was a betting man, he'd wager they might not even survive tomorrow. Chicken, seemingly knowing his big brother's troubles, embarrassingly reached out his hand and held his. Malik's eyes snapped toward him, remembering their moment at the wooden pathway. Guess I can't call you Chicken anymore, huh? Why yeah, I'm brave, like you. The kid beamed, puffing out his chest like he'd just conquered the world. Yes, you are. So how about a reward? His smile returned as he pushed them apart and sat in between them. What is it, Tilda? What reward? He turned around, yanked the bed sheets from beneath them, making them squeal as they tumbled slightly, and crawled to the far side of the bed. Settling in with a satisfied groan, he flopped onto the pillow and patted the empty spot beside him. Come here. The invitation didn't need repeating. They practically threw themselves in front of him, giggling as they nestled in beside him without worry of tomorrow. Outside the projection, many watching didn't know if they had to look away or not. It was too private of a moment, and to have it displayed to the entire planet surely must have felt embarrassing. Even if it was back then when she was just a little girl, the event had defined her life. And sure enough, as they all expected, Huda's face competed with the ripest of tomatoes in how red one could be. She hid her face behind her dress's sleeves but to no avail. They all could see her. Those in her camp tried to relieve those feelings, but all their incessant yapping bore no fruit. She just wanted to get it over with. Inside the projection, the day had been a total nightmare for those two, and only now, when their bodies completely relaxed, did they begin to feel it, their exhaustion catching up, making them remember things that they had yet to process. Their little bodies melted into the bed like it was the first good thing they'd felt in forever. Outside, the sky was starting to dim, announcing the arrival of the cold. Technically, it was pretty early to knock out, but who was going to complain? They sure wouldn't. Malik wouldn't either. Honestly, being in bed, under a roof, away from the chaos. For a beggar, it didn't get much better than this. Sure, the room turned into an oven during the day when their shams decided to bake everything in sight, but it still beat being out the begging on the streets. And yeah, maybe there was another reason Malik preferred to sleep early, But he wasn't about to dig up that mess right now. It would have only ruined his mood. "A bedtime story," Malik suddenly announced, breaking the comfortable quiet. Both heads snapped toward him, Chicken's eyes immediately wide with curiosity, while Huda just snuggled closer, her small body radiating warmth against the cooling air. "A story about who?" Malik sat up slightly. "Sinbad." He leaned back against the wall, his arms folded behind his head, looking every bit like a storyteller ready to spin a grand tale. "Who's Sinbad?" Malik raised an eyebrow at the boy's question, feigning shock. "Who's Sinbad?" "Only the greatest sailor to ever sail the 10 seas." 10? All 10 seas? "That's right. Not 1, not 2, not even 3 like the boring sailors you hear about. 10. This guy? He was the emperor of the ocean, the sultan of the waves." Huda, initially unimpressed, perked up at the mention of a sultan, her head tilting with interest. Chicken, meanwhile, was already leaning forward, practically vibrating with eagerness. "Once upon a time, in a land far beyond the Sham's burning gaze, there was a man named Sinbad. He wasn't born a sailor, he was born a merchant, trading silks and spices across the lands. But one day, a storm swept him away, along with his ship and crew, into uncharted waters." "A broken bar," Chicken gasped, his eyes shimmering with the kind of wonder only children could manage. "And what happened?" "Oh, what didn't happen?" Malik grinned. "Sinbad faced off against giant sea serpents with scales like diamonds and teeth sharper than the mightiest of swords. He outsmarted cunning sirens who lured sailors to their doom. He even befriended a talking whale who helped him escape an underwater kingdom." Huda was starting to blink slower and slower, her head nodding slightly as sleep began to claim her. "But the best part?" Malik's voice rose for dramatic effect. "Sinbad didn't do it for treasure. No, he did it because he loved adventure, loved the thrill of danger, the feeling of the wind in his hair and the waves beneath his feet. He was fearless, clever, and unstoppable. He might even be comparable to me." Chicken chuckled as his hands balled into fists. "And then?" "What happened at the end?" Malik leaned closer, lowering his voice like he was sharing the world's best-kept secret. "At the end? Well, there's no end." Sinbad didn't stop. He sailed off into the horizon, searching for the 11th sea. "Some say he's still out there, charting new waters no one's ever seen." Chicken sat back, his mouth hanging open in awe. Huda, meanwhile, had completely surrendered to sleep, her tiny snores barely audible. Malik smirked, reaching over to pat her head softly. "Guess I've lost one listener," he muttered before turning back to Chicken. "So, what do you think, huh? Sound fun?" The boy nodded furiously, his excitement bubbling over, looking very much like a deranged chicken. "I wanna be like Sinbad." Malik chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. "All right, kid. While you're under my protection, your name's Sinbad. Forget whatever your old name was. You're a brave boy now, aren't you?" "Yes." Sinbad, his new name like a badge of honor, beamed with pride. But after a moment, he tilted his head curiously. "I've been meaning to ask, big brother." "What does Huda mean?" "You said something about here a broken bar right path or something." Malik snorted, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. "Don't tell her this, but I picked it up from some up-and-coming taxi service." Outside the projection, the room fell into an almost comical silence as the revelation sank in. Malik had named her, the pride of Al-Saif, after a third-rate taxi service. For a moment, nobody dared speak. The awkwardness was thick enough to cut with a butter knife. Then, all hell broke loose. He what?" one of her loyal followers screeched, clutching their chest like they'd just been mortally wounded. It's fine, another immediately chimed in as they desperately tried to salvage her honor. "The meaning is what matters." "Guidance." "It represents guidance." "How beautiful is that?" "So beautiful," someone else echoed with a feverish nod, sweat practically dripping down their face. "Honestly, who even cares where it came from?" "It's symbolic." "A divine coincidence. Really, it's about the intent. The name inspires. It's a beacon of hope, a star in the endless darkness." The pro-Huda camp clung to these explanations like life rafts, throwing out increasingly grandiose interpretations. "A name fit for someone destined to lead, to guide our people to greatness." But their voices were drowned out by the unmistakable sound of snickering. Zafar al-Nadir, the hero of this world, showed a smile while watching the image of his supposed friend drown. The situation, though bad for their coalition, made him feel better about himself. After all, his name was special, for he was victory, triumph, and precious. His tongue mimicked a slithering snake as he drawled, so the great villain decides to name Our Lady after a cab company. Though he meant it as a tease, an unfamiliar man joined in and clapped his hands slowly, sarcasm practically dripping from him. Indeed, Lord Zafar, it's truly inspirational. Nothing screams nobility like a shabby ride through the back streets of Zaway. Shut your mouth, Azim. You, out of all in this hall, have no right to say anything. One of Huda's people shot back, their face red with fury. Besides, a man like you wouldn't understand the depth of it. Depth? Azim flipped over his long, braided, ponytailed, black hair that stretched down to his ankles. Most of the gold around his neck and forearms rattled by the move, jingling enough to annoy everyone around him. Oh, there's depth, all right. The depths of a bad joke. Huda's followers and sisters wanted so badly to sock him a new one, but they knew better than to attack him. Though he looked like a flamboyant and barely muscular young man, his red, ring-like eyes alone had kept them at bay. Moreover, this man was the one who had accompanied Malik throughout his life as the Sultan. He was Malik's right-hand man, the one who oversaw all the death and destruction. Many of them believed that he should have been there, dead alongside his master, but a fair few had disagreed, having them delay his execution until later. It was only right that he saw Malik killed first. After all, he too was betrayed. What? Cat got your tongue? Say that in here. Enough. Huda's voice cut through the chaos like a whip. Everyone in her immediate vicinity froze, mimicking the paused world of earlier. Her face was beet red, the kind of red that could make even the ripest of tomatoes weep with envy. But her expression? Pure exasperation. You're all embarrassing me. She glared at her loyalists first. Stop twisting it into something it's not. It's a name, not a prophecy. She turned her glare on Azim next, her tone dropping to something far more dangerous. And you shut up, before I shove your slithering tongue down your throat. Azim blinked, his smirk faltering for just a moment before he raised his hands in mock surrender. Fair enough. Huda sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Malik gave me a name, that's all. And, yes, maybe it's from a taxi service, but who cares? It's mine now. Her gaze swept across the room, daring anyone to argue. Let's focus on what matters, all right? Like the fact that he's about to leave us behind. That's what I care about, and not some stupid taxi. With that, she crossed her arms and looked back at the projection, clearly done with the conversation. The room stayed silent for a beat, everyone too stunned or too scared to respond. And then someone whispered, honestly though, it is really beautiful. Huda groaned, burying her face in her hands. She really needed new followers. Inside the projection, Sinbad's eyes went wide, and the two of them broke into quiet laughter, trying not to wake Huda. Okay, Sinbad whispered, holding out his pinky. Pinky promise. Malik grinned and held out his own pinky to meet the boys, but just before they could seal the deal, he froze. His ears caught the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing outside the room, and his smile dropped instantly. "Shh," he whispered, quickly pulling the blanket over them and pushing the two deeper into the bed. He held Sinbad close, covering his mouth with a firm but gentle hand. The door creaked open. Can't get, used to place. Shit's barely holding on. Tilda. Three men stumbled in, their gait unsteady and their speech slurred. Malik's stomach twisted as he eyed them. Damn drunkards, slave traders, dangerous and desperate ones at that. They were on their last legs, clearly out of options. Still smells like piss. One of them laughed, kicking a hole through the wooden wall just for fun. Ain't it just? Hey, where's the little rat? He owes us. Malik sat up slightly, prepared to put his body between the men and the children at a moment's notice. Already paid my dues for last week. You were supposed to come tomorrow for the next. Oh, yeah, and I ain't got shit today, so get the fuck out and let me sleep. The first man squinted at him, stepping closer. What's with the blanket, then? Hiding food again? Malik forced to laugh. Learned my lesson last time, didn't I? No food, just me trying to stay warm. The man stared for a moment longer, then burst into loud, obnoxious laughter. Good, be that way if you don't want your legs to get fucked up again. The second man joined in, and Malik held his breath, hoping they'd leave. But just as they were about to step out, a small sound shattered the tense silence, a soft, sleepy grumble. Huda was the source. Fuck. Malik's blood ran cold. The men froze, their heads snapping back toward him. You lied, Tilda. Outside the projection, those in the hall were both confused and in disbelief. Every man and woman, even the named, turned to the leader of Al-Saif, their gazes asking one single question: do you remember any of this? Huda, who looked the most surprised out of them all, just shook her head slowly. She was silent for a beat longer, as if processing the memory for the first time, but then she dropped her gaze and muttered, I think I was knocked out the whole time. Admitting that made her wince, like a fresh wound she could feel but didn't want to touch. The last thing I remember is sleeping on that bed. Then, I woke up in my uncle's arms. He told me that I was abandoned. A few of her followers looked like they might explode from frustration. He saved her again? How is this the first we're hearing about this? Don't we look like such assholes right now? Killing the one that saved Our Lady? You can't tell me you're forgetting what he did. This villain even massacred some of our families. They looked at the girl, whose eyes were welling up with tears just at the thought of her loved ones, all killed by Malik's merciless hands. We know, but still, you can't deny that if not for him, then Our Lady wouldn't have been with us today. One man scoffed, clearly unimpressed. I can't believe he brought them there if he knew his roommates were scum. What was he thinking? Another person, one with a brain inside his head, shot back, shut up, Damas, you know damn well it was a last-minute decision. And he obviously didn't think they'd be back here today. Plus, where else could he take them? He was barely surviving himself. Huda didn't say anything to them. She stood there, eyes focused on the projection, her thoughts swirling. Her posture, once full of pride, anger, and hurt, began to falter as the weight of what Malik had done not once, but twice started sinking in. The mood in the room was shifting, and it wasn't going unnoticed. Zafar tried to seize that moment and make it his own, raising his voice to drown out the crowd. Everyone, it's only natural that you feel empathy for his plight. That is a sign of a good person. You are good. The people quieted down, listening to their hero speak. But he isn't. As one of Lady Huda's attendants put it, the young Sultan could be seen as a wholly different person. You can root for him if you wish, I see no problem in that. But be sure to prepare yourself for what'll happen later. Many nodded their heads at his words, agreeing with most, if not all of what he said. And that was to be expected. After all, he took a neutral stance that held out its hands to every opinion. Wise as always, my lord. I expect nothing less of you, my lord. I agree wholeheartedly with you, my lord. While his yes men complimented him non-stop, Azim glanced at Huda and sneakily said, isn't it funny? The devil Sultans, the so-called villain, here, playing guardian to children. Tell me, Lady Huda, how does it feel to know you were in the hands of someone so benevolent? His words were meant to cut, to provoke, but instead, Huda's expression softened. The harsh lines of hatred that had been etched on her face for so long were starting to blur. She couldn't hold on to the anger anymore, not after everything she had just seen. And she wasn't the only one. Those who had only been the victims of his evil, seeing the Sultan as entirely heartless, were murmuring in disbelief. Is that really the villain? I thought he was a monster. He wasn't supposed to care, not about anyone. Another voice, this one confused to hell and back, echoed, yeah, but after seeing this, he's not what I thought. He's just a kid. A really messed up kid, but still. Some, unable to let go of their hatred, not even for the kind little boy in front of them, opened their mouths to protest, to dismiss his kindness, but nothing came out. No words felt right anymore. They'd never thought they'd see Malik like Thesa protecting, caring, doing something good for once. And as for Zafar, though he spoke well, he could already feel the cracks forming in his coalition. More specifically, Huda. Zafar didn't know what she was thinking anymore. He looked at the paused projection and then at her, his smile faltering. It was the first time he didn't have any semblance of control over the narrative. The young Malik wasn't the monster he wanted him to be, he just wasn't. And worse, the world was starting to see him differently, realizing that he was never the devil spawn they made him out to be. Enough, Huda finally said, looking around the room, her voice frustrated to the extreme. I'm done with this. Malik's actions don't need explaining. I know what he did for me. For Sinbad. He doesn't have to be some hero for it to mean anything. Slowly, her gaze shifted back to the projection, and her loyalists, the ones who'd fought and bled for her, fell silent. This was new, uncharted territory. Huda had finally acknowledged it. The villain, the one who ruined her life, had also saved it, twice, and luckily many times more before she had awoken. Even if she didn't remember it all, she knew it was real. She could feel it in her heart. And despite the cracks, his later actions, the unforgivable evil he'd commit, she had to admit something to herself she hadn't dared before. Maybe he wasn't so bad. Her whisper seemed to echo in the minds of everyone present. Even Zafar, who felt the shift but couldn't stop it, let out a long breath. He wasn't sure what to make of it, but one thing was clear: tides were changing and he wasn't confident that he could calm it next time. Inside the projection, probably a rat. Now, fuck off. Malik gave him the bird and laid back down on the bed. His acting was natural and award-worthy, but unfortunately the first of them wasn't convinced. A rat, huh? His face twisted into a sick grin. Sounded more like a cute little fuckable mouse. Something in Malik snapped. Sinbad, he hissed under his breath, eyes locked on the boy's wide, terrified gaze. Take her. Now. Go. Sinbad stared, frozen. Now. Malik barked, louder this time, his voice enough to jolt Sinbad into action. The boy scrambled to his feet, scooping up Huda in a panic. She stirred slightly but didn't wake, her small body limp against his back. Malik didn't wait to see what happened next. He lunged for his makeshift cane, a withered stick barely strong enough to support his weight and gripped it tight. The drunkards laughed as he limped towards them, not seeing an inkling of a threat in him. Oh, what's this? The little rat's got some fight in him. Who you poking with that? Better put that stick down before you hurt yourself, boy. Their insults came one after the other, intent on breaking him down. But Malik wasn't affected, not in the least. His response was a raging scream as he stabbed the stick forward with all his might, aiming for the closest man's balls. Fuck. The impact was solid, a disgusting pop that made the man howl in pain while crumpling him to the floor. Sinbad, run. Show me that I wasn't wrong in naming you after him. Malik's shout echoed, ensuring that they'd have at least a chance to survive, but thankfully, it was unneeded. Sinbad didn't hesitate this time around. He had already opened the window in between the bunk beds and climbed up, now standing outside on the protruding limestone. Oh. Malik heard a low-sounding whimper but didn't dare risk a glance. The boy was out. That was enough. His job was over. Whatever happened to them next rested on him more than it did on Malik. That, in one weird way or another, had given him a strange sense of relief. Crippled rat. But Malik's emotional moment was short-lived. The second man charged at him like a bull, aiming to smash him into the ground. Malik paused a beat, then stepped to the side and jabbed the stick forward, piercing the soft flesh of his gut. Gaha! Doubling over with a wheeze, the man stumbled past him and crashed into the beds, knocking himself down. He wasn't getting back up, at least not for the next 10 seconds, but Malik didn't stop. Pivoting on his left, he kicked the man square inches the head and continued the movement, slamming his stick into the back of the first man's neck in the hope of keeping him on the ground. 4 hits. 4 solid hits. That was all he could manage. Let's fucking stop this shit, eh? The final man, their leader, who previously stood back and just watched the fight, had finally interfered, wrenching the stick out of Malik's hands with a force that nearly dislocated his shoulder. You think you're tough, huh? Think you're a little hero? Shoot you are. Malik didn't get a chance to respond before the first blow landed, a boot to his back that sent him sprawling onto the floor. He didn't see it coming, as it wasn't the leader who attacked him, but the man with the crushed balls. It seemed that the stick wasn't enough to keep him out of the fight. Ugh! The second kick came fast, then another. Malik curled into himself, trying to shield his head and stomach, but the blows kept coming, kicking him around like a game of football. Should have stayed down. Fucking rat. The two he injured were beyond furious, doing their best to inflict the most amount of pain on him, but whatever was left of Malik's focus wasn't on them. It was on their leader, or the one who'd heard Huda's grumble, the one who'd taken his stick, the one who'd condemned him to death. This rat gave us more trouble than I expected. The kids almost escaped. Good thing I had backup standing by. Tilda. Through the haze of pain, Malik heard his words loud and clear, as if it were done on purpose. A little girl. Been a while since I had a pretty little thing like that. Oh, she's gonna make me feel real good. What snapped inside Malik had now erupted. You sick bastard. His roar was louder than any other before it, and he struggled to stand with all that remained of his strength, ignoring the searing pain. Stay down, you rat. But it was no use. One of the men slammed him back down with a kick to his chest, knocking the air out of his lungs. Ugh! Malik wheezed, clutching his sides, and they continued their assault, enjoying each blow. His vision blurred, the edges darkening, but he could still hear their laughter, haunting him, taking over his thoughts. And soon, the world tilted. The pain dulled, but not because it stopped. Malik's body was simply too broken to register it anymore. That was when they became bored. It was no fun to play with a broken toy. Let's go, we'll bury this trash later. Yeah, we need to catch the brats before they fuck up and get devoured. Malik barely felt it when they stepped over him, their boots pressing into his bruised ribs as they walked away. He lay there, motionless, staring up at the ceiling. His mouth hung open, but no sound came out. They're going to die. The thought burned in his mind, a cruel truth he couldn't escape. Sinbad, Huda. They were going to die. His body refused to move, but his mind screamed. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get the fuck up. You have a purpose now. Don't lose it. Don't fucking lose it. You waste of space. You human garbage. Worthless piece of shit. Get the fuck up. Hot tears streamed down his face, mixing with the blood and grime that covered him. I hate you, broken bar. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I fucking hate you. I always have. You've never done anything but fail me. Their hopes are pinned on you, broken bar on us. You've decided to save them. They're your responsibility, and you've failed them. Failed yourself. Again. But it's fine. It's fine, you can still save them. So get up. His fingers twitched. Just, please, do something. Anything. Apostrophe. He didn't move. Apostrophe. How dare you? How dare you lie here and let them get chained? She's going to get raped. Please. For her. Do it. Get up. Get your worthless ass up. Off the ground. Despite his endless screams, his body didn't listen. It could not. This wasn't a fantasy story. It was real life. There was no miraculous surge of strength. No heroic second wind. He was a malnourished child that had been beaten black and blue. The fact that he had survived this long was already a miracle. Expecting more of him was pure idiocy. No. Please. Malik's head lolled to the side and his breathing ceased. The world around him grew dimmer, his vision slowly devoured. And then, there was nothing. Nothing but sweet dreams. Outside the projection, the hall was dead silent, except for the sound of a few hundred younger guild members retching into their hands. Those near the projection had it the worst. For whatever godforsaken reason, the holy relic transmitted not only his memories but his pain as well. Before they could get to a safe distance, where the pain could no longer be felt, many of their minds has become scarred. They just couldn't handle it, even those way at the back. Every single person in that hall had been there, with him, and they heard every ounce of his agony. All of it. Malik's desperate screams, his furious self-loathing, the pathetic cracks in his voice when his body just wouldn't move anymore, his desperate fight to get up. How they had witnessed it all. The rawness of it. The bitterness. The sheer, unfiltered hopelessness of a man clinging to life by his fingernails only to get kicked down, over and over again. It was simply too much. And then, everything came to an end. Gradual. Sure, but to them, it felt sudden, especially Zafar. He expected Malik to gain some sort of fortuitous encounter, not whatever this was. A broken boy, beaten to death in a filthy corner of nowhere, dying with nothing but despair and hatred to keep him company. No grand sacrifice, no noble end, just another corpse nobody would care about. They didn't know how to react to that. The big bad villain, the monster they'd been planning to kill for hundreds of years, had died choking on his own blood while thinking of saving kids he met earlier that day. Some stared at the ground, refusing to look at the projection any longer. A few had tears streaking their faces, ashamed to wipe them away in case someone noticed. Others, those made of colder stuff, looked pale and uneasy, like they'd just witnessed something they shouldn't have. Maybe they had. Even the hardened veterans looked shaken. These people were among the strongest of those on Famably, ones who'd braved the 6th layer of Alfora and seen friends gutted like Fisher, but this? It hit different. Just ugly, messy. It was a dog's death, a rat kicked into the gutter, and they'd all watched it unfold, unknowing of how to react. Well, shit. Azim broke the silence first. Of course he did. That's one way to go. He tried to keep his same energy but couldn't. He sounded hollow. Even he was shaken to the core by all that was on display. Layla glared at him, her fists clenched so tightly that blood began to seep. Her golden, cat-like eyes glimmered anger, grief, lightly both. Shut your damn mouth. Azim glanced at her. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I supposed to clap, or maybe cry a little, like everyone else here? Huda snapped her gaze to him, furious. She took a step forward, moments away from attacking him. You heartless bastard. You watched that and still have the nerve to stop. Noor's voice sliced through the tension like a blade, halting her words. She didn't shout, didn't need to, especially not with Roya backing her up. Bickering won't change what we just saw. Ever the calculating one, she moved closer to the front of the hall. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her, her usual composed demeanor cracking ever so slightly. What we just saw is undoubtedly real. It was an ending, his ending. And yet, she trailed off, her blue eyes darting to Malika or whoever the hell was sitting there, trapped in chains. Yeah, and yet, here he is. Zafar al-Nadir's voice broke through, stealing her thunder. What the hell does that make you? He pointed a finger directly at Malik with all the subtlety of a hammer. You're supposed to be dead. I saw you die. We all did. Malika or not Malika remained on his throne, dying as he was. If they believed that he could respond, then they were surely mistaken. Damn it. Huda's fury spilled over as she played back her memories, the ones of their reunion. Tears brimmed in her eyes, though she refused to let them fall. Was it all a lie? Was everything a lie? No one answered her murmur. They had nothing to give. You screamed for us. In your last moments, you screamed, not for yourself, but for us. You cursed yourself. You begged yourself to get up. Her voice faltered for the first time, but she quickly steadied it. You weren't lying then. You weren't faking that. She looked directly at him, her expression nearly broken. So who the hell are you now? Her moment was interrupted by the sharp clink of Noor's golden goblet as she tapped it against her armrest. Who indeed? She tilted her head, her veil fluttering slightly as she considered the implications. Was that truly Malik, or is this some convoluted ploy of his? He always did have a taste for theatrics. Layla was trembling, not with fear, but rage. She took one step forward after another until she was standing before the projection, glaring at it as though it might bring Malik back to life. He wouldn't. Husband wouldn't just die like that. He's the one who caused all of this. He can't. He can't. Oh, but he did, Madam Layla Tilda. The hall's tension thickened as Azim chuckled softly. A shame, really. I would have expected my Sultan to put on a better show. Azim. Please. Not now. Roya turned to him, eyes threatening quite unsavory actions. If you have nothing of worth to contribute, silence yourself. Of worth? Azim smirked, crossing his arms as he looked at the one he used to love. Everything the Sultan did, every scheme, every massacre, every drop of blood spilled is why we're all here now. His death is your worth, Roya. Don't act like you're above it. Safira, who had remained quiet until now, finally spoke. You're all fools, incredible fools. You think this changes anything? She gestured toward the projection, her hand trembling slightly. "You seem to forget. But almost all of you stand here as his executioners. This conversation serves no purpose." Nor laughed softly, the sound chilling. "Spare us the morality play, dear disciple Tilda. You speak as though you're untainted by him. Weren't you the one who stood by his side until you couldn't bear the weight of his actions like Madame Layla over there?" "I betrayed no one." "I didn't betray him," they both snapped, their once kind voices rising with an intensity that silenced the hall. Layla looked at Saphira and continued, "We left because we had no choice. Unlike the rest of you, we didn't take up arms against him. We didn't conspire to kill him. And yet," she paused, taking a deep, shuddering breath, "we still mourn him." "What about you, Nor? Do you mourn anything at all?" Layla turned to Huda. "And you were there, weren't you?" "You were with him back then." "How could you let this happen?" Huda didn't bother replying, understanding that this was just an emotional outburst. Layla wasn't dumb. Everyone knew she didn't expect anything from a child that young, even if she were royalty. "Ha ha ha ha." Azim laughed aloud, never not confrontational. "What did you expect her to do, Madame Layla? Pull a miracle out of her ass?" "Even if she was awake and did try something, the Sultan wouldn't allow it. He's the stubbornest bastard alive. You are dead. Doesn't matter. If he decided he was gonna die saving someone, that was the end of it." Huda looked down. "I would have done something if I could." She defended herself even though she didn't need to. "Ha. Those words sound real funny coming from you." Azim attacked her as well, targeting everyone around him, holding back nothing. "Don't act like you weren't ready to stab him in the back a second ago." The tension in the hall continued to rise, each word exchanged like a drawn weapon waiting to strike. Zafar was lost throughout it all, not knowing where to strike, as supporting one would lose him favor with the other. So, instead of doing that, he focused on the present. This isn't about assigning blame or justifying actions. The villains, or rather Malik's death, is a reality we must face. What matters now is understanding what comes next. What comes next? Huda's voice was sharp, her anger finding him the perfect target to lash out at. Zafar had failed before he could even begin. As he momentarily retreated behind his group of yes-men, Huda took center stage. "What comes next is that we find out who dared to impersonate my brother and why." Nor giggled once more. "Oh, darling, don't get ahead of yourself. For all we know, that it was your brother, at least a version of him. It wouldn't make sense for the holy relic to show us those memories otherwise. The Sultan we know was always resourceful. What's a little death to a man like him?" Azim sat on the ground in a lotus position, his usual smirk nowhere to be found. "She's right, but still, this is one hell of a head-scratcher. Either he's the Sultan, or he's not. If he is, we've got questions. If he's not, we've got even more questions. So how about we let the memories talk instead of yelling at him?" The hall fell silent once more, the echoes of their words lingering. Malik's death or the illusion of it had struck a chord none of them wanted to admit. Grief lingered at the loss of a truly kind soul, kinder than they ever gave him credit for. Anger simmered toward those drunk bastards who'd ended him so cruelly. Guilt crept in for the way they, of the heroic coalition, treated people like him. Beggars are the ones they'd always dismissed as less than nothing. And then there was suspicion over all that was happening, brewing just beneath the surface, ready to boil over at any second. But, above all of that, one thing was painfully certain. Whether Malik had truly died or not, even now, his presence loomed over them all, a shadow they could never escape. If only they knew the truth, they would have realized that all this farce was for naught. "I died again." It was quite something. "My first death certainly wasn't pretty, but this one hurt. It hurt bad, at a level I hadn't imagined possible." A part of me knew something like this was coming. "The death you've endured," was what the Lady of Time had said. That wasn't a throwaway line. Gods didn't act like that, and whoever sat with her at the same table, the gang of cosmic chess players, didn't either. It was why they numbed me down so much. If they hadn't, I was sure to have already gone insane by now. Reliving, or more accurately, embodying that long moment of death was gut-wrenching. Thinking about it alone made me shudder. If I had a body right now, I might have even felt it. Tears I would have shed, and maybe I'd be screaming into the void too, but alas, I've abandoned my mortal coil. Dead. Nothing but a soul drifting in the void. No body, no voice, no tears. Though not for long. I felt a pull, like a hook yanking me backwards. Before I could even process it, the world started rushing back into focus, dragging me with it. Or maybe I was being dragged to it. Either way, next thing I knew, I wasn't floating anymore. I was slammed back into my body. My dead body. Eyes fixed on the ceiling, lungs burning with the memory of breath. It didn't feel right. I'm not alive, not dead. Just a broken bar wrong. I tried to move, but nothing, as if something else had taken hold. Not my arms, not my legs, not even my fingers. Then, my head tilted on its own, wobbling like a marionette. At that moment, a sound started. A wet, raspy, wrong. I would have called it breathing, but it was too strenuous and strange. Like someone choking on mud. It was coming from me. I didn't need a mirror to figure it out. My chest barely moved, but the sound kept going, close enough to echo in my ears. I couldn't stop it. Couldn't control it, and then it hit me. I see, that was it. That was all I could think. Everything clicked into place in one awful, perfect moment. I was back in my body, back where I'd died, back in a world that had already moved on. And I couldn't stop smiling, because I knew exactly what was waiting for me. Hell. Outside the projection flickered, the image stuttering for a moment as if it was struggling to hold itself together, and then just like that the world blinked. It did so hard, like a bad cut in some cheap indie movie. Everyone just stood there, frozen, watching in shock as Malik's memories rewound. First, his head jerked back up, then he started breathing like it was the most unnatural thing in the world. After a few heart-stopping moments, he flew to one of the guy's legs. There was no mistaking it. The world was turning back in time. What the fuck? Azim muttered, scrambling to his feet. His cocky smirk was gone now, replaced by wide eyes and furrowed brows. Did anyone else just feel like their brain got drop-kicked? The projection fast-forwarded through his suffering, stopping just when Sinbad held out his pinky finger. A moment after, and there it was, the catch for whatever power he seemed to have, a flicker. It was faint, so faint they almost missed it. Just a shadow, rippling across Malik like dark ink spilling into water. It was suffocating, like something was creeping in, threatening to swallow him whole. The whole room sucked in a breath. Oh, fuck no, Azim blurted out, pointing at the screen like it owed him an explanation. Tell me someone else saw that shit. We all saw it, you idiot. Noor answered, her usual amusement nowhere to be found. Huda took a step forward, her breathing uneven. This can't be true. It can't be. Zafar wiped away the sweat forming on his face. Wait. No way. You guys aren't thinking this is what actually happened, right? They collectively ignored his murmurs, though not on purpose, as everyone in the hall was busy racking their brains about what they had just seen. Time reversal was impossible. That was a fact. Everyone believed it. But what they'd just seen, that shattered everything they thought they knew. He didn't. He couldn't. He can't. But he did. Is this the future? A prophetic memory? A goddamn DA tilde copyright? Avu. No, it's not. There's no denying it. We see his present. This actually happened. It did. Noor agreed with whoever had explained, her voice obviously agitated. This is something far worse than that. Layla's fists clenched, the faint tremor in her hands betraying her nerves. You don't mean, you can't mean. Oh, but I can. Lady Noor's right, Azim breathed, his voice hushed like he was afraid to say it too loud. The Sultan can go back in time. He can return by death. Silence slammed into the room like a thunderclap, broken only by Roy's whisper. That's how he won. That's how he became the most dominant Sultan in history. Safira hesitated, swallowing down her words, but Layla spoke for her, knowing exactly what she was going to say. It's impossible. No one can do that. Not even Malik. Huda nodded her head in a stutter. Why yeah, not even one of the 10 commandments can play with time. This is something else. As Noor said, it's something worse. Azim laughed, though it was bitter, really bitter, as if he was the one most wounded by this secret. That's not even the half of it. The implications of this aren't something we can predict. Especially whatever that shadow was. Clearly, we didn't know the Sultan as well as we thought. But it does explain everything. Noor's voice had turned cold. What? Zafar demanded, turning to her. What the fuck does it explain? She met his gaze, her eyes piercing through the veil. How he always seemed to be 10 steps ahead of us, no matter what we did. Is that why he changed so much? Huda stared at the Malik sitting in that projection, the one looking at Sinbad like a father would a son. She now knew that he wasn't the man they'd watched die earlier. He was someone else entirely. A man who knew death. Am I the one at fault? She wanted so badly to ask that question, but she couldn't get it out, leaving her eyes to do so for her. But unfortunately, she wasn't going to get an answer. Never. She had already condemned her brother to death. Layla looked down, her face blank. It is exactly why. He didn't just grow into it. He died. He built himself, over and over again. Noor giggled darkly, glancing at Huda. And now we're finally seeing the building blocks. Zafar dragged a hand down his face, feeling great envy. So, not only was he the Sultan, he was the goddamn cheat code. If he thought logically about it even for a second, he wouldn't have come up with such a hypocritical thought, but it was to be expected from the hero. Dying's a minor inconvenience when you can just undo it, isn't it? Noor said with a smile, though her hands trembled as they rested on her floating throne. Nobody dared to respond, whether to admonish her or support her. They didn't have to. The implications were burning themselves into their brains fast enough. It all made sense now. Every impossible victory, every uncanny shift in his strategies, every time it seemed like Malik had just known exactly what was coming. Because he had. The Sultan, who had ruled with an iron fist, who had orchestrated rebellion and bloodshed, hadn't just been a Magi. He'd been something else. Something that took the whole planet to unite just to stop him. Inside the projection, one moment, Malik was staring at the ceiling, broken, bloodied, and dead. The next, he was back on the bed, Sinbad in front of him, pinky raised with that same hopeful look in his eyes. Malik froze. His mind felt like it had been flipped upside down. What the hell just happened? Was he dead? Dreaming? Had he finally lost his damn mind? But his body didn't wait for his brain to catch up. It moved on its own, driven by some primal instinct. He lunged forward, wrapped his arms around Sinbad, and pulled him close. Step out the window. Now. His voice trembled. Please. Please just do it. Sinbad looked up at him, wide-eyed and confused, but the desperation in Malik's tone left no room for questions. Slowly, the boy nodded and turned toward the window. The frame was already loose, so they easily pushed it open. Sinbad carefully climbed onto the sill, clutching it with one hand as he balanced Huda on his back. He was halfway out. Weena. Damn it. The door slammed open. I knew it. Malik's heart dropped. You've been hiding something, haven't you, boy? The leader of the three men stood there, a cruel grin spreading across his face as his bloodshot eyes locked onto the two little ones. Thought you could keep them all to yourself? Malik didn't give him time for another word. He grabbed his stick of the same useless, withering thing and stabbed it forward with everything he had. The wood crushed the man's throat, sending him stumbling back into his companions. Run! Malik shouted, but he didn't need to. Sinbad was already outside. Smiling softly, he didn't wait for the dazed men to recover and bolted through the doorway, shoving past them. His bare feet pounded against the wooden floor as he raced down the hallway, making the building groan around him. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, the receptionist at the desk glanced up, her face as blank as always. Helper. Malik started, but he stopped himself. She didn't care. Of course, she didn't care. The woman didn't even flinch as he rushed past her and shoulder slammed the front door open with a loud crash, the brittle hinges giving way instantly. Sinbad! He screamed, spinning to face the first floor of the building where the boy stood. Sinbad was hugging the wall with one hand while holding Huda to his back with the other, his feet barely balanced on the protruding limestone. Drop her. Now. Sinbad hesitated for a moment before doing as he was told and letting go. Huda's limp body tumbled down, and Malik surged forward, catching her awkwardly in his arms as he fell backward onto the dusty ground. Pain shot through him, but he didn't care. He clutched the girl close and scrambled to his feet. "Sinbad, you're next." But the boy froze. His small hands gripped the wall even harder, his eyes darting between Malik and the window to his left. "Come on, there's no time." Malik yelled again, but Sinbad didn't move. Again, his legs trembled every time he put any strength in them, halting his attempts before they could even start. "The boy's still up here." Just then, the thinnest of the three men kicked the window open and climbed up while the other two arrived outside. "Get him." Malik glanced at the terrified Sinbad, who was now inching along the limestone in a panic, slipping with every other step. That look, though shorter, felt like an eternity. I'm sorry. Then, gritting his teeth, he forced himself to look away and ran. There was no other choice. Outside the projection, the hall broke out in chaos. No way. No way. Huda's voice cracked, shrill like glass shattering. He left him? He actually left him? Her words hung in the air, and no one could respond fast enough. No one except Azim. Phew. That's cold, even for the Sultan. Guess now we know how you survived, my lady. Shut up. Huda snapped, spinning to him with fire in her eyes. "You think this is funny? That was my brother." You saw the way he looked at Malik. He trusted him, he believed in him, and Malik just adjusted her. Azim raised an eyebrow. Don't shoot the messenger now, would you? It's against the law. Ignoring him, Huda's eyes returned to the momentarily frozen projection, her jaw clenched so tight it was a miracle she hadn't cracked a tooth. "I told you, I told all of you. I'm not wrong. I am not doing anything wrong." She couldn't finish that sentence as tears began to spill. It was a heartbreaking sight, and it melted many hearts within the crowd. But one of them wasn't buying it. "Don't. Just don't." Safira was the one. Everyone turned to her, who had mostly been silent throughout. Her usually kind expression was gone, replaced by obvious anger. "Don't pity yourself. And please don't pretend you're any better. Especially you, Huda. You've received something none of us have." Her eyes dropped, her smile sad, almost painful. "You don't know what it's like to be." She trailed off, shaking her head, but then her gaze went back to Huda, anger returning. None of us know what he was thinking, what he was feeling in that moment. And I'm sure, if we were in his shoes, most of you safe not illa would have done the same. Or worse. Much worse. So don't you dare judge him like you're saints. Safira. She raised her voice. "You think you know him? You don't." "None of us do." Azim is right, and I'm sure everyone here has realized this by now. So stop acting like you've got all the answers. Safira's gaze returned to the projection, and it resumed, almost as if it had decided their reactions were over. "Just watch." Inside the projection, Malik's legs were barely holding him up as they were, and every step felt like a punch to his knees. Carrying Huda in his arms didn't help as she was light, sure, but right now, she might as well have been a boulder strapped to his chest. His pace was more of a desperate shuffle than an actual run, but he pushed forward. Yet it was all for naught. In front of him, the only path out of here, stood a man. Malik didn't need to be told. That man was with them. He was the backup. He wouldn't have been here at this time otherwise. Thud thud thud. Behind Malik, the sound of heavy boots slamming against the ground grew louder. They had almost caught up. Malik was trapped. He looked at Huda, somehow still sleeping in his arms, then at the platform extended over the abyss to his right. It didn't take him long to make a decision. Better dead than a slave. Malik shot forth, running faster than he ever did as the wooden floor creaked under his weight, every step threatening to send him plummeting into the darkness below. He stopped just a step or two before the cliff, where the wood dangled down, about to fall. "Wait!" the leader of the men shouted. "Kid, don't be stupid. You don't wanna die, do you?" Malik inched further back. "I don't, but what choice do I have?" the man continued, his tone turning desperate. "Better a slave than dead, kid." "No." "Listen, just listen, yeah? We leave the boy alone. Just give us the girl. We can share the profits. I might even think about not tasting Hera." Malik took a whole step back, reaching the edge, his golden eyes blazing with rage. "Shut up. If you don't, I swear I'll drop her right now." It was a look that brought shivers down the man's spine. "Oh okay, just calm down. I'll stay quiet. all right?" The men slowly and quietly tried to get closer to Malik, moving like crabs a few meters ahead of him. Their eyes constantly darted into the void, unable to resist its terrifying pull. Malik didn't react, not feeling the least bit threatened by them. It was a scene that mirrored their first interaction, only now that instead of Malik being the threat, it was the platform beneath him, its edges splintering with each second that passed. "Sinbad!" Malik called out, his voice echoing across the chasm. The boy was still on the protruding limestone, though on the left side of the building instead of the right, just above the devouring abyss. It seemed that he and his pursuer had managed to do a full lap around the building. "Do you trust me?" Malik had left him for dead seconds ago. One wouldn't expect anything but a no, as a reply. Why yes. But it was Sinbad, though they had just met. He grew to love his big brother quite a lot. Enough that forgiveness came easier. Hell, this didn't even feel like a betrayal to him. His big brother's actions had been to save Huda, his sister, and Sinbad couldn't hold that against him. If anything, it made him respect the guy even more. "You agreed when I said you'd do whatever I told you, right?" Sinbad nodded furiously, tears streaming down his face. "Then jump." For a moment, there was only silence. Malik leaned back, his body teetering over the abyss. He stared at Sinbad, his eyes filled with something the boy couldn't quite place. And then he fell. The darkness swallowed him whole. "No!" Sinbad screamed, his hand shooting out like he could pull him back. But, a moment later, he quietened. Though the sight of them falling gave him incredible shock, it also quelled any hesitation left within him. Like a switch had been flipped. He was no longer afraid. He trusted Malik. He always would. Squeezing his eyes shut, he took a deep breath and pushed himself off the wall. "You idiots, fucking dumbasses. No, my goddamn money." The last thing they heard was the men's furious curses fading into the distance as they plummeted into Al-Fora, the maw of the devil. Outside the projection, the hall went quiet, quieter than it had ever been. And in that silence, there was a mess of disbelief, shock, relief, and something else. Something no one could really put into words. Well, almost no one. Because, sticking to his usual trend, Azim found it pretty damn easy. "Guess the Sultan ain't all bad after all." A collective sigh escaped the crowd, and the tension eased, but only a little. Malik had saved the kids, sure, but all he'd done was drag them into even more danger. Normally, they just write off anyone in their situation as good as dead. But now they couldn't. Not when they were right in front of them, alive. Well, one was, at least. Either way, nobody had a clue what was coming next. Her, not even Huda, the one who'd actually lived through it. Whatever was about to go down was bound to be way worse than anything they could have dreamed up, and probably a lot more disturbing too. Inside the projection, 10. Malik held onto Huda with all the strength he could muster, his arm digging her body into his chest. His eyes stayed locked upward, his back taking the full force of the wind and that swirling ether energy, or whatever it was called, whipping around them as they plummeted through the air. 9. What the hell did he know about Al-Fora? Nothing. Nada. Zilch. He was a beggar, not one of those map-carrying seekers. 8. Still, even a guy like him picked up scraps of info here and there, though it was mostly from his guardian. 7. That old man had hammered this stuff into Malik's head like his life depended on it, which, surprise, it actually did. "You'll thank me one day, kid. Probably when you're about to die." And here he was, about to die. "Guess you did one thing right, Pops." Malik showed a soft smile and continued the countdown. 6. His voice barely rose above the roar of the wind, and it wasn't only because he was tearing through it but also because of the devil's maw itself. Al-Fora, yeah, it devoured all, but it also pushed out the remains, an abyss surging with ether like a living, breathing thing. If that was all it did, Malik and the others wouldn't have made such a big deal about dropping in. But, of course, this was just the warm-up, a little teaser before the real nightmare began. 5. This abyss wasn't just any hole. It sat smack in the middle of their planet, to a pit so deep, people swore it punched right down to the planet's core. It was like a hellish layer cake, each slice deeper and deadlier than the last. 4. First layer, 100 meters down. Second, a kilometer. Third, 10. And it just kept escalating, numbers climbing as the depths dropped. 3. The planet wasn't just big, it was massive. 12 moons circled the damn thing, and its gravity could crush most people visiting from the outside. 2. So how was it that Malik was still falling? The definition of meter didn't change, did it? 1. No, it didn't, and if his countdown indicated anything, it was that certain laws of physics were messed up around here, most certainly due to that ether. Now, with a deep breath, Malik clamped Huda even tighter against his chest. Then it hit. A raw, guttural scream ripped from his throat as pain exploded across his back. Thin lines of ether carved through his skin like a whip, shredding his already ruined robes into pieces. His blood splattered and streamed above him, carried by the turbulent wind. Malik bit down on his lip hard enough to taste copper, cutting the scream short as he twisted midair to face the ground. They had finally entered the first layer's atmosphere. Now, it was no longer dark, swapped out for a green forest stretching forever. Many thick canopies swayed gently below, surrounded by hills of grass and jagged rocks, all next to a wide river, illuminated by a lighthouse that neared the darkness above. It was beautiful. But Malik wasn't in the mood to admire the view. He had way bigger problems. Sinbad. Malik angled himself forward, like a hawk diving towards its prey, inching his body closer to the free-falling boy. And Sinbad? His arms flapped uselessly, making him spin like a falling plane with a broken wing. You fucking kidding me? No, he wasn't. The kid appeared to be out cold, even though no injuries could be seen on his body. Their entry into the first layer must have knocked him out. Come on. Don't make me work harder than I already am. Though he was moving as straight as one could in his situation, Malik's mind was spinning. Every second of his fall made him lose even more hope that they'd survive. He needed to save the kid. He had to. But he saw no way to do so. Malik could either head for the river without him or try to catch him and die alongside him. Yesterday, he would have picked the former, but after he had already abandoned him once. Never. I'm not doing it again. But, just as he was about to angle himself further down, something strange happened. His whole body slowed, like he'd just hit some thick, invisible viscous liquid. He felt himself pushing through it, fighting against the drugger until, out of nowhere, before he could even react, it shot him out like a bullet. Whoa! Malik barely managed to snag Huda as she slipped out of his grip for a split second, his heart damn near leaping out of his throat. Pulling her back in close, he glanced below and noticed something. He was much closer to Sinbad now. A small smile crept onto his face. It's possible. It felt like someone had just opened a new door in his mind. And in that split second of clarity, Malik knew what to do. Though he didn't know exactly what they were, he could guess they had something to do with ether. More importantly, he knew they made him fast enough for him to catch Sinbad and reach the river without sacrifice. Those floating pockets would be his vehicle to victory. All right, let's see if I can find another. Instincts took over, the same ones that had carried him through a lifetime of begging, scrapping, and surviving. Malik's eyes darted around, scanning for those near invisible pockets of ether. Just at the edge of his vision. Found you. No time to overthink. He dove again. This time, he didn't just fall through it, no. He adjusted midair just before impact, angling himself to a fair distance below Sinbad. A faint pulse rippled behind him, and then a boomer he was shot forward, streaking like a comet through the air. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. It was working. He was getting closer. Sinbad's limp body finally in his direct line of sight. Malik felt like a tattered kite being whipped around in the wind, but he didn't care. He needed one more. Just one. Come on, come on. The ground was rushing up fast, and his frantic eyes caught nothing. Nothing except one lone pocket hovering just above a few trees. Malik knew exactly what he had to do. Angling himself like a falling arrow, he dove even harder toward the ground, closing the distance in seconds. When he was just a meter or so above the tree, his eyes locked on the pocket. Then, at the last possible moment, he leaned left, lining himself up with Sinbad's trajectory once more. Malik pierced through the pocket, stretching it like it was nothing, and shot out, way faster than any before it. I've got you. Reaching Sinbad at the last possible second, he caught him with his left arm, crushing the boy to his chest alongside his sister. "Now what?" Malik shouted, his voice hoarse and desperate. They were going against gravity, flying up, way higher than he wanted to be. It should have been a blessing, his one chance at survival, but unfortunately, the river was more than 10 meters away, and there was no pocket around them, at least none they could reach. It was hopeless, but even with everything looking like a lost cause, he wasn't ready to give up. He couldn't, not when he held responsibility for these kids' lives. "At least I'll save you." Malik held them tight, and then, using the momentum of his fall, he twisted his body, making him spin. With every ounce of energy that he had left in him, he threw them forward. And there they went, into another pocket, one that would hopefully send them to the river. To safety. Looking down, he managed a tired chuckle, barely able to keep his eyes open. "Let's see if I have a next time." And then a splat. The world went black. Outside the projection, the hall had not heard a single word since the projection last resumed, and this silence persisted even after it paused, giving the crowd a long moment to breathe, a reprieve from the repeated whiplash they had been experiencing. This time around, the silence wasn't quite as heavy. Everyone was still processing what happened, replaying what they'd just seen in their heads, trying to make sense of it. Malik had nearly done something impossible, and yet, it was something they expected of him. It wasn't just the act itself, though, that left them stunned. The way Malik, a kid with no real clue about the wider world, managed to adapt to a completely new environment on the fly. It was incredible, almost inhuman. And yet, even with all that, it still hadn't been enough. His life had slipped just out of reach, like a cruel joke. Not that it mattered much. His goal was misplaced from the start. The river? Yeah, not exactly the safest option. Huda knew that better than anyone. As Malik's memories played out in front of her, she found herself stepping closer to the projection, almost like she was trying to climb inside it, trying to feel what he felt at that time. It was twisted to a messed up way to atone for the helplessness she couldn't shake. Sure, Malik would eventually become the one to destroy everything she cared for, but that didn't matter right now. Not to her. Right now, Huda needed to do this. If she didn't, she wasn't sure she'd ever forgive herself. And as she stood there, the pain he felt crashed into her like a rampaging draft monster, forcing her to kneel. Alongside that pain came an obvious realization. Malik hadn't saved them. No, he had thrown them straight into a Dandan's mouth. But she didn't blame him. How could she? He didn't know. He couldn't have known. Regardless, her thoughts weren't on the river, her brother, or herself anymore. They were stuck on Malik, slamming into the ground, body broken, life snuffed out in an instant. She looked down and her face went pale, her eyes widened, and her mind kept reliving that sickening fall over and over again. The bitter taste in her mouth from earlier wouldn't go away, rather, it only increased in intensity. Her throat felt like sandpaper, too dry to swallow, too tight to breathe. She could barely stop herself from breaking down then and there. And she wasn't the only one. That was insane. As he muttered, his eyes wide with something close to awe. I thought he was gonna save them for sure. For a moment, there was nothing but that expectation. Because Malik, the Sultan they knew, he always found a way. Always, like some unstoppable force of nature barreling through every roadblock. And now, even with all the answers staring them in the face, even knowing the why behind it all, their brains just couldn't reconcile it. It didn't fit. It felt like a lie. All of it was just so different from what they thought to be the truth. Not now. Please. Layla couldn't take it anymore. With a shaky exhale, she dropped to the ground like her legs had given out. He was so close. So damn close. She shook her head, looking at the projection as if hoping the scene would change by her sheer willpower alone. But the screen was frozen right there, right on the aftermath, on the crater where Malik's body had hit the earth like a meteor, dust still settling, a cold, hard truth. One she couldn't argue with. One that sat like a weight on her, on all of them. And though she knew it wasn't fair, she couldn't stop herself from hoping that next time, just maybe her husband wouldn't leave Sinbad behind, that he'd find a way to save them both, no matter the cost. Not for the sake of Sinbad. She didn't give two shits about him, but for Malik's sanity. His descent into madness was on the horizon, ready to pull him under. But for now, just for a little longer, she wanted to catch those glimpses of her Malik or her husband. The glimpses hiding deep within him, the rare few that made her fall in obsessive love. One more time. Just one more. That was all she was asking for. Inside the projection, the world blinked. Malik let out a breath and his eyes dimmed as if he had confirmed something bad. Shaking his head, he let those thoughts go for later and began to count down again. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. No more hesitation. He sucked in a sharp breath and prepared himself for entry. 5, 4, 3. Malik didn't even finish counting this time, opting to curl into himself instead. His face showed fear, not only at the incredible pain he was about to experience but also for the impossible he had to achieve. Then, her exclamation mark. His scream resounded once more as his back was torn and bloodied. He pulled Huda even closer, practically squeezing the life out of her as he turned around and snapped his body into position, aiming straight for the nearest ether pocket. Like clockwork, he was tossed around from one to another, flying through the air. He didn't have the luxury of enjoying the ride. Each twist of his body made him want to puke. Fortunately, there was nothing to puke, so he was fine in that regard. Each burst of ether slapped him around in a different way, even though he went at them with the same speed. Some pockets were like being launched out of a cannon, others dragged him down, almost suffocating him in their pool. A few had sent him soaring up, while most slammed him close to the ground. But every time, no matter the result, he got closer, closer to Sinbad, closer to not screwing this up, and it wasn't long before Sinbad. Malik shot out, arm outstretched, muscles on fire, fingers just grazing the back of Sinbad's shirt before yanking him in close. The boy was limp, completely dead weight but alive. That was all that mattered. Now the last one. Quickly scanning his surroundings, he found a pocket not so far away from the water, hung a fair distance below. Adorning his earlier posture, he tracked it like a hawk, angling his body just right. He, with sheer instinct alone, had calculated it, calculated everything, down to the millimeter. Bracing himself, Malik threw everything he had into the dive, piercing straight into the pocket. The boom! It hit him like a ton of bricks, his body flying forward, straight to the river. The water was coming up faster, way too fast. Shit! But Malik didn't panic. With every ounce of his strength, he twisted, using the momentum to steer them along the flow, hoping to lessen the impact. Closer, closer. Splash! They hit the water hard. It felt like slamming into a wall made of mercury. The air was knocked right out of him, and for a split second, he thought his chest was going to cave in. But then, the river took them in, swallowing the fall with a bone-shaking crash that sent exploding ripples all across the river's surface. They sank. They survived. Finally. Right? Wrong. Before Malik could even think about celebrating. No. A shadow passed overhead, and his blood ran cold. He craned his neck, squinting through the water. Something was moving above him. Big, fast. Moving like a hunter would before a prey. The shadow circled back, and it didn't take long for its shape to become clearer. A massive body slicing through the water like it was its home, its territory. Rows of jagged teeth glinted in its huge mouth that split open in the middle, making it seem impossibly wide. Oh, come on, as if I haven't had enough. The beast didn't care about his complaints. It was closing in, moving with the kind of speed that would have made anyone give up. But not Malik. He kicked hard, trying to propel himself and the kids out of the way. His muscles screamed, his lungs burned, and yet, his efforts were worthless. The shark-like creature had reached them, its jaws ready to swallow them whole. At the last moment, Malik twisted his body, flinging Sinbad and Huda away while pushing himself to it. His final actions changed nothing. Its maw snapped shut around them before he could even form his final thought. His world vanished in a blur of water and crushing darkness. Nothing. No dreams, just death. Outside the projection. Just how many times is he going to die? Inside the projection. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A countdown echoed in his mind, one that he grew too familiar with. 5, 4, 3, 2. Like before, Malik didn't finish and sucked in a sharp breath, biting down hard, refusing to make a sound. But unlike last time, he had succeeded. He didn't offer a scream to the first layer's warm welcome, not even a whimper. Malik took it all, every ounce of pain and pressure, his eyes blown wide, staring at absolutely nothing. Then, just like that, he flipped midair and faced the endless green below, repeating the cycle. And right on cue, there he was, a Sinbad, flailing around. In what felt like a blink, the kid was back in his arms, deadweight as usual. Third time's the charm, right? He would have liked that to be the truth, but he knew no. Focus. Shaking his head, he ignored his hammering heart and his ragged breath, trying to think, calculate, and come up with a way to survive. The river was a no-go. Even the shallower parts of it had monsters that could devour them with ease. Landing on the ground was the only way out of this mess. His only option. But the real question was, how? Just how could he go about pulling it off? Well, there was only one way to figure that out: a trial and error. Dying. A whole lot of dying. Right. His life was officially a tool now. It had lost its essence, becoming a means to an end. Surprisingly enough, that thought didn't bother him as much as it probably should have. Perhaps it was because he was using it for good, to save someone other than himself, or perhaps his brain just didn't have the time to fully unpack the horror of what that actually meant. If Malik was asked, he'd surely claim both, because all the heavy implications. Yeah, that was flying way over his head right now. None of it mattered to him. Why bother sweating the details when the only thing that was crystal clear was this: his deaths? Oh, they were going to be ugly. Real ugly. Now, he had to figure out something, anything to soften the landing, or at least slow him down when he got close to the ground. His first genius idea: spot an ether pocket just above the surface, use it to shoot himself up a bit, and then drop down. Not exactly graceful and quite a bit harsher than he would have liked, but hey, desperate times, right? So, he went for it, or, well, tried to. Turns out, there weren't any ether pockets close to the ground. Fuck me. Splat. Malik died. Blink. The fourth attempt actually started off kind of promising. Malik found a pocket near the ground. Progress. No. Unfortunately, his scream tore through the air as the pocket blasted him out, his arms barely holding onto the kids for dear life. The impact felt like getting hit with a truckload of TNT all going off at once. His teeth rattled so hard it was a mystery how he didn't bite clean through his tongue. Exclamation mark. He was sent spinning wildly, uncontrollably rocketing high into the air, way too high for whatever half-baked plan he'd cooked up to even consider working. Rather, he quickly realized that there was no chance he'd survive the landing. His vision blurred, the edges darkening like someone dimmed the lights. Fuck. Everything went black for half a second. Not again. Malik gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious, to fight through the dizziness. He had to stop spinning, had to get control, had to. Yet that was impossible. The force was so strong that it sent him toward the ground like a magnet. He couldn't correct it. He couldn't. Splat. Blink. Malik was falling again. This time, he had a better idea of where to go, and it certainly wasn't going to be the same path as the last one. No more surprises. He tightened his grip on Huda and Sinbad, eyes scanning frantically for any other ether pocket below. One after the other, he flew, keeping himself above ground much longer than before, trying to map out the best path even though his body felt like it was being torn apart with every transition. But that didn't last for long. One pocket, even bigger than the one that last killed him, had swallowed him whole and spat him out directly into the ground, ending his life before the pain could even hit. Splat. Blink. Attempt number 6 lasted longer than any before it. Malik managed to keep himself just a bit higher in the air to avoid any surprise or dead pockets waiting to end his life. But it turns out, that was a huge mistake. Literally, in a sense, being in the sky for that long had attracted its owner. It's Sultan, a colossi bird with claws the size of elephants and a beak that looked like it could snap a tree in half like a toothpick. What the actual fuck? Every flap of its enormous brown feathered wings sent crushing gusts of wind that blasted him back like he was a paper airplane. His momentum was gone, alongside his hope for surviving that attempt. He was sent spiraling out of control, plummeting toward the ground with nothing to slow him down. When he hit the dirt, it wasn't just a splat, it was like 1,000 tons of rock decided to pile drive him into the earth. Blink. Not again, not again, not again. Malik repeated 2 words again and again like a mantra. His teeth ground together, desperate, absolutely desperate, to make this attempt count. Ignoring his building plan, he turned to the river below. The surface shimmered, calling for him, tempting him almost. And damn it, he was tempted. Every death had left scars he couldn't even begin to process. Even the painless ones had chipped away at something deep inside. He couldn't take it anymore. He needed this to end one way or another. The next heath pocket yanked him sideways, throwing him with that same brutal force. But this time, instead of letting it have its way, Malik fought back. The pull dragged him downward instead of forward, and for a second, he panicked. His body twisted violently midair, his muscles screaming in protest as he tried to angle them just right. Come on, come on. He had them lined up. He had Thema. Splash, splash. Water exploded everywhere as they crashed into the river. Malik took the hit first, his body slamming into the surface to shield the kids. But it didn't matter. The force rippled through him and reached them, pulling painful, choking coughs from their tiny lungs. Shit. No. Hearing them struggle gutted him, but he couldn't comfort them. Not now. Get it together. His limbs weren't moving. They couldn't. No, no, no. This was just like before, or too much like before. It couldn't be happening. Not again. They were going to die. No. He thrashed, kicked, and fought the pull of the water with everything he had, but it was no use. Malik was wrecked, too beat up, too drained to even try pulling off this kind of miracle. The river dragged him deeper, the pressure squeezing his chest until his lungs screamed for air. And then, a disaster happened. Huda and Sinbad slipped from his grasp. No, 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 no. His fingers clawed at the water, desperate to reach them, but it was like trying to swim through tar. Fuck. Their small forms faded into the dark currents not even 3 seconds later. Click, click, click. All of a sudden, a shadow loomed over Malik, circling him, and blocking out the faint light from above. As if it were following some cruel script, the monster had decided to reveal itself at the worst possible moment. Malik. He recognized it at once. This was the same damn beast. Its teeth glinted like jagged knives, blindingly white, its massive maw gaping impossibly wide as it did earlier, mocking him with every move. Fuck you. Darkness swallowed him whole. Blink. The same damn thing happened. Malik's chest felt like it was going to cave in. How many more times could he do this? Each attempt dragged him closer to a breaking point he couldn't even begin to define. His every muscle was betraying him. It was falling apart before anything could even happen, like they were expecting him to fail. The phantom aches of limbs that weren't injured yet, the constant nausea, the flickering in and out of focus, and the haze of the world round him. He needed this to end, because if it didn't, going insane would be the least of his worries. Malik sucked in a deep breath of something that felt more like a gasp and forced himself to follow the path he'd marked out before, the one that had almost worked. He adjusted, angling his falls differently this time, calculating with what little energy and focus he had left. Just got to time it right. Everything's got to be perfect. But it wasn't. It never was. Each time he thought he had it under control, something else went horribly wrong. Missed the next heath pocket, didn't twist the right way, didn't brace enough, and in the end, the ground came up too fast, slamming into him like a vengeful god's fist. His body shattered. Again. Blink. His body was barely holding together now. The pain was unbelievable, but he didn't care. It didn't matter. All that mattered was a splat. They hit the ground. The cracks, the impact. It felt like being crushed by the whole world. Blink. Malik had stopped keeping track of the numbers a while ago. But if he hadn't, he'd knows this was attempt number 10. Death number 11. One might expect him to have been broken by now, but come on, come on, come on. He roared into the wind and hurled himself at the next heath pocket like it was the last thing keeping him alive, and for the first time finally it didn't betray him. Something about this one felt different. Why? Because it worked. It actually sent him where he wanted to go. His path to safety was right there, so close he could almost taste it. Only one more ether pocket stood between him and life. His heart thundered in his chest, each beat slamming against his ribs. Just one more. Just one. Twisting midair, Malik angled his body perfectly this time. Not too fast, not too slow. His aim was dead on as the pocket yanked him in. And then, boom! It spat him out past a hill of jagged rocks and straight toward a thick mess of trees in the distance. His only chance at breaking the fall. His last hope to make it out alive. 3. Malik's eyes locked on a tree bending awkwardly to the side, standing out from the dense pack of green. 2. It was his target. The one thing he was aimed toward. 1. Curling into himself, Malik squeezed Huda and Sinbad tightly into his chest, almost breaking their ribs. Gaha! The impact was brutal. His body slammed into the tree, the force cracking bones he didn't even know he had. The tree bent further under the sheer force of his fall, creaking like it might snap. For a fleeting moment, everything slowed. But time had other plans. The tree rebounded, flinging Malik to the right, deeper into the patch of trees. He crashed into another tree before tumbling down, his back slamming hard into the dirt below, the weight of Sinbad and Huda still cradled in his arms. And that's when it hit him. It wasn't just pain, it was an all-encompassing, white-hot freight train of agony. Every nerve screamed in protest, but Malik didn't scream with them. He couldn't. His breath whooshed out of him, and for a long moment, air refused to return to his lungs. But an equally long moment later, he finally gasped, his chest rising and falling in short, ragged bursts. He clung to consciousness with sheer willpower, even as his vision blurred and darkened at the edges. Through the haze, he saw them. Sinbad, Huda, still wrapped in his arms, still alive. He had done it. They were safe. But the cost. Hey, Malik whispered, the words slurring a little. Told you I'd save you. He pressed his dry lips to their foreheads, planting soft kisses on both of them. I told you. But as the words faded from his mouth, the pain became too much. His body gave in. The ground beneath him felt so oddly soft, so welcoming and inviting. His right hand twitched against the dirt before falling limp. But even in unconsciousness, his other hand stayed locked around the two. Malik saved them. He did. And the world turned dark. Outside the projection. No, he couldn't have died after all of that. He can't. Huda's wail of despair was heard by all. Her chest rose and fell so fast it looked like she was on the edge of hyperventilating. She felt his pain, every bit of it, every moment of it, literally, from the very beginning till the end. As a result, she was going mental, just unable to take it anymore. Watching him die, again and again, was like having her heart ripped out repeatedly. She was barely holding it together. And the worst part? It wasn't just the dying. It was his eyes, how they looked dimmer every single time, like he was giving up on himself, losing whatever value he had left in his life. If this kept going, he was going to stop caring about himself altogether. He would throw his life away for the most frivolous things. The consequences of that on his mind and soul were unfathomable. That was what hit her harder than anything else. She couldn't handle it. Not this. Not him. Not like this. Calm down, Lady Huda. Azim's tone was sharp yet still hollow. His facade long since crumbled. Calm down? How do you expect me to calm down? Huda stood up and spun toward him, her wide, tear-filled eyes boring into his. That's my brother in there. He keeps dying over and over and over. Her breath hitched. Do you know what that's like? Do you? Azim smiled. Oh, so he's your brother again, now is he? He wanted to say that so incredibly bad but held it in, knowing when not to talk. I don't. But think for a second. Something's missing, is it not? Pointing at the projection, where Malik's broken body lay motionless, he added, the Sultan's not dead yet. Look. All eyes quietly listening to the conversation turned back to the projection. Huda did so as well, her lips trembling as she tried to speak. He looks dead. Azim nodded. True, but the world hasn't blinked. Until it does, Malik's alive. He's holding on. Most of the crowd had their eyes widened, only now realizing that fact. Azim was right. The world in front of them had yet to blink. And though it didn't seem like it, Malik still clung to life. Huda froze, her teary gaze glued to the projection, more specifically, her big brother. He's alive?" she whispered, as though not daring to hope. "Yeah," Azim answered softly, placing his arms behind him as he leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. "Barely, sure. But damn if he didn't just cheat death 10 times in a row, or I guess 11 if you count the earlier one." Those words brought no comfort to Huda, but she nodded stiffly, her body wound tighter than a spring. Layla and Saphira, though, both let out shaky breaths they didn't even realize they'd been holding. A slight feeling of relief washed over them, loosening muscles they hadn't known were clenched. Malik had survived. It was a weird feeling, honestly being grateful that the guy who betrayed them was still breathing. But they felt it all the same. Noor and Roya didn't have much to say, their expressions unreadable, while Zafar, the world's hero, stood there stewing in his own envy, looking like someone had just stolen his spotlight. "If I only had this lucky bastard's cheat, I would have used it so much better." Nobodieu, absolutely Nobodieu would call Malik lucky, even with his freakish, miracle-like ability to cheat death. Well, that is, if they had a brain bigger than a peanut or were in their right mind. To everyone watching, except the little hero, it seemed more like a curse, and Malik would have agreed. A curse that clung to him like a shadow, ready to drag him down until true death finally claimed him. That seemed to be the common sentiment in the hall, too, as some random guy in the corner muttered loud enough for those around him to hear. He was face to face with a dendon and a rock. Just how unlucky can one get? Forget unlucky, the man's basically got a death wish stamped on his back. Chuckling, another chimed in, shaking her head in disbelief. Sure, the dendon was a baby, but still, a baby dendon? Some young girl repeated, her voice pitching higher as she continued to speak. What does that even mean? It was the size of a boat. The one who first spoke smirked at his fellow guild member. Oh, it gets much worse when they're fully grown. That was just the appetizer. The main meal, its mother, is no smaller than the rock. Zafar picked up on his words and decided to join in, attempting to lean the situation back to where it should have been. Wasn't he lucky to not have her awake then? After all, it might have broken his mind. He's already struggling with just a few deaths. Lucky? Just a few deaths? Huda had officially snapped, looking at Zafar like he was someone she didn't know. He died 11 times. How is that just a few? He had no comeback for that. It wasn't that Zafar couldn't argue. Oh, he could. But even he wasn't dumb enough to try. Not now. Their relationship was already hanging by a thread, and saying one wrong word would snap it completely. And if that happened, well, there went all his grand plans for building his harem. Noor had already cut ties with him, which left just Huda, Roya, and Saphira. Zafar couldn't afford to lose any more. Not a single one. It wasn't exactly a stretch to say he was thinking with his dick rather than his brain. Even in this tense situation, getting laid was most of what he thought about. The Sultan's still breathing, isn't he? But Azim didn't give a damn about any of that. Not Huda's relationship with Zafar, and certainly not Zafar's dumbass plan to build his little harem. And you're here, alive. His words silenced the hall completely. He did that for you. Don't let his sacrifice go to waste by losing control. Huda sniffled, wiping her face with both hands. I don't want him to sacrifice himself for me. I just want him to hate me, bully me, betray me. Anything but this. But now, knowing what really happened, she paused, her breath hitching. I can only blame myself. If it wasn't for me, my uncle would still be alive. Saphira wanted so badly to mutter, we all do, but had somehow managed to stop herself. Jealousy was ugly. No, jealousy at this level was monstrous, and she didn't want to expose that side of herself to anyone. Layla smiled at Huda and glanced back at the projection where Malik lay motionless. But my husband, he's not the kind of guy to give up, no matter what. Noor agreed, though not for the same reason. That's what makes him dangerous. The kind of dangerous that doesn't stop until the job is done. Huda fell silent, staring at the projection as if it held all the answers she was desperate to find. Her hands clasped tightly together, her knuckles white. He told me once, her voice was barely audible. He told me he'd always protect me, no matter what. I thought it was just his way of rubbing salt in the wound back then, but now he's proving it. He did everything he could to save me. Her head dropped, and the sadness on her face cut deeper than her words. So what? What made him give up? What broke his mind? The hall went utterly still. Somehow, the question hung heavy over everyone, sinking into their thoughts like a stone dropped into a deep well. They were dying to know the answer but terrified of it at the same time. Sure, it was just the first layer, but they'd already seen something that strayed so far from normal in the first 10 or so hours of his memories. What else could be lurking deeper? What if it got worse? No one wanted to face it, to confront whatever or whoever had broken someone they viewed as stronger than themselves. So yes, it wasn't just curiosity. It was fear. Incredible, paralyzing fear. Inside the projection, Malik fluttered his eyes open, meeting the bright light of their star. The dull ache of his entire body made even that feel like climbing a mountain. He glanced down to see Sinbad staring up at him, still held to his chest, his wide, tear-filled eyes filled with so much emotion it almost made him wince. You're crying again. Malik's voice was a gravelly rasp as he forced himself to grin. What, you thought I was done for? Sinbad sniffled and swiped at his face with the back of his hand, his cheeks streaked with dirt and dried tears. You looked dead. Malik chuckled weakly. Dead people don't wake up, kiddo. You weren't even breathing. Sinbad shot back, his voice cracking halfway through like he was trying to yell and cry all at once. Fair point, Malik admitted, shifting just a little and instantly regretting it. Fresh waves of pain lit him up like fireworks, but he swallowed it down. But hey, 10th time's the charm, right? Sinbad glared at him. 10th time? Yeah, I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to mean, but I can tell you right now, it's not funny. Never said it was. Malik let his eyes drift shut for a few seconds like even keeping them open was exhausting. That was when he noticed his left arm still wrapped around the kids. With a groan, he released the two, who immediately flopped to the side. He pushed himself up with his elbows, wincing as rising pain shot through him, but he ignored it. Out of habit, his eyes scanned their surroundings before they landed on Huda. Guess you two decided I'm your personal heater, huh? She was curled up against his side, her small hand gripping what little was left of his tattered robes. For a moment, a faint smile flickered across his face. It wasn't much, but it was there. Then his gaze shifted to Sinbad, and the smile vanished. A memory had made itself known in his mind. You okay? No ether whips, broken bones, or anything? Sinbad hesitated, then nodded. I'm fine. Why you? Me? Malik let out a bit to laugh. I'm a walking disaster. Here, help me out. Sinbad scrambled to his feet, wobbling slightly as he grabbed Malik's arm. Together, they managed to get him sitting upright. Malik hissed sharply, glancing down at his leg, where a bone was sticking out at an angle it definitely shouldn't have been. That doesn't look right, Sinbad mumbled, looking like he might puke. Yeah, no kidding, Malik said, reaching down and gripping the bone with both hands. Wait, what are you? Crack, foo. Malik bit down on his tongue, his vision swimming as he shoved the bone back into place. He breathed heavily through his nose, the taste of blood on his tongue. Are you okay? Sinbad stared at him, wide-eyed, peachy. Now, give me a second. Tearing off a dangling part of his robe, Malik used it to clean the wounds on his back, wiping away any lingering blood. Then, after a few minutes of cracking and shuffling, he managed to get to his feet, though every movement still sent incredible jolts of pain through his body. All right, let me just. He leaned down, trying to scoop up Huda. His arms tensed, but his body had other ideas. The second he tried to lift her, his knees nearly buckled. Shit. Malik barely managed to stay upright, holding himself on a nearby tree. He huffed in frustration, shaking his head. Okay, fine. Plan B. Come on, we need to find somewhere to hole up for a bit. Sinbad didn't need a second reminder. Silently, he knelt down, carefully scooping Huda up and slinging her onto his back. Malik gave a nod, clearly grateful but too stubborn to say it outright. He limped ahead, leading the way deeper into the patch of trees, while Sinbad followed close behind. Outside the projection, Wow. It's no wonder he became the Sultan. After all that, he laughs it off like it's nothing, even cracking jokes. Yeah, like it didn't even faze him. Is he really just a normal beggar? No way. Not even the toughest kids from the strongest families could pull that off. I mean, come on, his temperament, that's on another level. Honestly, it's better than half the rookies in our guild. Agreed. There's no way someone like him comes from nothing. No normal kid survives all that and still looks untouchable afterward. Those who didn't hold much of a grudge against the Sultan started throwing out compliments. But unlike Safar's usually yes men, these weren't just flattery, they were genuine. Even though they all saw him as evil, their words couldn't stop slipping out, like their brains refused to deny what their minds believed. Meanwhile, up front in the hall, a certain someone wasn't exactly joining in on the chatter. She was curled up tight, her head buried between her knees. Her fingers gripped the fabric of her dress, and her eyes darted between the ground and the projection like she was trying to convince herself of something. I know he didn't take them with me. It was Huda, and she was going through it. But Uncle was kind. He must have helped them out a lot before he left. He must have. She bit her lip hard, her breaths coming quicker, trying to steady herself. I'm sure. But no matter how much she tried to believe it, the tremble in her hands told a different story. I'm sure. Inside the projection, the center of the grove held a surprise. Beneath the shade of the trees was a hidden entrance to an underground cave. The cool air wafting from it was a blessing after the scorching heat outside. Malik didn't hesitate, limping down the uneven slope with Sinbad and Huda close behind. The cave was spacious, its walls glistening faintly with moisture. Sinbad laid Huda down on a smooth patch of stone, and Malik lowered himself beside her with a groan. He let his head fall back, his chest rising and falling as he tried to catch his breath. It was quiet. Peaceful. Wait, no. But that feeling shattered when he finally noticed that Huda's skin was unnaturally warm. Malik had realized it this late only because he seemed to have forgotten what cool was. And now, that he was reintroduced to it, he finally realized. He touched her forehead, his heart sinking. She's burning up. Probably sick since yesterday. Outside the projection. No wonder she didn't remember anything. A broken bar. She was sick the whole time. So you're telling me that they stayed there for long? Maybe. At this point, we can't trust everything the lady said about this anymore. It was subtle, whispered among only a few, but the doubt was spreading through the crowd like wildfire. Time after time, Huda's words had been proven wrong, chipped away piece by piece, and now, they were finding out her uncle, the goddamn Sultan himself, took forever just to reach the first layer of Alfora. What's that? A joke? What, did he get stuck in traffic? Everyone knew better than to actually say the truth out loud, but it was clear enough. Huda's camp knew that as well. They couldn't say anything and neither could their lady. Huda was stiff and silent, her head down, her face pale. She didn't meet anyone's gaze. She didn't try to explain herself. She just sat there, holding on to her knees like it was the only thing tethering her to reality, praying. Uncle, please. Her thoughts screamed in her head. Just one thing. Let one thing be true. Please. He broken bar. Otherwise he broken bar. I don't know her. Huda didn't know how much longer she could hold it together. Inside the projection, Malik turned his head to tell Sinbad, but the boy was already asleep, curled up beside his sister, his exhaustion finally catching up to him. Figures. He sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. MHHMMM. A faint whimper drew his attention back to Huda. Her lips moved, barely forming words. Water. I need water. Malik's chest tightened. Wait. He reached for the gourd tucked under his robe, only to find just a few bits of it remaining. Dry bits at that. Damn it. Tossing the useless pieces aside, he got close to the wall and dragged himself up. Malik then limped out of the cave, his body aching like he'd just wrestled a mountaineer and lost. Every step was a battle, his legs wobbling, threatening to buckle under him. He stumbled through the grove, squinting at the shadows between the trees like they might suddenly cough up what he needed most. Come on, just one lousy fruit. Malik swiped at the lower branches. His fingers brushed against dry bark and brittle leaves. Not even an alien berry. Not even a bug. The trees seemed to mock him, standing tall and useless. Of course. It's never easy. He kicked at a root sticking out of the dirt, but immediately regretted it, hopping on one foot as pain shot through his toes. Ow, you stupid wog. Outside the projection, most people couldn't help it. They laughed, whether with him or at him, savoring the rare moments of levity. Ah ha 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 ha. Even he could do things like that. Huh? Right? I almost forgot the Sultan was just a kid. Yeah, how broken bar. It's hard to believe, especially with those eyes of his. The way he looked at those slave traders. Sheesh. Hey, no kidding. It's like looking at two completely different people. Even the ones once closest to him, his disciple and his ex-wife, who had spent the entire projection fighting back tears, found themselves smiling soft, fragile smiles that betrayed a quiet relief. For just a moment, the heavy, suffocating air of the hall lifted. Inside the projection, determined, or maybe just too stubborn to quit, Malik pressed on. He clawed through shrubs, cursed at vines that snagged his robe, and even tried sniffing the air like some wild animal, hoping to catch a whiff of water. Nothing, not even a damp breeze. And when he finally broke free of the grove, he stopped dead in his tracks. You've got to be kidding me. The world had shifted. No jagged rocks, no familiar terrain, just endless grassy hills rolling under a sky that seemed way too big. It was flat, empty, desolate. You really have got to be fucking kidding me. Malik turned in a slow circle, hoping to spot something. A stream, a puddle, a patch of mud, even a mirage would do. Nope, just grass. Miles and miles of boring, dry grass. Ha 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 ha. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth as he licked his cracked lips. If God exists like those annoying ass preachers say, then I'm sure he hates me. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he tried to calm himself down. All right, Malik. This is fine. You're fine. You're not gonna die out here, and Huda's definitely not gonna die because you suck at finding water. Nope, not happening. His pep talk wasn't great, but it was all he had. With a shaky breath, he pushed forward, his worn sandals crunching against the brittle, sun-bleached grass beneath his feet. The dry air clung to his skin, and sweat dripped down his face, stinging his eyes. He wiped at it with his robes, though it didn't help much. Maybe over that hill. A hill among many loomed ahead, its incline steep. Malik decided it was as good a direction as any, better than standing still and admitting defeat. He began the climb, his legs shaking all the way up. And when he reached the top, he stopped again, exacerbated. More grass. Malik stared at it, his hands on his hips, his chest heaving. This place is a joke. A bad one. He squatted down, grabbed a handful of grass, yanked it out of the ground, and threw it as hard as he could. It fluttered pathetically in the breeze before settling a few feet away. Cool. Yeah, real funny. Real freaking funny. He laughed, a bitter, broken sound. Still, he didn't stop. Malik wandered further, the sun beating down on him, his skin prickling with heat. His robe felt like it weighed a ton, but he didn't dare take it off. After what felt like hours, he stumbled to a stop. He swayed on his feet, blinking at the horizon. Still nothing. Still just grass. Malik dropped to his knees and slammed his fists into the dirt. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. God fucking damn it. With a final punch, he flipped, relaxing his back on the ground in defeat. But then, as he lay there, cursing under each heavy breath, something clicked in his head. I need to get back. I really can't leave them for long. He sighed. Huda needs me. Sinbad needs me. And this? It's wasting time. Time was something they didn't have. Certainly true, but still, that would be the case only if Malik's time-looping ability wasn't taken into account. But it seemed that even though he had acknowledged it as a tool, he still wasn't going to rely on it the first time something tough happened. After all, if he did that, tomorrow might never come. Ugh. Grimacing, he pushed himself back up, his legs trembling like jelly. All right. He turned back toward the grove. Plan C it is. Whatever that is. His walk back was slower, heavier, every step weighted with failure. By the time he stumbled into the cave again, his legs gave out entirely, and he collapsed onto his knees beside Huda. She hadn't moved. Neither had Sinbad. Sorry, kids. I'm fucked. After resting for a few minutes, he pushed himself up and leaned towards Huda. Should I just give her my blood? Malik shook his head. No, It's too thick, it might even kill her. He hesitated for a second, staring down at her chapped lips and flushed face. She's gonna hate me for this. If you remember this later, we're both agreeing it never happened, but for now, you gotta hang on, alright? And with that warning, Malik did the only thing he could. Leaning in, he licked her lips, his face scrunching up like he'd just eaten something sour. Her skin was Hota-like. Set your tongue on fire, Hota, and he fought the urge to recoil. Ugh, why do you have to taste like the desert? Outside the projection. Dot. 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 Everyone remained quiet and slowly turned their eyes to Huda, one of the 4 heroines. A maiden of well-known renown. She was believed to have been untouched, not even a single kiss throughout her many hundred years of life. Now, however, everyone in the world saw her gobble up Malik's tongue like it was candy, wanting to extract all the moisture that was left, which wasn't much at all. Though she was just a child, the scene still impacted most who saw it, especially her camp, Saphira, and Zafar, though for very different reasons. It's fine, Lady Huda. Nobody will count that as their first kiss. She's right, my lady. You're as pure as the day you were born. There's no need to feel embarrassed, Lady Huda. The closest of them tried to soothe, or rather, appease, the frozen Huda, while those at the back did something similar for the crowd, forcing them to forget what they saw. Saphira, meanwhile, looked at Huda with jealousy. Right. It was that bad. And Zafar wasn't any better. His eyes remained on the projection, seething with envy. Bastard. His hand all over my fucking wife. Huda wasn't his wife, and nor was Malik's hand all over her, but again, the hero wasn't thinking straight. We sure he isn't just taking advantage of Far? Shut the fuck up, you retarded bastard. Anyone can see that's not true. As the random trio arguing in the back had said, no one in the hall, or even beyond, could honestly claim that Malik did this for sexual reasons, much to Zafar's dismay. If anything, he seemed disgusted by it. And that, for whatever bubbling reason, had annoyed Huda the most. Whether it was effective or not didn't register in anyone's mind, like hey, he was at least trying, right? Inside the projection. This is officially the worst thing I've ever done. And that's saying something. Huda stirred slightly, her body loosening up as her ragged breathing evened out a little. Malik sat on his heels, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand and trying not to think too hard about what he'd just done. Alright, relax for a bit, you owe me big time, you hear? Like a broken bar forever big. He glanced over at Sinbad, who was still curled up and snoring softly. And you, little man. Malik pointed a shaky finger at him. You better wake up soon and start pulling your weight. I'm not cut out for this babysitting crap. With that, he let himself slump back against the cool wall as exhaustion claimed him. His body felt like it had been wrung out and left to dry in the sun. Every muscle ached, every joint protested. He tilted his head back, staring at the dark ceiling above. This is what I get for trying to be a hero. Should have just stayed out of it. Let someone else save the day. Even as he said those words, he knew it was a lie. There was no someone else that would have saved the day. It was just him. And unfortunately for whatever aspirations he had before this, he couldn't walk away. Not from them. Not from anyone. That wasn't who he was, no matter how much he wanted to pretend otherwise. You guys better make it. You hear me? I didn't haul your little butts here just for you to check out now. You're not allowed. That's an order. The last word came out all wobbly, like his vocal cords had just given up. He swallowed hard, his throat dry and scratchy, blinking fast to keep his eyes from stinging too much. Can't sleep? Number? Not yet. Malik dragged a dirty hand down his face. The gesture didn't help Muko, it just smeared sweat and dirt around, making his cheeks sticky. Not until I make sure. His knees wobbled, and he let himself sink, his feet spreading wide, trying to anchor him to the ground. There. Okay. He blinked. Just 5 seconds. Just 5. And then, just like that, the fight was over. That's all. His eyes slammed shut like someone hit a switch. Malik had fallen asleep. Outside the projection. I swear to God, I can't believe he's a 12-year-old. Right? 12, My ass. The Sultan's been acting like he's pushing 90 since day one. You think? Maybe some dude switched souls with him or something? Like, you know, transmigrated and all that? Maybe Tilda would explain why he's been treating everyone not related to him like disposable extras. For all intents and purposes, the vibe in the hall had shifted. People were relaxed on the surface, like they were watching some gritty art house flick instead of a boy breaking himself into pieces to keep his siblings alive. But it was fake, every bit of it. Everyone could feel that buzzing tension, coiled somewhere deep, but no one wanted to admit it. They wordlessly decided to avoid the elephant in the hall. It was easier to crack jokes than acknowledge how much their hands were shaking or how bad it felt watching the kid go through hell, because if they did, their heads might fry like Malik's apparently had. So they did what people do: talk, throw out theories, crack jokes, anything to make it feel a little less raw. Bet he's gonna find water, though. Man, I don't think he's gonna make it over that hill. Honestly. You kidding? Plot armor, dude. Plot armor. Even those who weren't the talkative type did the same. But not everyone was joining in. The named? Oh, they weren't cracking jokes. Not even close. If anything, the more they watched the peaceful scene before them, the stiffer they got, like someone had poured concrete into their veins. All had different reasons, but they shared one thing: fear. Sure, they had Azimaz, their spy, and Roya, the broker, with them in the coalition. They felt that it was natural that they had succeeded in trapping Malik. But the more they saw of his actions back then, the more they doubted their success. Did the Sultan actually have something to get himself out? Inside the projection, Malik, who just woke up from a quick nap, sat on the ground, legs sprawled out like he had just finished a marathon in the middle of the desert, which, honestly, wasn't far off. His head lolled back against the wall, and for the first time since the whole nightmare started, he actually let himself think. Not about the kids, or the cave, or how he was going to survive the next 5 minutes. No, he thought about it. The whole return by death thing. His lips twisted into a bitter grin. Something that I had since birth? A blessing maybe? God might actually like me. He chuckled, unable to even finish that sentence. My ass, this shit is a full-blown curse. Sure. Coming back to life sounded nice on paper. A second chance to fix things, to survive, to make it all better. And that was true. Mostly. Because sometimes it wasn't fixing anything, or it was just reliving the same horrible moment over and over. Every death, every failure, every mistake. What if there weren't any ether pockets? How would he have survived then? He wouldn't have. Simple as that. The cycle would have repeated until he lost his mind or until his curse was taken away. That was a horrifying thought, especially since he had gotten pretty close to reaching that state. And the best part, he added, talking to no one but the cave walls. I can't even control it. Those checkpoints might even be utterly random. Malik felt a shiver run down his spine as a thought couldn't help but come to his mind. If the checkpoints are random, then what stops them from saving at the completely wrong time? Nothing. This curse. I can't trust it. It's a tool, yes, but it needs to be my last one. Nodding his head at that decision, he glanced at the two little ones. They can't know. There's no need. Besides, who's gonna believe me? He thought about them for a second, imagining their wide-eyed stares if he ever dropped that truth bomb. Yeah, nah. That'd go over real well. Huda would probably call him crazy. Sinbad would cry, or worse, start asking questions he didn't have answers to. Questions like, how did you get it? Or, does it affect just our planet or the entire universe? Or even, if that's true, then isn't it a power of a god? After all, only a god can affect another. He would be right with the last one. Nope. Malik shook his head, not telling ever. Outside the projection. That's it. That's really why he didn't tell them? Honestly, weak. I expected, like, a better reason. Same. Thought it'd be more interesting. Some crazy flaw. Maybe like, he couldn't say anything about it without the universe exploding or something. You idiots. Someone cursed from the back, his voice interrupting the murmurs. Are you all blind or just dumb? What? You dare? Clicking his tongue, a bearded man stepped forward just enough to make himself known. He pointed at the projection, at Malik's face. Look at his face. Everyone turned back to the projection, where Malik was smiling at his siblings. But even a child could see it. That smile didn't reach his eyes. He's sad, you morons. Isn't it obvious he's making excuses? You really think he didn't tell them because of some dumb flaw or whatever? Nah, he didn't tell them because he doesn't want to guilt trip them. What? The man sighed, rubbing his temples like he couldn't believe Magi like them were a part of the coalition. Think about it. He tells them what he's really been doing, what it's costing him, and then what? They feel guilty. They start treating him different. Maybe they even stop leaning on him, and then he's all alone and feels useless. He'd hate that more than anything. Another man next to him began to nod. True. He's basically carrying all the emotional baggage so they don't have to. Think of it like a sacrifice here, but, not the heroic death kind. More emotional. Those guys went on and on while watching as the projection hadn't yet paused. Inside the projection, Malik let out a long sigh, dragging a hand through his tangled hair of gold. All right, pity party over. Focus up. Kids need water, and I'm not dying of thirst in this god-forsaken cave. He glanced at the broken gourd sitting beside him. One jagged piece was still intact, big enough to hold a small amount of water. This'll have to do. He grabbed it and hauled himself to his feet. His knees protested, but he ignored them, squinting into the dark depths of the cave. Okay, Malik. Time to be the hero again. His words attempted to make light of the situation, relax his mind a little, but it didn't work. Not one bit. Worry was obvious on his face as he trudged forth through the cave. It stretched on like the throat of some ancient beast, tight and choking in some parts, then yawning open into massive, jagged spaces that made one feel like an ant under a giant's foot. The deeper he went, the cooler the air got, slick and clammy like someone breathing down his neck. Every so often, he'd hear a distant screech or the scrape of something shifting in the dark. Each sound ricocheted off the stone walls, turning whispers into roars and making his skin crawl with goosebumps. It certainly wasn't the kind of place one would go for fun. Of course, not unless they were, well, a seeker. Malik pressed on, and after a few minutes, he started noticing little signs of tiny droplets clinging to the walls, the floor slightly darker, like it was drinking in the moisture. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep him going. Minutes stretched, and his throat continued to burn like he'd been swallowing fistfuls of sand with every step. He rubbed at his neck, trying not to think about just how dry his mouth was or how heavy the air felt in his chest. Every other minute, he tilted his head, straining his ears for the sound of water, something, anything. At first, there was nothing. Just his own breathing, the screeches, and the soft shuffle of his sandals. Then a plinker. Was that a drip? Am I hallucinating? He paused, cocking his head to the side. Plink. Another drip. Plink. Then another. Faint, irregular, like a broken clock ticking somewhere far off. Finally, his pace quickened, though he had to keep ducking and weaving through the narrowing tunnels. The sound got louder, sharper, until the drips turned into a soft, steady plink plink plink. He rounded a bend, and there it was, a corner of the cave where water dripped from the ceiling, one drop at a time, into a small, clear pool. It wasn't much to look at, just a shallow basin carved into the rock, maybe by time, maybe by some long-forgotten hand. The water looked clean too, like it had been naturally filtered through layers of rocks. It was so still and clear that it seemed fake. Guess I'm not gone just yet. Relief washed over Malik, but it didn't last long. Guarding the water was a cluster of creatures that could have walked straight out of one of those tales he heard from his guardian. They looked like humanoid lizards mixed with bats, their skin leathery and stretched taut over their bones, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Their mouths were filled with jagged teeth that didn't seem to fit their faces, and their claws scraped the cave floor with a grating, metallic sound. Oh, come on. Malik crouched low. Really? You geese need this more than I do? The monsters didn't seem to notice him, too busy lapping at the water with long, forked tongues. Malik waited, heart pounding, until they shuffled off to another corner, their strange screeches echoing softly. Quiet as a shadow, he crept forward, keeping his breath shallow. He dipped the broken gourd into the water and scooped it full. Malik could feel the dryness in his own throat, the desperate burn for just a sip, but he ignored it. Remaining a second longer in that exposed position wasn't a risk he was willing to take. Moreover, his mind was too focused on bringing back water to the kids that he had forgotten about himself. Slowly, he backed away, every step slightly quicker than the last. And, when he was far enough from the creatures, he bolted outside the projection. What the fuck is he thinking? Drink a bit for yourself. Are you trying to die? You'll take care of them if you get knocked out. Where did his smarts go? Almost half the crowd was losing their collective minds, throwing out complaints like they were personally offended by Malik's choices. And the other half? Oh, they were just as loud, but for the opposite reason. Okay, hold up. Are you guys even thinking about how he feels right now? Right? It might not be the smartest move, but look at it from his perspective for a second. Exactly. You think it's easy to fill your belly first when Lady Huda and her little brother are literally dying of thirst. And he wasn't being stupid. What if he'd stayed 1 second longer? Those owls might have ripped him to shreds. Then what, huh? It seemed that they really became comfortable with the situation, casually arguing about the dumbest things, with the kind of passion only armchair warriors could master. They weren't even focused on the projection anymore. You're just making excuses for him. Yeah. Stop defending the bastard. No, you stop acting like you'd have done any better. Here. Quiet. But that appeared to be too chaotic for Noor's liking. Her one word quietened down the hall, displaying her influence as an emperor. While that title fell short before the Sultan, she was still a big deal in her own right. Rather, the biggest deal after him, at least regarding vassal power and influence. You might feel closer to the boy in front of you after seeing his highs and lows, but keep in mind. Her throne turned around to face the crowd and her eyes scanned their faces. He's the Sultan. He's not your friend. He'll never be your friend. Even back then, hundreds of years ago, he was above you, so do treat him with respect. The Holt turned a tad bit colder. I'm not telling you not to curse him. Do that as much as you like. I'm sure I would, but an invisible pressure was set upon them, forcing their heads down. Disrespecting him is tantamount to disrespecting me. Is that understood? No one responded to her words. It was not that they didn't want to, but couldn't. The pressure she unleashed upon them rattled them from top to bottom, halting their muscles. Those who weren't as affected, which were most of the older Magi, didn't reply either. They knew better than to. If you're all done screaming like a bunch of drunk owls, maybe watch the damn projection. Or is that too much to ask? Then, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes so visible even behind her veil, she added, didn't think so. Noor turned the floating throne around to face the projection once more. She didn't actually care about the disrespect they showed. What bothered her was them acting like there were only two options. Malik could have used his other hand to drink while scooping up the water at the same time. While it might risk the owl hearing a few extra droplets, the sound wasn't distinct enough to get him caught. Is he just a hero wannabe like Safar? Or did that idea not come to mind? That doesn't make much sense, though. He's shown himself to be incredibly smart, even back then, so I can't see it. Noor could already guess the real reason, but she just couldn't believe it to be true. There's no way someone can be that selfless, right? Noor's fingers tightened slightly on the armrest of her throne as she watched the projection. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and she let out a slow, almost imperceptible sigh. She could already hear the arguments her advisors would throw at her later. They'd call Malik reckless, Tilda Macronv, or worse accuse him of grandstanding. And honestly, she'd agree with some of it. But watching him in that moment, giving every ounce of his strength to save those kids, it didn't strike her as an act of bravado or stupidity. It struck her as real. Noor leaned back, letting the faint tension bleed out of her shoulders. He's not just doing this for them. He's doing this because he's terrified of failing, because somewhere in his head, he's convinced himself that their safety is his responsibility alone. Even if it costs him everything. Her fingers relaxed and drummed lightly against the throne's edge. The pressure she'd unleashed on the crowd wasn't just for their disrespect, it was also to quiet her own swirling thoughts. Why didn't he think about this? It's obvious that he's going to burn out at some point. A death will break him. What then? Did he ever think about that? For a moment, just a moment, Her expression softened beneath the veil. Then it hardened again. Damn fool. Inside the projection, Malik went back through the twisting tunnels, back toward the faint light of the cave's entrance. By the time he reached Huda and Sinbad, he was gasping for air, his legs trembling beneath him. He knelt beside Huda first, tilting the gourd to her cracked lips. "Drink up, kid, you're not dying today." She drank weakly, her small hands clutching at his like she thought he might take it away. Malik didn't pull back until a little more than half of it was gone, then moved to Sinbad, coaxing him to sip as well. Only when they were both settled did he realize he hadn't taken a single drop for himself. He leaned back against the wall, staring at the gourd in his hands, a wry grin tugging at his lips. "Guess I really am too kind for my own good," he laughed, his eyes slowly drooping until the cool air claimed him and he fell into sleep. Malik didn't even remember falling asleep again. One moment he was sitting against the cave wall, trying to convince himself that everything was fine, yeah, that he could handle Thesa, and the next, he was out cold. When he woke up, it wasn't because of a peaceful sunrise or even his body deciding it was rested. Please. Nope, it was because Sinbad was shaking him, his small hands gripping his arm hard enough to bruise. Brother. Sinbad's voice was high and shaky, like he'd been holding in his fear for hours. "Big brother, wake up. Please wake up." Malik blinked blearily, his mind dragging itself out of the fog called exhaustion. "Wow, what?" he mumbled, trying to sit up. "What's wrong? Did I die?" Sinbad sniffled, his wide eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I thought you did." "You wouldn't wake up." A faint smile tugged at Malik's lips, feeling da copyright avu. He didn't mean to say that last part out loud, but oh well. "Nah, still kicking." "Promise." Malik reached out, ruffling Sinbad's hair. "Good job waking me up, though." "What's going on?" Sinbad pointed toward the cave's depths, his finger trembling. "Monsters. I've been hearing them for a while, but now they're really close. I didn't know what to do." Ki. Malik perked up when a familiar screech echoed as if to support the boy's words. They were distant but unmistakably getting closer. "You did great, kid." "Really?" "Oh, of course, Tilda. Let's get out of here before they decide we're dinner." He pushed himself to his feet and tried to scoop up Huda, thinking that he had gained enough strength to do so, but failed, somehow even worse than last time. "I got her." Immediately understanding his plight, Sinbad lowered himself and picked her up on his back. She was still burning sick but visibly more at ease now that she'd had some water. "Thanks. Now stick close, and don't make a sound. Got it?" Sinbad nodded, his face pale but determined. Together, they slipped out of the cave and into the cool night air. The grass glowed faintly under the reflection of the distant lighthouse. If not for that light, the night would have been suffocatingly dark. But Malik didn't have time to appreciate the eerie beauty of it. The screeches were louder now, closer, and the thought of running wasn't something he entertained. They needed to hide. He scanned the area and spotted a suitable tree nearby. Its low-hanging branches and thick mud offered the perfect hiding spot. "Under here," Malik whispered, and Sinbad went ahead, setting Huda down gently. When Malik got there, he pointed at some wet mud and helped Sinbad smear it over his body. The boy didn't complain one bit, only grimaced at the cold texture, and helped Malik do the same to himself. "Lay flat. Don't move. Don't breathe too loud. We wait till they're gone." Sinbad nodded again, his small body trembling as he pressed himself against the ground. Malik adjusted Huda, covering her mouth lightly with his hand to make sure a repeat of last time didn't happen. The monsters appeared not long after, their grotesque forms lurching into view like nightmares made flesh, faintly illuminated by the distant lighthouse beam. Their movements were ronga jerky and stiff one second, then bizarrely smooth the next, as if their bodies couldn't decide whether they were dead or alive. They sniffed at the air with these disgusting, wet snorts, their guttural clicks echoing in the silence like a broken metronome. Malik didn't dare blink. His entire body went rigid as one of the biggest of the bunch, claws like rusted cytuses stopped dead in its tracks. Its glowing eyes swept the area, and Malik could swear they locked onto him for half a second. His breath snagged in his throat and he tightened his grip over Huda's mouth, careful not to press too hard but praying she didn't make a sound. He could feel her tiny breath, hot and rapid against his palm, while his other arm held Sinbad so close he might as well have been trying to merge them into one person. The kid was trembling even worse now, and Malik couldn't tell if it was from fear or the freezing mud they were caked in. Probably both. Ki. The monster shifted closer. One step, then another. Each movement sent a shiver through the ground. Malik could feel it in his chest like a second heartbeat. Its claws scraped against the earth with a sickening shick, like nails on glass. Just feet away. The sound was unbearable, drilling straight into his skull, but even then, he remained absolutely still. He fought every primal urge screaming at him to run. It just wasn't an option. Moving wasn't an option. Hell, existing barely felt like an option right now. But the fuck do I do if it finds us? Huda wouldn't stand a chance. Sinbad? Maybe a few seconds before he was ripped apart. And Malik? No more than his little brother. Probably less even. The thought twisted his stomach, but he pushed it down. Calm, just calm. The thing sniffed the air again, its head tilting unnaturally, almost like it was listening. Malik squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to stay still, to stay silent, even as his lungs started to scream for air. He was sure this was it, that any second now, those glowing eyes would lock onto him, and those claws would tear through him like paper. But then, like some cruel joke, it turned. Just like that. It jerked back toward the others, letting out a low, guttural snarl, and stalked off, disappearing into the darkness. Malik stayed frozen, counting each shaky beat of his heart, waiting for another sound, another clue that they might come back. Yet all he heard was the faint rustling of the wind. He exhaled, the breath escaping in a trembling rush he couldn't control. His hand fell from Huda's mouth as he pushed Sinbad away and flopped onto his back, sucking in air like it was the first time he'd ever breathed. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Malik's whisper to himself was barely audible over the thundering in his ears. His body was just that taut. Hey kid. Turning to his Sinbad, he slowly asked, "You alright?" Why yes. Alright. Let's move. He helped Sinbad to his feet and pushed Huda back up on the boy's back. They hurried back into the cave, not saying another word. Each step echoed louder than it should have in the silence while Malik's mind raced with thoughts of his failure. I should have been the one that woke him up, not the other way around. Fuck it. But those thoughts quickly disappeared as they went deeper into the cave, intent on reaching the water source while those nightmares were out. And it wasn't long before they did. It felt like stepping into a dream. The cool, clear pool shimmered faintly in the dim light, the sound of water dripping from the ceiling almost soothing. Woo-oo-oo. Sinbad didn't hesitate. He practically dove in with Huda still on her back, splashing water everywhere. HMPH. Malik couldn't blame him. He knelt at the edge, cupping the water in his hands and drinking deeply. It was cold, crisp, and impossibly refreshing. This, Malik said between gulps, is the best damn water I've ever had. Sinbad laughed, the sound light and genuine for the first time in what felt like forever. It's like a cold paradise. Malik grinned, joining him and forcing Huda to drink more even as she mumbled in protest. Come on, kid. Drink up. You'll thank me later. Once they'd all had their filler and then some, Malik leaned back, his legs sprawled out as he let the cold seep into his bones. He glanced at Sinbad, who was grinning like a fool. Hey, you wanna check out this cave later? See what else is hiding in here? Sinbad's eyes widened, a mix of excitement and nervousness flashing across his face. You mean it? Malik smirked. Yeah, but only if you're up for it. What'd ya say? Life in the cave turned into a weird little rhythm for Malik and Sinbad, even though it was tough, having to juggle both survival and constantly taking care of Huda. It was starting to feel like they might have a chance to make it out of this hellhole in one piece. They completely cleared the cave by the end of the first day. They saw it as the first order of business after their little bathing session. Malik, with Sinbad trailing behind him, ventured deep, using torches they cobbled together from tree bark and fabric scraps. The deeper they went, the more twisted the space became. Jagged stalagmites jutted from the ground like broken teeth, and the walls narrowed in places so much they had to squeeze through sideways. And the smell. It was horrid. They've never smelt anything worse in their lives. It got worse the closer they got to their destination, like someone wrung out the wet socks of a rotting corpse, threw them into a swamp, let them marinate for a few months, and then set the whole thing on fire just for fun. They didn't think about the sauce much because they could already guess what it was. Their minds were more focused on stopping their urge to puke, foregoing everything else. Careful was not even in their dictionary anymore. They just wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. Those monsters weren't there, not yet, anyway. The Shams's light hadn't yet peered into Alfora, so the monsters were off wherever they went during the night. But their little hideout, yeah, it was unmistakable. Bones of all kinds littered the floor, some bleached white and others disturbingly fresh. Sinbad accidentally kicked something smaller, what he hoped was just a rocker, and stopped when he spotted it wasn't a rock at all. A jawbone, tiny and sharp. He grimaced. It was a horrid discovery for sure, but it told them a lot. These things were smart, or at least smart enough to keep their water nearby. And their meals? Judging by the bones, anything that moved. Seekers, though. Malik crouched down, picking up a scrap of fabric torn and bloodstained, the thread embroidered with familiar patterns. Seekers were their delicacy. He sighed, standing back up, his face pale but set. All right, this ain't the best news. He stepped carefully over a particularly large rib bone. But at least they don't seem to be nesting here all the time. A trembling Sinbad shot him a glance. Why you're acting too optimistic while standing in a monster kitchen. Optimism's just cowardice. With a grin. It ain't. Malik's words paused as his head jerked toward a pile of funky-looking fruit stacked in the back. Guess some of them are vegan. Sinbad didn't reply. No joke, no laugh, celebration, not even a flicker of amusement. He just stared at his big brother, deadpan. Shrugging it off, Malik began walking towards the pile. Now let's take a few of those and go back. Thought you'd never say it. With the cave explored and water handled, they moved on to the less pressing matters. Their nutrient intake. And so, days 2 and 3 mostly involved hunting for different kinds of food. Huda, as it turned out, was not an easy customer. She didn't like any of what they first brought back. Even later on, when they discovered a few fruit-producing trees at the patch's edge, bringing back some strange, bulbous fruit, mushroom, or weird-looking berry, Huda would take one bite, make the sourest face imaginable, and mutter, "I don't like it." The first time, Malik chuckled. The second time, he rolled his eyes. By the third time, he groaned. "Kid, do you like anything? Number." Huda turned her nose up at the fruit he presented, wrapping her arms around herself. "I want good." Malik blinked. "Something good? You think I'm holding out on you, little idiot? You think I've got a secret stash of roast chicken hidden behind that rock over there? May be. Ah ha 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 tilde." Sinbad laughed so hard he nearly choked on his questionable berry. Malik groaned louder this time, dragging a hand down his face. "I hate kids." The boy wiped his tears of laughter. "No, you don't. You love us." "Shut up, berry boy." "Hey tilde. You didn't deny it." Clicking his tongue, Malik broke off a large piece of the fruit and took a bite out of spite. It tasted like bitter dirt mixed with regret. He gagged, nearly spitting it out. Sinbad's grin widened. "Delicious, isn't it?" Outside the projection. Was Lady Huda really that unreasonable back then? Sure looks like it. I'm surprised that Sinbad kid is taking it on the chin like that. Same. Kinda makes Lady Huda look worse though. It's a recipe for disaster. You've got a kid who barely survived on scraps and a spoiled brat who had everything handed to her. Well, duh. She's all safe. What do you expect? Sinbad's just an outlier. Grew up living like royalty. The life of sultans. How could she understand the grief of beggars? Oi, shut the fuck up. You guys trying to lose your heads? Idiots. But it's true. I mean, why bother? He saved her life not once, but twice. I'd say that's a good enough deed. True. If it were me, no way I'd stick around to babysit some rich kid. While the older Magi within the crowd buzzed with murmurs, Huda stayed quiet, keeping her camp in check. The last thing she needed was another bloodbath, and honestly, she didn't feel angry at their words. They weren't wrong, not at all. Instead, All she felt was guilt. Inside the projection. Still, Malik and Sinbad didn't give up. They scoured further out in their area, carefully testing each fruit they found to make sure it wasn't poisonous. By the end of the third day, they'd built a little stash of edibly but not exactly tastier options. "Alright." Malik shoved a weird-looking root he dug up in her mouth. "This is dinner." Bon appétit. Copyright it. Huda frowned, as expected, but this time she ate without too much complaint. Progress. Days 4 and 5 were spent mostly mapping the land. The reason for that was obvious. Malik had long since noticed it, but only now did he have the energy to address it. Every time they ventured out beyond the patch of trees, the landscape was different. What was once flat, grassy hills might turn into jagged cliffs or sandy dunes the next morning. And as the young Sinbad, on the night of their 5th day, had said, "It's moving, like the land's alive or something." It indeed was. Sure, but not just like. Malik muttered, "It is alive, likely a result of those ether anomalies you told me about." "Or something close to it." Sinbad blinked at him. "That's really creepy." "Yeah, creepier than you thinking roots taste good." Hey, that root was solid." "I stand by my words." Malik rolled his eyes but didn't reply, staring at the seemingly endless jagged rocks surrounding them. Sinbad did the same, or at least tried to, but got bored minutes later. "So what do we do? Just stay in our little patch forever?" Malik shook his head. "We'll map what we can, mark where things shift, and figure out a pattern." You think there's a pattern to this?" "There's always a pattern. You just have to survive long enough to see it." Outside the projection, I don't know if they're lucky or just plain unlucky to have picked Altar Hall for their little camping spot. Right? Not the worst section in the first layer, but definitely not far from it. Smack in the middle of owls, rocks, and dungeons. Yeah, not exactly a fun vacation for mortals. Hey. Couldn't agree more. Most of them kept quiet after that. They all knew the struggle. Almost all of them had been through it themselves. No one wanted to dredge up those memories. Too embarrassing to relive. Inside the projection, they spent the next 2 days trying to figure out the pattern, if there was one. The only constants were the patch of trees and the cave. They never shifted or disappeared, like little anchors in an otherwise chaotic plane. "Listen." Malik leaned against a tree and wiped the sweat from his brow. "We've got 2 safe zones. Everything else, no man's land. For now, we stick close unless we absolutely have to go out there." Sinbad nodded. "Sure big bro. I just don't understand how it could move like that." "Hell if I know. Actually, now that I think about it, shouldn't you know all about this?" "What happened to your education?" Showing a smug smile, Sinbad pumped out his chest and declared, "I didn't listen." Malik gave him a blank stare then looked away, hiding a chuckle. "Let's just not get caught out there when it shifts again, yeah?" Time passed and with their immediate goals more or less handled, the two started paying more attention to their monstrous neighbors. First were the bat-like creatures in the cave. Malik dubbed them nightmares, because, well, they were. During the day, they slept deep in the cavern, only coming out at night to hunt. Their movements, though both dead and alive, were coordinated, like a flock of birds. As expected, their diet seemed to be whatever unlucky critter or seeker crossed their path. Next were the river monsters. Malik got a good look at one on the 6th afternoon, when he climbed the tallest hill he could find. At first, he thought it was just an oversized, monstrous shark. But nope, he'd been tricked, fooled, straight up bamboozled. This thing wasn't even close to a sharker, at least not below the eyes. Alien was the only word that came to mind. He wasn't exactly a 10 Cs expert, but even he could tell these things were way off the norm. Sinbad, ever the wordsmith, dubbed them river bastards, and honestly, Malik couldn't think of a more accurate name. They didn't bother with land, but anything that got too close to the water was fair game. Then there were the birds. Colossi, winged beasts that soared high above, their cries echoing across the landscape. Malik watched one dive down and snatch up some river bastard in its talons before disappearing into the sky. Sky bastards, Sinbad called them, keeping the theme alive. Malik just shrugged and rolled with it. By the end of the week, they had pieced together a rough idea of the monster's habits and territories. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep them breathing for now. The seventh day started like all the others, a question and answer session between the two. So what are we doing today? Malik sat at the entrance of the cave, arms resting lazily on his knees as he stared out at the horizon. I'd say we get some wood, try to make a few tools. Sinbad, sitting cross-legged next to him, nodded slowly, though his face didn't match his agreement. Are we still not gonna try calling on a seeker? Malik turned sharply, locking eyes with the boy. Is that what you've been thinking about for the past few days? Sinbad shifted under the weight of his gaze. Why yes. Annoyed, Malik smacked the kid's back. Bastard, stop stuttering. Oh okay, whatever. Look, we can't risk it. I don't know how popular you are so far, but those seekers? They're opportunistic fuckers. They'd rape a monster if it meant getting a holy relic out of it. Never mind taking two dumb kids hostage. Sinbad's eyes dimmed. Are they really that bad? Malik's expression softened, a crooked smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. You don't know the half of it, bud. Trust me. He pushed himself up, stretching lazily. You are Tilda. Now let's go. Wood doesn't gather itself. With that, the two trekked toward the edge of the patch, searching for more manageable-sized trees to break or haul back. They had barely started, Malik kicking at a stubborn branch and muttering curses under his breath when the sky decided to hit them with something new. A shadow fell across them. The fucker ? Whoosh. Out of nowhere, something Asumionia came falling down from the darkness like some divine messenger. Well, not quite divine. The figureano. The mana was using a holy relic, some weird contraption that looked like a janky, glowing parachute. Malik's heart skipped a beat. A seeker. Outside the projection, Sinbad was killed by that guy, you reckon? Could be. Kinda makes sense, yeah. It'd explain everything. Yeah, I can't imagine the Sultan betraying them. But how? Couldn't he just kill himself and find a way to save the kid? I dunno. Maybe he just couldn't do it. Were you sleeping before now? Looks like it. I can't believe he'd say that after watching the same thing we did. I know, right? High chance the Sultan just couldn't deal with the fucker. The hall was filled with noise, different groups talking at the same time. One further back was deep in speculation about what they'd see next, while another, consisting of the older Magi, was picking apart the little inconsistencies in the projection. Why were those 7 days skipped over, but everything else gets shown in crazy detail? Probably cause those memories didn't rank highly in his mind, so they're not remembered. That seems very possible. But if that's true, then why didn't we get any of his memories with his guardian? He seems pretty fond of him. That stopped every one of them for a second. The whole idea they had been piecing together suddenly fell apart. But then, some unknown bearded Magi saved the day. It might be cause it was from his early years and he barely remembers any of it. Aha, that sounds about right. Or, listen to this. The holy relic making this movie just doesn't like bad pacing. Hey, maybe Tilda. But seriously, am I the only one who feels like the holy relic is alive and is responding to us? That caught the attention of the front row of the main characters, all of them thinking the same thing. I kinda think it does, like it pauses after intense moments, giving us time to react. Or not react. Yeah, like right now, for example. It's paused like it's waiting for us to pay attention again. As soon as those words were out, the projection resumed, as if it had actually been listening to them. Guess we should never underestimate a 10th commandment. Inside the projection. What the hell is that? A spider web on juice? Malik was squinting at it, mumbling. Big brother, you think it's a holy relic? I do. It barely looks functional, though. His face quickly turned serious. Sinbad, on the other hand, was already excited. Do you think he could help us? Malik snorted. Doubt it. But just as the seeker was about to stick the landing, all majestic like a whoosh, seemingly out of nowhere, a comparatively tiny sky bastard, probably a baby chica, came screeching in, all talons and rage. Its claws tore right through the glowing relic and, worse, the seeker's chest. The scream that followed was something Sinbad would hear in his nightmares. And what was coming next would too. But fortunately for Sinbad's fragile innocence, The Seeker's luck managed to pull through. At the last second, his body fell into an ether pocket, yanking him away from the sky bastard's claws. He dropped like a sack of rocks, slamming into the ground with a thud so loud it kicked up a massive dust cloud. Big brother. Sinbad pushed himself up and scrambled forward. We have to help him. Malik grabbed the kid by the scruff of his shirt and yanked him back. Shut up. Stay still. Watch. Buta. No buts. Trust me on this, alright? Just wait. And so they waited. They stayed hidden in their little nook, watching as the Seeker groaned, cursed, and pulled himself together. Literally. The guy had some kind of magical healing key to a mix of bandages and glowing powder he sprinkled into the gaping wounds. By the time the sham's light started dipping low, the Seeker was on his feet, shaky but alive. Only then did Malik let Sinbad move. Alright, kid. Let's say hi. Carefully. Outside the projection. Is it really smart to wait for him to get his strength back before making a move? Can't say. Depends on what he's after. Right. Doesn't look like he's planning to kill him or anything, so I'd say it's a smart move. Exactly. And in that kind of situation, do you poke at a cornered animal, or wait until it calms down a bit? Waiting seems smarter, no? Mostly everyone kept quiet, feeling the intensity of the scene. But, of course, a few people just had to break the tension, tossing out comments like lifelines to ease their nerves. Inside the projection, the two crept closer, sliding down the hill toward the battered Seeker. Sinbad waved casually like they were old friends. Hey there. The Seeker jumped, his hand darting to his belt where he had a shamshur, a curved double-edged saber. Water. His wide eyes settled on them, and confusion quickly replaced alarm. What in the hell are kids doing here? Sinbad opened his mouth, probably to spill their entire life story, but Malik clapped a hand over his shoulder, cutting him off. We're just, dreamers. Came down here trying to make it to the big leagues. The Seeker raised an eyebrow, eyes scanning Malik's thin body. Kids like you? In Alfara? Malik shrugged, playing it cool. We thought we'd try our luck. Turns out luck sucks. The Seeker snorted, relaxing a bit. Yeah, tell me about it. This place doesn't care who you are or what you want. It'll eat you alive if you're not careful. I'm getting that impression. Malik glanced at the guy's still bloodied chest. You good, though? That bird messed you up pretty bad. I'll live. Name's Rafik, by the way. Malik, and this friendly little critter is Sinbad. Nice to meet you. They talked for a while after Sinbad's chirp, the tension easing bit by bit. Rafik was surprisingly chatty for someone who'd just been used as a chew toy by a giant bird. He kept his back leaning against a rock, wincing as he continuously adjusted the bandages on his chest. It ain't my first rodeo in this section. More dangerous, yeah, but nothing beats the kind of loot you can find down here. Why you dive often? Rafik nodded. Been doing this for years now. Not exactly by choice, but hey, you take what life throws at you, right? Sinbad leaned in, wide-eyed and starved for entertainment. You've been in places worse than this before? What's the craziest thing you've seen? Rafik chuckled, a low, dry sound. Craziest? Oh, there's a lot to choose from. Let's see. There was this one time I stumbled into a nest of fire-breathing salamanders. Got singed pretty bad, but I managed to swipe one of their eggs. Sold it for a fortune. Then there was the time I had to outrun a sandworm the size of a house. He lost 2 good boots and a pack of supplies, but I made it out alive. Sinbad's jaw dropped. A sandworm? Like, they're down here too? How do you even escape? Luck. Rafik admitted with a shrug, and a lot of running. Let me tell you kid, you never really know how fast you can move until something's trying to eat you. Sinbad laughed, clearly enthralled. What about here? What's the scariest thing you've seen? Rafik's expression darkened slightly, his gaze shifting to the sky as if expecting something to swoop down at any moment. The rocks. Those things are no joke. They hunt alone, and they don't stop once they've locked onto you. That chick that tore through me? Probably just playing. The adults are way worse. Malik, who had been silently observing, narrowed his eyes. So why are you here if you know it's this bad? Rafik shrugged, a faint smirk on his lips. Because it's worth it. The deeper you go, the better the relics. And I've got debts to pay. Debts? Sinbad asked, and Rafik waved him off. Long story. Let's just say there are people up top who don't let you forget what you owe them. Sinbad nodded, but Malik stayed quiet, his suspicion growing. People who owed debts usually weren't above doing shady things to get ahead. So, what's the coolest relic you've ever found? Rafiq's smirk widened. That'd be the compass of Najd. Beautiful piece, gold-plated, multi-dimensional, covered in ancient runes. It could point to Alfara from wherever the user is on the planet, likely even outside. Sold it to some bigwig for more gold coins than I've ever seen in my life. Of course, that money didn't last long. Sinbad lightly gasped. Why didn't you just run away with the money? It's more than enough to live for a few lifetimes on the outskirts. Live away from Alfara? Never. Besides, I like breathing. Trust me. Don't take on any debts with them's away. Dogs, they'd follow you to the end of the world. Malik didn't miss the edge in Rafiq's voice. He filed the information away, still unsure whether this guy was someone they could live with. Sinbad, meanwhile, asked endless questions about holy relics, monsters, and how to survive in places like this. Rafiq answered most of them, throwing in the occasional joke or dramatic pause to keep the kid entertained. Malik never interrupted, staying on high alert. He listened, yes, but he also kept an eye on Rafiq's hands, his body language, the way his eyes occasionally darted behind them. And when the tropic turned towards the two, Rafiq stretched his arms a little, trying to appear relaxed. So what about you guys? How long have you been down here? Sinbad hesitated, glancing at Malik. Not long, Malik answered quickly, cutting off whatever truth Sinbad might have spilled. Still figuring things out. Rafiq nodded, seemingly satisfied with the vague answer. Well, here's hoping you don't figure it out the hard way. The conversation tapered off as night began to fall, and Rafiq finally asked, mind if I crash with you guys tonight? Safety in numbers and all that. Malik's eyes narrowed slightly, his gut screaming number. He gave Rafiq the look, of the kind of look that said, fuck off, 1,000 times. Sorry, can't do that. Nothing personal, just don't trust you enough yet. Rafiq nodded slowly, unbothered by the tension. Fair enough. Can't say I blame you. Stay safe. Yeah? You too. Malik watched Rafiq walk off until he was just a speck in the distance, then finally turned back toward the cave. Sinbad followed quietly, but when they were about halfway back, the boy couldn't hold it in any longer. He looked like a good guy. Why didn't you ask him to help us get out of here? No response. But Sinbad wasn't giving up. Even if you didn't want him to know who we really are, he could via drop it. Malik cut him off, having had enough. Buta. I said drop it. Sinbad clammed up, clearly frustrated but smart enough to let it go. Outside the projection, the Sultan's insane man, 12 years old and already that sharp. Yeah, guess all that begging and whatever else he went through really toughened him up. Quit hyping up a tyrant, you bastards. Shut it. We're just saying what everyone's thinking. Even you can't deny it, Damas. And like that, they kept bickering while the memories rolled on. Inside the projection, when they got back to the cave, it was business as usual. Take Hudo outside, wait for the monsters to clear out, and then huddle together for warmth like a pack of freezing chicks back inside. Malik passed out the second his head hit the ground. One moment, he was staring blankly at the cave ceiling, half wondering if it'd collapse on them for funner, and the next, out like a light. Time zipped by in a blink, and suddenly, he jolted awake. He shook his head, gently rolling Huda off his chair, careful not to wake the little Furnacier, then stretched. His back let out a chorus of pop-pop-pops like fireworks on a festival night. Rubbing his face, Malik wandered to the cave's entrance and dropped onto his usual rock perch. He then stared out at the endless, boring mess outside. Sinbad, trying, and failing, to be sneakier, shuffled up behind him and flopped down on Malik's left, acting like he hadn't made a single noise. Malik didn't even look at him. So what are we doing today? Sinbad asked, sounding way too peppy for someone stuck in a cave. Malik frowned, pondering as he scratched his chin. Was gonna grab some wood for tools yesterday, but wasted the whole damn day with that seeker. Sinbad blinked, tilting his head like a confused puppy. What seeker? Malik stopped mid-stretch, his arm frozen halfway over his head. Slowly, very slowly, with eyes that could melt the north, he turned to look at Sinbad, like he was trying to see into his soul. What? The boy shrank a little, his hands flailing in panic. I know what a seeker is. I'm just saying we didn't meet any yesterday. Honest. Fine. But just wondering. You know any Rafiks? No. Malik squinted at him for a long, awkward second before letting out a flat, I see. He turned back to face the outside of the cave, his expression blank as if he were trying to process the world's dumbest riddle. The same daybreak light was filtering in. The same faint screeches echoed behind them. Huda stirred nearby, still sleeping. Malik closed his eyes and a smile made it on his face. Sinbad, how long we've been here? 7 days. He nodded his head. Yeah. And his lips trembled a little. Did I ever ask you what you wanna do when we get out of here? Sinbad raised a brow, internally wondering what brought this up. Huh? Not really. Number. Malik scratched the back of his neck. Well, can you tell me? Still lost, Sinbad shrugged but answered anyway. I dunno. Never really had any goals or anything before meeting you. But now, I want to become a seeker. Adventuring is fun. Malik nodded again, like he was filing that away. Thanks for telling me. Sinbad tilted his head. What about you, big bro? Me? Well, aside from, staying alive, I guess I wanna open up a shop in Sukalkamis, maybe even expand later, hit the road, and do the whole traveling merchant thing. Sinbad blinked, surprised for half a second before it clicked. Oh, dude, that sounds awesome. Outside the projection, while the two continued to talk, the hall remained silent, until one brave man in the crowd announced what was on everyone's mind. Traffic killed him in his sleep. The second the world blinked, everyone watching pieced it together. It was obvious, painfully so. But Malik, he'd been out cold, completely missing that weird flicker of reality. Now instead of showing surprise at his death, the crowd was pissed. They'd been gearing up for some clash of their Sultan versus some seeker. A malnourished kid against a calculated hunter. Instead, they got, well, this. Seriously? Killing a kid in his sleep? What a coward. I get that seekers are all about being careful, but come on. Was this really necessary? You think he was after Lady Huda and Sinbad? Obviously. What other reason could he have to take out the Sultan like this? Yeah, no way it's a coincidence. A murmur of agreement rippled through the hall and the chatter grew louder. And here I was thinking seekers had some standards. Guess I was wrong. Ha! Standards? From them? The moment they smell profit, they're worse than monsters. Is that so? Well, fuck you too. Of course you naive golden spoons will complain. Fuckers thinking they're better than us. While those younger groups fought with each other, Adamus decided that it was his turn to speak. It's still crazy to think he pulled this off while the Sultan was right there. I mean, come on, he didn't wake up for any of that. A frustrated groan was then heard loud and clear. He's 12. What do you want him to do? Develop some snake radar? During all that, the named stayed silent, both body and mind intently watching as the projection hung on Malik's still form, curled up like a weight was pressing down on his back. And though no one dared say it aloud, a single thought loomed over them. Will their Sultan finally claim his first blood? Inside the projection, Malik's mind pieced together the fragments of D8 copyright Avu. The same question, the same sequence of events, the same everything. He hadn't survived the night. Somehow, he'd died. And now, he was back again. The 7th day was his new checkpoint. And it didn't take him long to figure out how death claimed him. Rafik, that snake of a seeker, hadn't just stumbled onto them by chance. He'd come here for Sinbad and Huda, knowing exactly who they were. The kind smile, the easygoing attitude, it was all a front. Malik clenched his fists, his nails biting into his palms. He wanted to scream, to rage, but there was no time for that. Sinbad needed to be safe. Huda needed to be protected. You're staying here. Sinbad frowned, his confusion plastered all over his face. Why? What's wrong? Did I do something? Nothing. Malik forced a grin. It looked about as natural as a rock trying to smile. Just got to make sure we're all set for the night. Sinbad didn't argue, though his lips twisted like he wanted to say more. In the end, he just flopped back down next to his sister, watching Malik like a worried puppy. Malik ruffled the kid's hair, a half affection, half to shut him up, then knelt next to Huda. She was curled up in a little ball, her tiny breaths steady and soft. "I'll be gone for a bit, kiddo." He brushed the hair from her forehead, pressing a quick kiss there. Huda stirred, muttering a sleepy little broken bar before settling back into dreamland. It was almost enough to make him stay. "Almost." "I won't take long," Malik murmured as he stood up and turned to the exit. "Be careful." He glanced back, catching the kid's big, worried eyes. "I will." The second he stepped outside the cave, though, any semblance of emotion fell off his face like it had never been there in the first place. It was just blank, hollow. The Malik inside the cave, the older brother, the smartass, the tired kid cracking jokes. That guy stayed behind. This Malik was different. Entirely different. His steps were silent as he walked, eyes narrowed and fixed ahead. Kids sharper than I gave him credit for. Sinbad had noticed. Maybe not what exactly, but the kid could feel something was off. And he, unfortunately for everyone involved, wasn't wrong. A few minutes later, Malik could be seen trudging up a hill, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly not in any kind of rush. By the time he reached the top, he flopped down cross-legged like it was his throne, letting out a quiet sigh as the cool breeze hit him. The grass around him rippled like waves in the wind, but he didn't even blink at it. His eyes were glued to the sky, waiting for his prey, and he didn't have to wait long. Just like last time, Rafik came gliding down, that weird holy relic of his spreading out behind him. Then came the shriek. Out of nowhere, the skybastard, or if you're fancy, the rokadovin, faster than either of them could blink. Its massive talons tore right through Rafik's chest, leaving a burst of blood in the air. His scream ripped through the silence, and before the rock could finish him off, his body got yanked into a neath pocket. When he came out the other side, gravity did the rest, dropping him into the ground, his body crumpling on impact. Malik didn't move. He stayed perched on the hill, watching, waiting. Only when the bird flapped away did he rise to his feet, brushing dirt off his pants like this was just another day. With a lazy stretch and a yawn, he started making his way down the hill. By the time he got close enough to see Rafik, the guy was already a good 10% of the way through patching himself up. Crunch, crunch. Hearing the sound of crushed grass, the seeker looked up, startled at first, but quickly masked it with a wary smile. "What the hell's a kid like you doing out here?" Malik shrugged like it was no big deal. "Ah, you know how it is for beggars." "Couldn't take it anymore, so I figured I'd off myself." "Joke's on me, thought Ufa, I survived." Rafik snorted, half amused, half exhausted. "You're one lucky bastard." "Guess so." Malik crouched a few feet away, staying casual but giving Rafik a once-over. The guy was a mess of sluggish movements, bandages that looked like a 5-year-old wrapped thimmer, but what really attracted his eye? The shamshir hanging off his belt. "You look like you're on the wrong side of lucky though." Malik kept his tone light. "Need a hand or something?" Rafik shook his head, already tired of the conversation. "Nah, I'm good. Just part of the job." But, like, you sure?" Malik asked again, that grin of his sticking around. "You look like you really need some help, man." Rafik forced a weak chuckle, but the tension in his voice was obvious. "Like I said, I'm good." He pointed in the direction of the river. "How about you go dip for a bit? Water's quite refreshing." His words came out steady like he hadn't noticed a thing, but Malik wasn't buying it for a second. Rafik's eyes were narrowing now, his posture a little too stiff. Yeah, he'd caught Malik's gaze darting down to his waist, to that shamshir strapped there. Malik wasn't exactly being subtly, a flick of his eyes here, a quick glance there, short, sure, but that was more than enough. And it was to be expected. Rafik wasn't all that dumb. The seeker shifted ever so slightly, his hand twitching toward the hilt of his blade. Muscles tensed under his torn, bloody shirt, ready to act. But Malik didn't wait. Without warning, he lunged, going straight for Rafik's belt like a wild animal. No hesitation, No second guessing, just raw instinct. What the fuck? Rafik twisted away on reflex, his hand shooting for the blade. But Malik was already on him, crashing into him with all the force of someone who didn't care if he lived or died. The two of them hit the dirt, hard, rolling and grappling in a messy tangle of limbs. Malik's knees dug into Rafik's ribs, his hands clawing at whatever he could grab, his arm, his shirt, his hair, anything. It wasn't pretty, but it didn't need to be. Rafik fought back just as dirty, throwing an elbow that caught Malik's jaw, sending his head snapping to the side. Ugh! Malik grunted, his vision swimming for a second, but he wasn't letting go. Adrenaline drowned out the pain. His focus locked on one finger, killing this bastard. His legs hooked around Rafik's, trying to pin him down, while his hands scrambled to grab the hilt of the blade that was just barely out of reach. Fuck off! Rafik shoved at Malik's chest with one hand, but Malik held on, pulling him down with him. Dirt flew everywhere as they rolled again, Malik somehow ending up on top. He pressed his full weight down on Rafik, pinning him hard. Stay the fuck down. But Rafik wasn't having it. He bucked hard, nearly tossing him off like some pissed off draft monster. Yet again, Malik held on, though barely, and Rafik tried once more. Get the fuck off me. His free hand latched onto Malik's robes and yanked him to the right, trying to use his own momentum to flip him over. It was a valid attempt, but Malik wasn't about to let that happen. His legs locked down on the ground like iron clamps, keeping himself steady. He then quickly shoved his forearm into Rafik's throat, leaning all his weight into it. Rafik choked, his face turning red, but the bastard wasn't close to being done yet. His knee came up hard, smashing into Malik's side, earning a loud, wheezing grunt. Fuck. But instead of pulling back, Malik doubled down, using the pain as fuel. He elbowed Rafik's head with his left while his right tried to pry the blade free. Rafik gritted his teeth and his other hand came up, aiming for Malik's face. Malik jerked his head to the side just in time to dodge a thumb aimed straight for his eye. Close call too closely, but again, instead of backing off, it only made him go even harder. Pulling his right knee back like a loaded spring, he paused just long enough to aim, then slammed it forward, right into Rafik's ribs. HHHHSSS. The bastard hissed through gritted teeth, the pain slowing him down. It was just enough for Malik to press the advantage. Noticing that, Rafik tried to stop him, but all he could do was threaten. Stop this, you little shit. You'll regret this. Malik wasn't listening to any of his barking. His whole world had narrowed down to that shamshur, and he almost dove towards it, his legs kicking out to keep Rafik off balance. But just before he could pick it up, fuck off, you damn rat. Rafik shoved his back, sending him sprawling to the side in a coughing fit. It was incredibly painful, but still, Malik wasn't done, not even close. Die. Like a mad dog, he growled and launched himself right back at Rafik, allowing him not a second alone. And this time, he aimed real dirty. His elbow smashed into Rafik's chest right where the rock had ripped into him earlier. You bastard. Rafik's scream tore through the air as his body folded in on itself from the pain. It was all the opening Malik needed. With all the swiftness of a drunkard, he snatched the shamshur from its sheath, the weight of the blade finally in his hands. But just as he threw himself backward, trying to put space between them, Rafik grabbed onto his arm and yanked him forward. Crack! Their skulls smashed together, blood spraying between them as Malik's head snapped back. His vision went white, stars bursting and spinning in every direction. The next thing he knew, the ground slammed into him, and the blade slipped from his grasp, just out of reach. Through the haze, Malik caught a glimpse of Rafik scrambling over him, picking up the weapon. Gotcha, you little. Whatever Rafik was about to say turned into a strangled grunt as Malik's legs shot out like pistons, both heels slamming into his lower back. He crumpled face first into the dirt with a heavy thud, the blade skittering from his grasp. And then, stillness. For a time, neither moved. Both just lay there, chests heaving, battered and bruised, minds dazed. But rest wasn't in the cards. Neither was ready to quit. A few seconds passed, and the fight resumed. It turned downright feral, somehow even more desperate than before. They twisted, rolled, clawed, and grappled for the blade. Malik's thin hands darted in like vipers, but Rafiq's grip was ironclad, unyielding. It should have been a recipe for failure. Malik didn't even come close to matching Rafiq's strength, and his only advantage was negligible. But he wasn't banking on that. He knew exactly where to hit. All that mattered was the gaping wound in Rafiq's chest. Malik hadn't forgotten it, not for a second. He only needed the opportunity. Stay down. His fist shot out like a hammer, crashing into Rafiq's wound with everything he had. Rafiq gasped, his defense faltering for just a second, but again, that second was more than enough. Though that second wasn't for the blade, no, it was to ensure victory. Another punch followed, then another, and another. Each one slammed directly into the gash. Fuck you, die. Yeah. Malik didn't let him finish his strangled cries, shoving his knee straight into Rafiq's groin. Rafiq crumpled in on himself, gasping for air, completely wide open. Deeming it the perfect moment, Malik snatched up the shamshir without a second thought, gripping it with both hands. This time, no way in hell he was letting go. His entire body shook with rage, adrenaline, and pure exhaustion as he reversed his grip and raised it, pointing it down like it was a thunderbolt. Die. He brought it down with every ounce of strength he had left. Squelch. The blade dug into Rafiq's thigh, and that sound a wet, disgusting just made him go even harder. Stop, stop, you shit. Please. Rafiq tried to claw himself away, his hands scrambling in the dirt like a panicked animal. Blood poured from his wound, staining the ground beneath them. It was a sorry sight, one that could affect the hearts of many, but Malik wasn't stopping. I swear you won't see me again. I'll disappear. He didn't blink at his begging. I swear I will. Malik wordlessly dragged himself after Rafiq, each movement fueled by pure spite. Then, with a loud snarl, he ripped the blade free and slammed it into Rafiq's back, the impact knocking him flat onto his stomach. Please, please, stop, spare me. Rafiq's cries turned pitiful, his body convulsing as he struggled to push himself off the ground. His hands continuously shook, slipping in the blood-soaked dirt. I beg you. Malik's face was blank, expressionless except for the fire blazing in his eyes. Begging wasn't going to work on him. He yanked the blade free again, blood splattering across his arm, and raised it high. His muscles burned, his whole damn body shaking, but he didn't care. This was it. This was the moment. Rafiq was about to learn what real pain felt like. But before Malik could swing down, before the blade could end it, no. Everything went black. No warning. No sound. Just nothing. 1 second, he was about to end it, and the next to darkness. Outside the projection. What the hell? What happened? Why'd the memories just cut off like that? Did he pass out? Or a broken bar? Or did someone take him out? But who? There was literally no one else there. The crowd blew up like a volcano, each Magi shouting over the other. Maybe that bastard had a scroll or something. Scroll? No way a fucker like that could afford one. Then how the fuck do you explain it? Huh? He's right. That's the only way this makes any sense. True. That seeker lost the fight. Guess all the training in the world doesn't mean jack when you're leaking like a sieve. Even those in the front weren't safe from the mood boiling over. Malik's desperation was there for all to see, and it was visceral, raw, ugly, like a monster stuck in the foot trap, throwing everything it had left at its hunter. None of them could look away, because, deep down, they all knew this wasn't something just anyone could do. Even those many tens of times older. That kind of determination, that single-minded, ice-cold resolve. It was on a whole different level. The way he sat there, watching Rafiq struggle like a dying fish on sand. No pity, no hesitation, just cold eyes. Yeah, that was when they saw it. The kid who'd fought like hell wasn't just some scrappy little punk anymore. They saw the Sultan. Layla's heart broke a little at that sight. It started. This was the beginning of his change. The start of him becoming the man she'd eventually know as her husband. And unsurprisingly to all, the one who was hurt the most by that was Huda. She remained on the ground, curled up, tears blurring her vision, whispering, "I'm sorry," over and over, blaming herself for everything. Inside the projection, Malik awoke to unbearable pain. Every inch of his body screamed, protested, begged for mercy he wasn't going to get. He couldn't even see straight, his world spinning, dizzying, and dark. It felt as if 1,000 tons pressed down on him. With each ragged breath, I have to move. Get back to them, Sinbad. Huda. He needed to. Rafik wasn't there. But his legs felt like they were made of lead. He tried to push himself up, but his arms were weak, useless. Not wasting a moment to think of alternatives, he began to crawl, dragging and pushing himself forward. Inch by agonizing inch, his fingertips scraped against the dirt, leaving trails of blood in their wake and drenching his robes. Each drag of his body sent searing pain from his legs to his spine. His thighs were on fire, his knees burned with every single motion. His arms neared their breaking point and he could barely feel his hands anymore. His head felt like it was split in two, cut by a rusted chainsaw. But even then, even with all that unbelievable pain, he didn't stop. It didn't matter that he was running on fumes, half out of his mind, lost and directionless. Rafik's breadcrumb-like trail of blood was before him, and Malik latched onto it like a drowning man grabbing a rope. Somehow, by sheer fucking will, his hands continued to dig and pull into the earth, increasing in speed as time passed. Yet, it was still so slow. Too damn slow. His muscles screamed, begging him to stop, to rest, to just give up already, but he couldn't. He couldn't leave them. Not after everything. Not when he was this close. Every pull of his arms, every weak kick of his legs seemed like it might be the last. His throat burned with each desperate breath he took, and his mind, fuzzy and fading, whispered doubts he didn't want to hear. Does this mean anything? He, in what felt like years, had finally reached the patch of trees. How far I'd gone. Would they even know? Relief didn't wash over him. Would they remember? There was a lot more crawling left to do. N number. It doesn't matter. His hands shot out, grabbing at the trunks, using them to haul himself forward with a speed he didn't think he had left. His legs kicked weakly against the bark, pushing him just a little farther each time. Closer, closer to the cave. I'll remember. His bloodied lips pressed together. I will. But then, just as he dragged himself into the clearing. No. Please. A feeling of dread smacked him across the face. The air felt off, too still, too quiet, the kind that sank its claws into his bones and refused to let go. However, it wasn't just silence. The smell, that damp, earthy scent you'd expect in a cave, gone. Replaced entirely by one thing: a blood. Heavy, thick, metallic blood. Malik didn't need to think too hard to figure out what had happened. Deep down, he already knew. But still, he had to confirm. He needed to. He pushed forward one pull, then another, until he tumbled inside, rolling across the cold ground and crashing into a protruding rock. Then, he saw them. Sinbad. His voice barely came out, cracked, trembling like it didn't even belong to him. Tears spilled down his face before he even realized it, his whole body locking up, every muscle seizing as if they already knew the truth his mind refused to process. The world felt as if it had paused for a second and refused to move. There he was, his little brother, Sinbad. His small, lifeless body was sprawled on the ground. His throat was cut open, the gaping wound still dripping blood. Malik's heart pounded like it was trying to tear its way out of his chest. He couldn't breathe, couldn't see straight. It felt like the blood in his veins froze alongside the world. His body wouldn't stop shaking, his mind refusing to make sense of the scene in front of him. Sinbad. He was gone. His face was in obvious agony, eyes glassy, void of life. Malik's gaze shifted, almost unwillingly, catching sight of Rafik's body not far away. The snake bastard had bled out, his twisted corpse a mess of blood. And Huda? She was still breathing, still alive, still sleeping. But none of it mattered. Not her, not the monsters deep in the cave, not even that piece of fucking shit Rafik. Sinbad was gone. Nothing else in the entire world could matter more than that. Malik couldn't continue this life anymore. He had to reset. Dragging himself towards Sinbad's body, he collapsed onto it, every ounce of his strength drained. His arms wrapped around the boy, pulling him close as if he could somehow will their warmth back into him. But Sinbad was cold, so very cold. Ha. Ha ha ha. A broken laugh slipped out of his lips, sounding more like a sob. Truly, Malik didn't care not about whether he was dying or if he was already dead. Rocking back and forth, he held Sinbad tight, cradling him like his hollow little shell wasn't already gone. The words wouldn't come. He couldn't even name what he was feeling. Grief, anger, despair. It wasn't just one thing, it was everything. All of it crashed down on him at once, like his chest was being ripped open and crushed repeatedly. The pain was too much, too big, too loud. I have to. Malik's tear-filled gaze drifted to the shamshir lying on the blood-soaked ground, its blade glinting faintly in the dying light. The same blade that had stolen Sinbad's life. His hand shook as he reached for it, fingers curling around the hilt. The cold steel felt heavier than anything he'd ever held before. Bringing it close, he pressed the edge to his throat, the sharp bite of the blade sending a shiver through him. He didn't want to die. Not really. But living like this? That wasn't an option. Did he know his return by death would work? But again, right now, he didn't care. Not about the risks, the uncertainty, not even the faint, desperate hope buried somewhere deep inside him. All he knew was that the pain had to stop. He needed to make it end. And so, without a second thought, Malik dragged the blade across his throat. The sharp sting was immediate, followed by blood rushing out in hot waves, spilling down his chest and hands. He could feel the burning pain dissipating, his body growing cold and numb, his vision narrowing into a pinprick until there was nothing left but thud. Darkness. Outside the projection, the hall was silent. The laughter and murmurs that had filled the space earlier were gone. All was swallowed whole by the brutal scene that had just unfolded. Even the faintest sound of the shifting of a foot, the rustle of fabric seemed like an insult to its weight. And then someone stupider had finally broken the silence. What a broken bar! What the hell was that? The voice was shaky, disbelieving, and it triggered an avalanche of reactions. Did he just a question mark? Did he really a question mark? He actually did it. Low murmurs spread through the crowd, growing louder, more chaotic. Return by death. Someone whispered it like it was the most unholy thing they'd ever known, and suddenly a consequential question surfaced. But wait, if he did that, then how? Shut the fuck up. The yell came out of nowhere, furious, and it shut everyone down in an instant. Huda. Her fist slammed down on the floor, a jarring crack that seemed to shake the entire hall. The crowd? Silent again. Not a single damn peep after that, and Huda didn't even bother looking at them. Watch. Her voice was shaking, but it was solid, like steel wrapped in fire. When she spoke, you listened. Just watch. They did. Her whole body was trembling like a leaf in a storm just seconds ago. But now she was stone. Eyes locked on the projection, not blinking, not moving, not breathing. Because this wasn't how it was supposed to go. Not like this. Not like this, Malik. She wanted to scream, to tear her hair out, to grab him by the shoulders and shake him until he woke up. It's okay, big brother. You don't have to do this anymore. You don't have to hurt like this. But she couldn't, because it wasn't over. Not for him. Inside the projection, blink. Malik gasped awake, choking as his body spasmed against the cold dirt. He could breathe again. He could see. Fuck. Shit. Shit. After a few stuttering breaths, he pressed his hand to his throat. Nothing. No gaping wound. Just skin. But the memory was still there, a phantom pain. And his neck wasn't the only part of him that felt pain. His whole body was screaming. A raw, vicious ache all over, like he'd been torn apart and pieced back together wrong. No. The dirt under his bloodied palms felt too real. The familiar sting of every ache, the pounding in his skull, his lungs struggling to draw air. They all screamed one thing. No, please, no. A broken bar. It wasn't the same. That peaceful stillness he had been expecting wasn't there. No. His eyes darted around the patch of trees. Where was it? Where were they? He was supposed to be back in the cave, back with them, on the morning of the 7th day. Long before the bird swooped in, long before it all went to hell. But this wasn't it. The warmth of Huda beside him nestled close, the sound of Sinbad aimlessly walking around the cave. No. Noah, this isn't right. This isn't fucking right. The relief of a new day, the chance to start over. A quiet moment of hope, a clean slate. Please. No, this was different. This wasn't that moment at all. The checkpoint, it had moved. At that realization, Malik felt pain that he didn't even think was possible. Why? The word tore out of him, ripping through the still air like a wounded animal's cry. And then he was moving, crawling, dragging himself forward, his hands scraping against the dirt, leaving bloody streaks as he pushed through the agony. Ugh! His mind screamed, feeling like 1,000 shards of glass were slicing through his skull. But it wasn't just the pain. It was the panic. He didn't understand. A broken bar. This can't be real. The ground scraped against his palms, his knees, the pressure building up in his body like a dam about to burst. Please, he broken bar, please let me see them. The cave got close, already suffocating. Its smell nauseating. Let me hear Sinbad's voice. The entrance loomed ahead, dark, but Malik didn't hesitate. Let me see him alive. A broken bar just one more time. He collapsed through the entrance, tumbling down, his body harshly hitting the rocks. And there they were, Sinbad, Huda, Rafik. The blood, the stillness, the silence. It was all exactly the same. Malik's heart shattered all over again. No. No, no, no. His voice was barely audible now as he crawled towards Sinbad's body. His eyes stayed fixed on the boy's face, on the lifeless, agonized expression frozen there. Why do this to me? This couldn't be happening. It wasn't supposed to happen. But it was. He couldn't deny it anymore. The hopelessness, the rage, the screaming. All of it had returned. All of it. Fuck. Malik didn't even hesitate this time. He crawled to Sinbad's body and grabbed the damned blade, his heart a hollow thing. Before the tears could come, he slit his throat. Blink. But nothing changed. He didn't get to feel the peace he needed, no sweet release. The world went dark, then came back again, in that cursed moment. Same place, same feeling, same desperation. Everything felt like it had been for nothing. There was no escape. But still, Malik couldn't believe it. He wouldn't. So he did it again, and again, and again, and again. He lost count. Each time, the pain was worse, the despair deeper. By the 5th time, Malik no longer screamed. He just stared at Sinbad's body before slicing his throat open like it was routine. By the 10th, he stopped looking. The blood, the bodies, the pain, they blurred together into one endless nightmare. And yet, every time he opened his eyes, he was back in that same god-forsaken place. The 12th time, Malik didn't even move. He just lay there, staring up at the twisted branches above him, his chest rising and falling in shallow, ragged breaths. A broken bar. Why won't you just let me die? Tears streamed down his face as he waited for a reply. But no one answered. The 15th time, a piece of him broke. Malik crawled back to Sinbad's body, his hands trembling as he pulled the boy close. Sinbad's skin was cold, so cold it burned. Malik's arms wrapped around him tightly, his body shaking as he pressed his forehead against Sinbad's. A broken bar. I'm sorry. Blink. Was it the 20th time? The 50th? Who cared? Every time he ended it, it was the same thing. He was trapped in it. Sinbad's cold body, Rafik's blood, and Huda. She still slept like the world hadn't just torn itself apart. At times, he didn't even bother crawling to them. He just slammed his head against the ground, over and over, until his mind shut down, and death took him again. The pain felt like it was peeling him apart, layer by layer, each death making him a little less human, a little less himself. But then, after an uncounted number of cycles, pain, and mind-numbing despair, something changed. His darkening soul gained a pink speck of brightness. And that, for whatever reason, calmed his desperate mind. Malik crawled to Sinbad's body once more, but this time he didn't just do it mechanically. He seemed to have accepted it. The lifeless figure of his little brother was no longer a thing to escape. Malik held him close, pressing his body against Sinbad's, feeling the cold seeping into him. His heart shattered again, but this time, he didn't look away. He didn't try to escape it. He pulled Sinbad even closer, his hands shaking, and pulled Huda into the same embrace. For a moment, Malik just sat there, holding them both, his tears falling silently onto their faces. Two opposites in his arms, and he was stuck right in the middle, drowning in it. One body was ice cold as death, because it was death. The other burned up, hot like fire under his hands. It messed him up, twisted his heart into knots that he couldn't even begin to untangle. It was all too much, too cruel. Then, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he spoke. "A broken by you." His voice was hoarse, broken, and jagged like it had been scraped against stone. He wasn't talking to anyone in the room, and not to Sinbad, not to Huda, not to himself. It was to something else, someone else. "I've heard your name 1,000 times from those preachers." His gaze locked on the ceiling, as if staring straight through it to some distant, unreachable place. The true Sultan, the god of all. His bloodshot eyes burned with a hatred that didn't even make sense to him. "They say you're always there, broken bar watching." Those words tasted bitter in his mouth, like bile. "You are almighty." His chest heaved, his voice rising. "Tell me, are you or are you not?" Nothing, just the oppressive weight of silence, pressing down like a slab of stone. "Why won't you fix this?" Why? His desperate scream echoed back to him as if to mock him. "If you're there. If you're really, you can stop this, right? Fix it. Bring him back." And still, there was no answer. Just nothing but silence. Malik chuckled bitterly, the sound so hollow it made him make even more. "A broken bar, how can you be so cruel?" He stared down at the Magi's responsibility. "What did we do to deserve this?" His family, the ones he was supposed to protect, the ones he failed to save. He buried his face in Sinbad's blood-matted crimson hair, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "Just what have they done to us?" His voice was nothing but a quiet rasp in the silence. Then, as if in answer, footsteps echoed, soft at first, then heavier, louder with each step. Malik's head snapped up, his bloodshot eyes darting to the cave's entrance. A shadow stretched across the ground, long and distorted, until finally, a figure entered the cave. Outside the projection, no one said a word. No one dared to move. Not even the main characters. The projection didn't stop. It didn't slow down, didn't give anyone time to breathe or think as it usually did. It just kept rolling, hammering them with every brutal second like it wanted them to drown in it. And in that crushing silence, one thought hung heavy in everyone's mind: what kind of person comes back from something like this and doesn't break? Nobody. That was who. Nobody could walk out of something like this still whole. Malik wasn't just broken at his mind, his body, his soul, it was all shattered. Not the kind of hurt one could fix with time or whatever hopeful crap people tell themselves. This was the kind of broken that gutted you, hollowed you out, and left behind. What, exactly? Nobody knew. Nobody even wanted to know. But one thing was painfully clear: when the pieces finally hit the ground, whatever was left wouldn't be him anymore. It'd be something else. Something twisted, forged out of nothing but pain and spite. And if they were being real for a second, that scared them. They knew that it was coming, but still, they didn't want to see it happen. It was too cruel, even for a world like theirs. Inside the projection, like the people outside, the man in pink robes didn't move, didn't speak, or just stood there, staring. His presence was as abrupt as a slap to the face, and Malik couldn't process it. Not with the weight of the kids' bodies in his arms. All he could feel was an unbearable ache. But apparently, the world wasn't done with him yet. Hadn't taken enough. The dove had cried for the loss of its chick to an owl, but its cries had only invited another of its kind to supper. And well, this owl, he looked wrong. Not wrong in the sense of monstrous or alien, or nothing so blatant. No, this wrongness was subtler, in a way that made the hairs on the back of Malik's neck stand up. There was something about him, like he was more than a man. Divine almost, like he stood a step closer to God than anyone had a right to. But that wasn't what left Malik reacting the way that he did. It was the man's hair. That same deep crimson, the color of Sinbad's, the color of Huda's. "Who are you?" Receiving no reply, Malik laid down the kids. Then he pushed himself up to his knees and aimed the shamshir forward. "Tell me, who are you?" The man didn't answer. Again, he simply stood there, towering over Malik with this almost bored look on his face, Can you tell me who you are? The phrasing of that question seemed to finally hit the right note for him to answer. Cyrus, and I'm here because everything has reached its conclusion. Malik didn't understand at first. He just stared at Cyrus, trying to piece together what was happening. But then, like a punch to the gut, it hit him, making him drop the blade. This man, clang. This man. The image of the kids lying limp in the alleyway flashed in his mind. Covered by sand and dust, lying on death's door. It was him. He was the one who had dumped them, left them to die, to rot. Rage exploded inside him, a fire of all-consuming gold. It begged him to act, to lunge at Cyrus with every ounce of strength he had left. But somehow, he held back. He held it in. Logic whispered its cold truths, keeping him rooted in place, even as his blood screamed for vengeance. Because there was one fact that was impossible to deny. Malik lacked the power to be angry at Cyrus. So instead, he begged, please, you have to save Sinbad. Malik lowered his head. He's your family, isn't he? You can bring him back. You can do something. Cyrus didn't blink, as if not a single word had entered his mind. He looked through Malik like he wasn't even there. And then, to make it worse, the bastard stepped back. Not cautiously, not hesitantly, no, it was deliberate, like the boy was some mangy, diseased animal he wanted no part of. That kind of dismissal would have crushed most people. Would have made them back off, retreat into whatever scraps of pride they had left. But Malik, he didn't have any pride left. It was non-existent when it came to them. He simply did not care for how he was seen. Please. His hands clawed at the ground as he dragged himself closer. Please, you have to. The words barely left his mouth before Cyrus kicked his chest, sending him crashing into the wall. Thud. Malik hit the wall so hard it felt like his ribs had been turned to powder. His whole body screamed in pain as he lay there for a long second, coughing, gasping, feeling like his whole damn body was falling apart, struggling to stay conscious. Every time he thought the pain had hit its peak, that it couldn't possibly get any worse, fate smacked him down again just to prove him wrong. And yet, it still wasn't enough to stop him, because that fire in his chest, the frustration, the rage, the need was stronger than any pain. Sir, gritting his teeth, Malik dragged himself back up, one shaky movement at a time. Please. Cyrus just stood there, staring down at him like he wasn't even human, like all his suffering was just a show. And judging by the faintest ghost of a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, this show was one that he really enjoyed. Outside the projection, the air in the hall felt suffocating. Like many times before, nobody said a word. Yet what differed was that every eye was turned to one woman, Huda, the one who had gone on and on about her uncle, the former Sultan, the man she'd called kind, wise, nobly every damn title under the shams. And now this. They all wanted to ask the same question. A broken bar, where the hell was the kindness? But again, no one dared to say it out loud. Not even Azim. Not only for her sake but for the former Sultan's as well. They didn't need to anyway. It was written all over their faces. And maybe, on another day, Huda would have cared, might have looked them in the eye, fought back, defended herself, and thrown their judgment right back in their faces. But now, she couldn't even bear to look at the projection. Her eyes darted to the edges of the hall, searching, desperate for an escape. She wanted out of this place, out of this nightmare, out of this suffocating guilt pressing down on her chest like a mountain. If she opened her mouth, if she tried to explain herself, what could she even say? What words could possibly make this right, to justify what they'd just seen? The memory of the truther was laid bare in front of them, undeniable, and there was no hiding from it. Huda and her brother had caused it all. Without them in the picture, Malik wouldn't have suffered as he did. The world wouldn't have spiraled into chaos. That realization hit her like a dagger to the heart, twisting, and twisting. What remained of her composure shattered. She began to weep, not quietly, not with even a shred of dignity. It wasn't the kind of crying one could choke back. It was raw, ugly, the sound of a person unraveling at the seams, like a lost child searching for their parents. She broke apart right then and there. Tears fell freely, her sobs filling the suffocating silence. This was a scene that would have tugged at anyone's heartstrings, but no one moved. Not Layla, not Safira, not Roya, not Noor, not Azim, not even Zafar, the supposed hero. Her own camper family members, people she had trusted, fought alongside her. They just a broken bar stood there, in shock, in discomfort, in judgment. Not a single person stepped forward to console her, to offer even a whisper of comfort. And that, more than anything, crushed her completely. For she, like Malik, felt alone. Inside the projection. I didn't come here to this pathetic ass, kid. Cyrus finally spoke. Sinbad's dead. Can't fix it. And Shazer. He gestured to Huda, still lying there, sleeping. The one who won the right to succession. Not him. Malik's blood went cold. What the fuck are you talking about? Succession? If it's about proving who's fit to lead your fucked up family, then Sinbad's the one who deserves it. He deserved it more than anyone. Cyrus just shrugged, looking completely uninterested. Doesn't matter. It's the way of the world. While listening to his words, Malik felt his vision go blurry, his world sinking. No. But then, with a scream that shook his mind, he forced himself to stay upright, to stay angry. Luck failed Sinbad, and now he's dead. Huda's the one who gets it all. He snapped his head towards the bastard. Why? Why do this to your own family? To your own flesh and blood? Cyrus clicked his tongue. As I have already said, it's the way things are, Tilda. It's the way they've always been. Besides, Sinbad was too much of a dreamer, too much of a fool, and now look where it's gotten him. The coldness of Cyrus's words shook off the fog clouding Malik's mind more than anything he tried. This monster of a man had the nerve to call Sinbad, his flesh and blood, a fool, to brush his life aside like it was nothing. What did you say? Malik forced himself up and got closer, clinging to the wall for support. Cyrus, seemingly unbothered by his struggle, went past and halted just before Huda. Stop. Much to Malik's dismay, Cyrus wasn't much too keen on listening to him. He bent down, picked her up, and took a step toward the cave's exit. Tilda, going to scream that next? Don't bother. Cyrus didn't stop moving. You're nothing but a speck of dust. Tilda. Not all is lost. He stepped over Sinbad and past Malik again, still not giving him face. You still can be something. Something real interesting. Slowing a little, he added, it's to the point that I would have chosen you over the both of them. Malik's eyes widened in disbelief. Heard me right, kid, I'd choose you if I could. Too bad you're a nobody. Cyrus continued, though your talent's lacking, you've got brains, hidden skill Tilda, and a little luck. Most don't even have that. Malik tried to force out a retort, but before he could open his mouth, Cyrus flicked his hand. That simple action released a trickle of pressure, and suddenly it was like a mountain dropped onto his chest. Yuga! His body immediately broke down, and he could do nothing but lay there, watch, and listen. Though that isn't what makes you interesting. You, my friend Tilda, happen to be full of ether stuffed. That's the only reason I'm even speaking to you. Maybe you'll figure out why if you survive. Cyrus turned to leave, handling Huda like a sack of potatoes. Right now, you're a waste of oxygen. But if you want to ascend. He glanced at Rafiq's body. Well, that's on you. Figure it out. Maybe you'll survive. His words weren't just dismissive, they were cutting, dripping with condescension. Like Malik wasn't even worth the dirt on his boots. And yet, as those words sank in, something deep inside the boy stirred. Not stirred. It roared. He felt it in his chest, his gut, every fiber of his being a primal rage that burned hotter than the shams way above them. But, even then, he didn't say a word. He had to keep it in. Malik bit down so hard on his lip it nearly bled. His fists clenched at his sides, tight enough to make the wounds under his broken fingertips reopen, blood seeping out and dripping onto the ground. The pain wasn't even registering. All he could feel was that fire. He was not going to give Cyrus the satisfaction of seeing him lose it. Tilda. Cyrus paused mid-step, glancing back with the faintest glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. He'd expected an outburst, a scream, a plea, something. But instead, all he got was silence. You know. Tilting his head slightly, his voice became smooth and poisonous as a snake's hiss. I wonder. Why did you sacrifice so much for them? I mean, 7 days? That's all it took? Really? He gestured lazily towards Sinbad's body, still lifeless, still cold. You've got no blood bond to them, no obligation. So why? What makes them worth it? Malik's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding together. He had 1,000 answers to that question, 1,000 reasons why. But none of them left his lips. Instead, he remained on the ground, silent, his rage a volcano ready to blow. Cyrus raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by the lack of response, and then smirked like he'd just thought of something especially cruel. Nothing to say. He turned fully and looked down at him, mimicking the start of their first scene together. Do you think she would do the same? That was it. The breaking point. Malik's head snapped up, his eyes blazing, every ounce of pain and fury he'd bottled up spilling over in that one moment. Of course she would. He punched the wall, his battered body be damned. I don't doubt it, not for a second. The cave fell silent. For a moment, even Cyrus looked taken aback, not by the words themselves, but by the unfiltered emotion behind them. Malik wasn't speaking from logic, he wasn't even speaking from hope. He was speaking from a place so deep, so absolute, that not even the devil himself could have shaken his belief. But Cyrus? He just smiled. A small, knowing, almost pitying smile. Interesting, he said softly, almost to himself, before turning away again, his footsteps fading. Outside the projection. Of course? A broken bar. What of course? Saphira's voice was sharp as she turned to Huda. Her eyes narrowed, burning with contempt. Not just not saving him a number. You killed him. The man who sacrificed so much for you, and you just She didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. Everyone knew what she was going to say. You have no right to stand in this hall. Layla crossed her arms, her expression just as cold. Even called him her brother. The hall buzzed as they heard those two admonish Al-Saf's lady. I used to believe it, but I can't anymore. Not after seeing this. They had no blood ties, but they acted more like family than most real families do. Their love, it transcended all that. There's no way. Hedda. Another cut in. Yeah, no way. He sacrificed so much for her, for Sinbad. Even after all that happened to him. I can't see him betraying her. It has to be some sort of misunderstanding. Most of them landed on that conclusion. Right, not all, but most, as people like the hero remained, numbering in the hundreds. They were disconnected entirely from those around them, not joining both the murmurs of outrage and the frantic attempts to defend Huda's honor. Zafar was the worst of them. He stayed quiet, his face calm, but his eyes burned with something far darker. Hatred. Deep, festering hatred. It didn't matter to him what anyone else thought. He wasn't interested in the back and forth or the what-ifs. He didn't care about their defenses or their shock. He knew the truth, or at least, he was convinced he did. Malik was no closer to a hero than a monster was to the divine. He was a liar, a schemer, a traitor, a villain, and every betrayal he dealt Huda had been for his own gain. And when the projection finally showed it a leather-heavy knife he'd repeatedly driven into her back, her guilt wouldn't just fade, it'd burn to ash. Her pain, her self-loathing, their shared hysteria, every fragile thread would snap under the truth. Whatever bond she thought they had, whatever trust or understanding she'd built with him, tried to hold on to, would shatter into pieces too sharp to touch. And maybe, just maybe, if Zafar was lucky, the wreckage of her emotions wouldn't be wasted. Maybe they'd twist into something darker, something cruel, something that, in the end, might serve his purpose. Patience. A cold smirk tugged at his lips. Zafar could wait. Betrayal always burns the deepest when it comes from the ones you trusted most. Inside the projection, Malik stayed where he was, his body shaking like a leaf in a storm. His fingers dug into the stone floor so hard it felt like they might just crack through it. His jaw was clenched so tight he thought his teeth would snap. blood dripping from where his lips split open. He didn't move. He didn't shout because he couldn't. Not without signing his own death warrant. Malik knew how it would end if he had let one word slip. His head would roll. This self-inflicted pain was grounding, a tether that kept him from losing himself completely to the firestorm boiling inside. And Cyrus? He knew. The bastard didn't even bother looking back. Malik wasn't worth it. Just a coward. And that helplessness, that choking, unbearable helplessness, burned worse than anything else. "I'll kill you, I swear. I'll make you pay for this." His whispers were quiet, but to him, they couldn't be any louder. "If I can't survive this." The truth clawed at him like a parasite, digging deep into the cracks of his resolve. "If I can't ascend." Then his words, his promise, would be meaningless. He'd die like everyone else, forgotten, weak. And Cyrus would keep walking, untouched, untouchable. Malik didn't know how, or when, or even if he'd get the chance. But if he did, if he survived, he would make Cyrus regret the day he crossed him. "I swear it." By the time their star's light no longer pushed through the darkness above, Malik had reached the top of the hill. Sinbad's body cradled against him. He didn't know how his legs still function, either how his arms still pulled, but he certainly wasn't thinking about it. He wasn't thinking about anything at all. Malik just kept crawling, even when every pull was heavier than the last. Stopping wasn't an option. Not until Sinbad had a place to rest. When he reached the crest, he gently laid Sinbad next to him, as if the boy might suddenly stir and grumble about being handled too roughly. "Sorry, kid. I'm not too good at this. Only did it once before." Then, he began to dig, clawing away at the dirt. It felt stubborn, almost alive, resisting his efforts, but there was no alternative, no tool he could use. And so, Malik did the only thing he could. He fought harder, even as the ground bit into his palms, scraping his skin raw, blood mixed with dirt, his fingers trembling with the strain. Each handful of dirt came at a cost. The pain he felt simply must have been otherworldly. "You deserve more than this." Yet he seemed unbothered, like he could no longer feel anything. A real grave. Not just this. There was only one thing on his mind at that moment. Sinbad deserved better. He really did. Time blurred as he dug, his mind lost in a haze. Malik wasn't sure how long it took, minutes, hours. It didn't matter. Eventually, the hole was deep enough, at least 6 feet. He sat back, panting, his arms shaking uncontrollably. His vision swam, but he forced himself to move, to lift Sinbad one last time. The boy's body felt so light, impossibly light, even lighter than Huda. It was wrong. Everything about this moment was wrong. Malik lowered Sinbad into the grave with infinite care, constantly adjusting his position. When he finally let go, when his hands left Sinbad's still form, what little remained of his heart shattered. The weight of everything came crashing down like a landslide, crushing him completely. "Guess this is it, huh?" The words tasted bitter in his mouth, like poison. "You're really gone." Malik reached for the dirt, scooping and pushing it back into the hole. His tears started slow, silent, falling into the dirt like tiny raindrops. Then they came harder, faster, until he was sobbing openly. His body was racked with the kind of grief he'd been holding back for what felt like years. He looked pathetic, lost, but again, he didn't care, allowing himself this moment. Malik let himself feel it all, the sorrow, the anger, the guilt, the love, all of it. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry I wasn't enough." His voice broke repeatedly, his chest heaving as sobs tore through him. Now I'm the one wasting water, huh? The thought came out of nowhere, uninvited, and it made him laugh, or a small, bitter sound that quickly dissolved into another wave of tears. "You'd be pissed if you saw me like this, wouldn't you?" He wiped at his face with his dirty palm, smearing dirt and tears across his skin. Stuttering, root-loving bastard. When the grave was finally covered, he dragged himself over to a nearby stone, gripping it tightly with what little strength he had left. With a grunt, he placed it at the head of the mount. It wasn't much, but it was something to mark the place where Sinbad would rest. "I'll remember you." Malik leaned down, pressing a quivering kiss to the cold stone. "I'll always remember you, Sinbad." He didn't really know how to say it, didn't have the right words. A man's love was validation, and it certainly wasn't easy to express, especially between guys. It wasn't the kind of thing one just threw around. But, though he was a child, Malik knew that it mattered, even now. Even when it was too late. "I'm proud of you." It felt like the words ripped him in half on the way out. It was true, though. It had always been true. And it crushed him that Sinbad never got to hear it when it counted. Their last words to each other were so normal, so damn ordinary. As if it were any other day. "I won't take long. Be careful." "I will." That was it. That was all they got. Malik He sat there for hours, the cold night air biting at his skin, the darkness above like a distant, indifferent witness to his grief. Eventually, he forced himself to stand, his legs still wobbling beneath him. He stared at the grave for a long moment, his heart heavy. Then, he turned away, his face a mask of stone. "Goodbye." "Thank you, big brother." The voice was faint, barely a whisper, but it froze him in his tracks. Malik's eyes widened, and he whipped around so fast his foot caught on the uneven ground, causing him to stumble. Sinbad? The hilltop was empty, silent save for the wind. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, losing it. When he made it back to the cave, he noticed an obvious change to how he had last left it. Rafiq's body was gone. Not just gone but likely devoured. His clothes were strewn across the floor, a dark blood stain marking the base of a nearby rock. His shamshir lay discarded beside a torn piece of paper, its runes faded to near illegibility. But it was the book that caught Malik's attention. Small, battered, and unassuming, it sat where Rafiq had been, its cover as worn as the rest of it. Malik slowly picked it up, flipping it open. The first page was blank. No, not blank or faded. He squinted at the faint lettering, his lips moving as he tried to sound out the title. Magi 4. The words vanished. Before he could react, 3 clear, unmistakable words burned themselves into his mind. Magi for dummies. His hands shook, the book suddenly feeling heavier in his grasp. Malik didn't understand anything that was happening. He could barely read, yet those words had been as clear as day, etched into his thoughts. What the hell? The book suddenly pulsed, like it was alive. What the fuck is this? He slammed it shut and threw it away. Hard. It hit the cave wall with a dull thud, falling to the ground. Ugh. And that was when the pain hit. It wasn't physical, not exactly, but it still hurt, a lot. A torrent of something, memories, thoughts, knowledge poured into his mind all at once, like someone had taken a bucket of ice water and dumped it over his brain. He clutched his head, falling to his knees, clamping his mouth against the onslaught. It lasted a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. And then, as quickly as it came, it was gone. Malik stayed there, hunched over, breathing hard. His heart was racing, but his mind a broken bar. His mind felt different, calmer, clearer. He looked up, his eyes darting to the book lying on the ground where he'd thrown it. A broken bar, I see. His body lit up in a golden fire that shot out in every direction. Because of you. Because of you, Devil's Maw will know my name. But before all the licks of flame could devour him, time froze, this time for real. Or rather, it wasn't that time itself had paused but the projection did. Slowly, it faded to black, and a text obvious to all on the outside was displayed. "Will resume shortly." End of Volume 1, remember me,